Hey guys, this is Star What If. How are you all? Please support to subscribe this channel for watching new interesting stories. So in this video, we will see what if Harry's master plan took an unexpected turn. Here is short summary. Harry brings Lucius Malfoy on as the new Dada teacher, aiming to uncover secrets and manipulate him for information. However, their growing mutual intrigue and unexpected attraction lead to a game of power, influence, and dangerous emotions. But before we start, if you want more stuff like this, then be sure to subscribe and like this video. And if possible, share this video with your friends. Now let's start the story. Harry already knew that he would be a center of attention when they arrived on the platform at the train station. The students and their parents were staring at him openly. Some even took his picture. It was ridiculous, in his opinion. He blamed all of this to Daily Prophet, who couldn't stop publishing his story in the front page. When he spotted some of them beginning to rummage their bag, looking for a quill to ask for his autograph, he quickly decided that they had to board the train, right away. Harry was left alone to find an empty compartment in the train as Ron and Hermione went to their prefect duties. He wasn't bitter about the fact that Ron got prefect title anymore, especially since he was appointed as Gryffindor Quidditch captain. Soon, he was joined by Luna and Neville. "Hi Harry." Neville and Luna greeted him in unison. "Hi Neville, Luna," he greeted them back. "How was your holiday?" he asked. "It was great," Neville said. "Gran was proud of me. She said that I finally showed my parents courage. She even bought a new wand for me." Neville took out his wand and showed it to Harry and Luna. "Cherry wood and unicorn hair," the usual shy boy said proudly. "How about you, Luna?" "Oh, Daddy and I went to search Crumplehorn Snarkak in Sweden," she replied. "We met with Daddy's friend there, Mr. Scamander, with his grandson, Rolf. They're nice person." Did you find the Snarkak?" Harry asked. "No, but they like to hide." Harry and Neville exchanged looks at this. They were used by Luna's weird comments right now. They turned as one when the door to their compartment opened and Ron came in scowling with Hermione just a step behind him. "What happened?" Neville asked. "Malfoy," Hermione answered. "He was bragging at the prefect's meeting that his dad is going to be the new Dada professor. The entire train must know by now, seeing as he couldn't shut his mouth," Ron added, grumbling. "What?" Neville asked disbelievingly. "Yes, Neville, Lucius Malfoy is our new defense against the dark art professor," Hermione said. But, Neville stuttered. "He was in the ministry. He managed to get away again." "That bastard," Ron cursed. "Daddy printed it in the Quibbler too," Luna commented. "He gave Fudge an army of heliopaths as Christmas gift, you know," she said in all seriousness. "And they sometimes cook goblin pie together." Harry had bitten his mouth from laughing out loud. Even Hermione, Harry noted, looked as if she tried hard not to laugh. Ron had his fist stuffed into his mouth. Neville managed to smile. After they calmed down, Hermione explained it to Neville. "Harry thought that it's better if Malfoy Sr. stay in Hogwarts so we could keep an eye at him. Voldemort is dead, but Bellatrix and the other Death Eater were free. We all know that Malfoy's Voldemort's right-hand man. He could be planning something dangerous if we let him roam free," Harry said. In the end, Neville accepted the reason. "So Harry, are we going to revive DA again?" the teen asked. Harry blinked. "I don't know. We already disposed Umbridge, right? I learned a lot from DA, Neville said. "I like DA too, Harry," Luna said. Her silvery eyes stared at Harry. "I enjoy the company. It's nice having friends." Harry stared at Luna. He liked her, despite her oddness. And she was the one who comforted him after Sirius' death. She was a good friend to him. Harry was silent for a moment, reflecting, and then he said, "Well, I will think about it, okay." The compartment door opened and Ginny, Dean, and Seamus walked in. "Hey Harry," Dean greeted him as he, Seamus, and Ginny took a seat. "What have I heard about the Chosen One, Seamus asked, grinning. "You should have brought us to Ministry with you, you know." He seemed to be regretting that he missed the change to fight the Death Eater in the Ministry. "Well, you did kill Voldemort, Harry," Ginny said. Still, Harry hated those stories on Daily Prophet. One day, Harry thought he was going to reform the newspaper and made them publish a true story. Not all the crap Rita Skeeter had written. "Hey Harry, are we going to continue DA this year?" This time it was Ginny who asked. "I'll think about it," Harry said, giving her the same answer he gave Luna. "I think it's a good idea," Hermione said. "Voldemort is dead but Death Eaters are still out there. Aside from that, DA also really helped us in defense against the dark arts class." They nodded at that. "Without you Harry, I would never get exceeds expectations for Dada with that toad teaching us," Seamus commented. "It would be great if we could make DA extracurricular program," Dean said. "So anyone can learn from you Harry. It will help our Newt class." The topic shifted to their Newt classes they're going to take. Harry was going to take Charms, Herbology, Transfiguration, Defense Against the Dark Art, and the last, Potion. The Newt requirement for Auror program. Harry, Hermione, and Ron also had a talk with Hagrid. They explained that they didn't continue their Care of Magical Creature class because it clashed with their other class. Especially for Harry who wanted to pursue his dream to become an Auror. Even though Hagrid was disappointed, he accepted their reason. Their real reason for not taking his class was they had enough with all dangerous animals Hagrid brought to the class. Ron especially was quite vocal about the Scroots. Snape miraculously allowed Harry to continue Newt Potion class even though he only got exceed expectations. Harry thought it had connection with his conversation at Grimmauld Place. Tonks had suggested for him to enroll into Auror program, to which Harry replied that he doubted he would be able to do it with his potion mark. Remus, who was nearby, commented that when they're in school, Lily, Harry's mother, was one of the best students at potions, that she became teacher's favorite. Right when he said that, Dumbledore, followed by Snape, entered the room. Snape looked at him oddly when Lily's name was mentioned, then he looked away, as if something never happened. But the next day, Dumbledore told him that Snape was willing to make exception for him. Of course, he had to study hard or he would be kicked out of the class. Maybe Dumbledore personally persuaded that Greasy Git or something. But as long as Harry could follow his dream to become Auror, he didn't mind about that. After talking with Kingsley, Harry found out that aside from capturing dark wizards, Auror also dealt with criminals daily, and they also sometimes acted as bodyguard for important figure. He was reminded of the Aurors who acted as his bodyguards based on Ministry's orders. Harry thought that in Muggle world, Auror would be equivalent with their police. Why did he still want to be an Auror after Voldemort's death? Harry wasn't that naive. Dumbledore had won against Grindelwald. Voldemort rose next. There were always people craving power outside there, only in different form. Grindelwald did it with greater good as his slogan, and Voldemort with his pureblood supremacy propaganda. It's amazing really how Voldemort was able to sway most of pureblood families into serving him. And now he's dead. But Voldemort wouldn't be the last. Of that, Harry was sure. Not that he was expecting the next Dark Lord, but evil people always existed in the society. Just look at the Muggle world. They had CIA, FBI, Interpol, Scotland Yard, and all but criminals never disappeared. So, being an Auror suited Harry fine. Ron too planned to join Auror training. Hermione, Harry suspected, was interested in working for Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures. "I'm hungry," Ron complained. Honestly Ron, Hermione rolled her eyes. They were in Great Hall right now, waiting for Dumbledore to finish his speech. And now, Dumbledore said, "I would like to introduce the new Defense Against the Dark Art professor, Lucius Malfoy." Dumbledore clapped as Lucius took his seat on the table, next to Snape. The blonde man was dressed in black exactly as he was in Quidditch World Cup. Only Slytherins clapped loudly, Hufflepuffs and Ravenclaws were too shocked to do so, and Gryffindors were giving Lucius death glares. Draco Malfoy, for obvious reason, couldn't hide his grin, probably already fantasizing about the favoritism which would be given by his father to Slytherin. Harry decided to join Dumbledore, looking straight in Lucius' eyes as he did so, and clapped next, much to everyone's shock, including Slytherin. Malfoy threw nasty glare at him which he promptly ignored. Lucius's face showed no emotions at all. Despite that, Harry knew quite well that the man was very capable of showing emotion if he wanted to. At least, when he was angry, as Harry had witnessed in the second year, when he tricked Lucius into releasing Dobby. "Well, let's eat everyone," Dumbledore said, and the food appeared on the table. Yes, Ron exclaimed enthusiastically. Hermione rolled her eyes and then turned to Harry. Harry, she began. He glanced up and saw that Hermione was watching him shrewdly. Yes, Hermione. I hope you know what you're doing. Hiring Malfoy as Dada Professor. She said. Harry gave a quick, dismissive gesture. I know what I'm doing, Hermione. Don't worry, okay, he said, looking directly into Lucius Malfoy. Harry and Ron didn't have a class in the morning, so they went to Gryffindor Common Room. There were only a few 7th-year students there, including Katie Bell. The only one left from the original Gryffindor Quidditch team when Harry joined it at his first year. I knew it, she exclaimed loudly when she saw the captain's emblem on Harry's chest. Harry and Ron spent an hour talking with Katie about Quidditch strategy and all. Then they went to Dada classroom. Hermione was already standing in the corridor. She wasn't the only one. Neville, Dean, Seamus, were also there too. Neville looked nervous, undoubtedly to the fact that they're going to be in the same room with Lucius Malfoy, the man who tortured them just a few weeks ago. Well, looks who's here. The chosen one, Malfoy's drawled voice came. Ron growled. Well, hello to you, Malfoy, Harry said sarcastically. So you managed to kill you-know-who, Potter? Malfoy said. Are you really sure you killed him? Missed your old master, Ferret? Ron asked scathingly. Hermione glared at Malfoy too and then nudged them. Just go into the class. We're almost late. Throwing a hateful glare toward Malfoy, Harry and Ron followed Hermione's step. Lucius was already in the class. Come in and close the door, he ordered, then waited for everyone to sit down. He didn't pay attention to the stares and glares he received. Neville, Harry noticed, was twitching in his seat. No doubt, the teen was reminded about the fiasco at the Ministry by Lucius' presence. Today we're going to practice nonverbal spell, Lucius said, wasting no time. I believe all of you have been taught how to destroy inanimate objects. And he listed the spell, such as Reducto. Today we're going to do it nonverbally. However, the strength of the spell is based on the power of the caster. Some of you won't be able to cause a major damage, and some of you, he looked at the entire class, would be able to destroy the innate object. He waved his wand and conjured a large granite rock in the middle of the room. The spell is Sepilio, he said, a higher level spell than Reducto. Lucius waved his wand again and the rock split into two. He waved his wand again and the rock was restored to its original state. Then he waved his wand again and a big hole appeared on the rock. The effect, of course, is dependent on your power. A powerful wizard is able to turn it into dust. Now, all of you will try the spell. Nonverbally. We're supposed to blast this thing nonverbally. Is he insane? Ron asked in disbelief. Wait, don't answer that. He's a Death Eater. Of course he's insane. The Slytherins weren't faring any better. Many stared at Lucius in disbelief, including his son. The chances for us too, Hermione began. Hermione, Ron whined. I so don't want to hear your lecture right now. Line up now, Lucius ordered. Everyone stood in the line to try the spell. It was no surprise at all that Hermione was the first to master it. Her spell created a small hole in the granite rock. Lucius waved his wand again and the hole disappeared. Next, he drawled. Not even an acknowledgement, Harry mused. McGonagall would have awarded Hermione with at least 10 points. Well, at least Lucius didn't behave like Snape in the class, yet. Neville, who stood in front of Harry, tried next and failed. But Harry knew Neville would master it in the future. Neville was a hard worker who would try and try again until he succeeded. Your turn, Mr. Potter. Harry raised his wand and pointed it at the granite. Sepilio, he thought inwardly. The tip of his wand glowed red and a second later the granite turned into dust. You did it, Harry, Ron shouted happily. Seamus and Dean grinned beside him. Harry turned to face Lucius. Well, what do you think, Professor? He asked with a sly smile. Lucius raised one eyebrow, but other than that there was no change in his facial expression. They stared at each other for a while. Harry kept looking at the blonde. He wouldn't be the first to turn away. Finally, it was Lucius who relented. 5 points to Gryffindor, Mr. Potter. That was brilliant, Harry, Ron said when they left the class. The look on Malfoy's face, he added again, snickering. It was true. Malfoy Jr. didn't seem pleased at all when his father gave points to Gryffindor. Harry was positive that Draco Malfoy thought his father was going to favor Slytherin, much like Snape. Harry, Ron, and Hermione spend their lunchtime talking about the class. After lunch, Hermione went to her arithmancy class, meanwhile Ron and Harry went back to Gryffindor common room to do their Dada homework. Harry finished it first. Hermione joined them later and together they went to potion class. Ron didn't join them as he only got acceptable for potion. There were only 4 Slytherins who managed Newt class, including Malfoy. 4 Ravenclaws and 1 Hufflepuff, Ernie Macmillan, whom Harry liked even though he was a bit arrogant. "Hi Harry, Hermione," Ernie greeted them. They didn't have a chance to reply as Snape appeared on the corridor. "Get in," he ordered. Harry and Hermione entered the class and took the seat. They sat together with Ernie. Harry could see that Malfoy was looking at him, eyebrow raised. As if questioning Harry, what was he doing there? Harry in return, glared at him. "Welcome to Newt class, even though I have to say that some of you don't qualify to be in here." Snape stared at Harry as he said that. "Today we're going to brew draft of the living dead. Get to work now," he barked. As usual, Hermione brewed the best potion in the class. But Harry didn't fall behind her. Right after he found out he could continue potion, he immediately studied his advanced potion-making book. He would never give Snape the satisfaction of humiliating him in front of the class anymore. After dinner, Harry went to Professor McGonagall's office to discuss about Quidditch tryouts since he was the new captain. He was already halfway to Gryffindor Tower when he felt someone was following him. Taking out his wand, he whispered, "Sign Levi's," and the corridor went dark. Quite a useful spell. Harry found it in one of the books he read at Grimmauld Place. The spell would create darkness in 100 meters radius around the caster, but the caster of the spell would be able to see clearly. The enemy wouldn't be able to see anything or to create a light from the wand. To Harry's astonishment, he found out that it was Lucius Malfoy who was following him. Harry waved his wand and ended the spell. "Professor," he greeted the blonde man. Lucius stood in front of Harry and looked at him with his hard, gray eyes. "Interesting spell, Mr. Potter. And borderline dark, I would say," he said smoothly. "I do believe it's the intent behind it that determines whether the spell is dark or no," Harry replied. "However, I don't believe it at all if you followed me without any purpose. So, what can I do for you, Professor?" Lucius arched one eyebrow. Harry could detect a hint of amusement in his gray eyes. "Well, Mr. Potter, a reliable source told me that it was you who suggested my appointment as Hogwarts's defense against the dark art professor. I don't think that I have power to influence a teacher appointment here," Harry said, but he didn't deny the accusation. "But you do, Mr. Potter," Lucius replied silkily, eyes wandering to the scar on Harry's forehead. "After all, you are the chosen one, slayer of the evil, I believe," Lucius said sarcastically, quoting Daily Prophet headline a few days ago. Harry, once again, cursed the stupid newspaper but managed to reply. "I didn't realize that you have such a faith in me." Lucius' eyes narrowed dangerously. "Be careful, Mr. Potter. You're playing with fire," he said coldly. "But I know how to extinguish it, Professor," Harry replied innocently. They stared at each other, then Lucius stepped back and said, "I believe it's past curfew now. Return to your dorm before I deduct any points from Gryffindor." Harry merely shrugged and turned to leave, but not before giving parting words. "I think I'm going to enjoy your presence here." To his delight, Harry found out that Lucius was still staring at him with unreadable expression on his face. "Good night, Lucius." Harry smirked and left. Harry almost couldn't believe the amount of homework he had. He, Ron and Hermione had to study every day now, and the lessons were getting more and more difficult each day. Luckily, for him, he didn't have any trouble at all practicing spell, verbal or non-verbal. In fact, he now was the best student in Transfiguration, Charms, and Defense Against the Dark Arts class. All he needed to do was to wave his wand. This happened after Voldemort was killed. Remus had told him that it might happen because Harry may absorb some of Voldemort's power, or because Harry had grown up now so he would be able to access all of his power. Since his confrontation with Lucius Malfoy, in which he called the man by his given name, Harry hadn't tried to do anything else. He would do it slowly so as not to raise suspicion. But much to Draco Malfoy's and Slytherin's annoyance, Harry now was the best student in Dada and therefore Lucius kept awarding him with house points. Ron couldn't stop laughing whenever that happened. Days passed and Harry was going to supervise Quidditch tryout. There are so many students who applied for it this year. He voiced his thought to Hermione and Ron during breakfast. Well, Hermione said, they want to see you, Harry. The entire wizarding world knows that Voldemort had returned and you killed him. She gestured to Daily Prophet in the table. And now they call you the Chosen One. Harry resisted the urge to bang his head on the table. Great, really great. Technically, he didn't kill Voldemort. Old Tom managed to kill himself. But everyone gave him the credit for it. And Harry, Hermione said again, now smiling slightly, the fact that you don't wear your glasses anymore, not to mention your new clothes, also helped to raise your popularity. You're a very attractive young man and I think all the girls and some boys at Hogwarts realize it now. Besides him, Ron choked on his drink. Harry was really annoyed to find that aside of Gryffindors, even Ravenclaws and Hufflepuff came to the pitch. Some even brought their camera. This wasn't a circus, and if Harry thought that Gryffindors would be better, he was mistaken. One girl, named Romilda Vane, ambushed him and asked for his autograph in the middle of Quidditch pitch. That's enough, he roared, finally lost his patience. All of you get out now. But in the end, Harry finally got the new team. Katie Bell obviously was chosen again as chaser, plus Demelza Robbins and Ginny. For beaters, Harry got Jimmy Peaks and Richie Coote. And for keeper, Ron. Although there was a problem with one stubborn boy named Cormac McLaggen, who insisted that he was a better keeper. Luckily, Ron managed to beat him the test. The Seeker, of course, was himself. The first Quidditch match was the game between Gryffindor and Slytherin. Harry had heard that Malfoy had been chosen as Slytherin captain. So, it was understood that Harry wanted to beat Slytherin. Especially with Malfoy taunting about how Harry chose Ron as keeper because of their friendship. Gryffindor did win the match and the look on Malfoy's face when Harry got the snitch was priceless. The only minus thing in the game was the commentator, Zacharias Smith, a Hufflepuff who Harry greatly disliked. Smith kept making insulting comments during the game. Ginny finally decided to teach him a lesson by crashing into him after the game ended. After Slytherin's loss to Gryffindor, Draco Malfoy's mood seemed to get worse every time he saw Harry. Ron and Hermione had realized it too, especially after a few Dada lesson in which Lucius gave points to Harry. Lucius was a fair teacher to both houses. He turned out to be a strict teacher and he punished them both harshly. Unlike Snape, who obviously favored his own house. When Lucius, once again, awarded Harry points for Gryffindor, Malfoy looked like he was ready to kill Harry. Harry knew it was only a time before Malfoy exploded and it happened, finally. Harry, Hermione, and Ron were on their way to Gryffindor Tower when they spotted Malfoy walking towards them. Malfoy had spotted them too, if his sneer was any indication. "Look who is this, the mighty Potter," Malfoy drawled, sneering at them. "Don't you have anything else to say, Malfoy?" Harry asked. Honestly, after 5 years of insulting each other, he thought Malfoy could come with better insult than that. Apparently, he was wrong. Malfoy's eyes narrowed. "Oh, you think you're great, don't you, Potter? Getting my father to favor you. What is your problem, Ferret?" Ron snapped. "Shut up, Weasel," Malfoy said, looking condescendingly at Ron. "I see that being the friend of the Chosen One hasn't improved your wealth at all. Being blood traitor definitely has no use at all for your family." "Still spouting blood supremacy, Malfoy?" Hermione asked. "One would think that you know better now." "I don't ask for your opinion, Mudblood," Malfoy spat. Harry and Hermione had to restrain Ron so that he didn't attack Malfoy. "It's only a matter of time, Potter. Do you think you could truly kill the Dark Lord?" Malfoy sneered. "He will return, and when he does you won't be so lucky. You will end up like your dog Godfather." It was as if someone had poured a bucket of ice towards Harry. Prang! The window glass in the corridor had exploded. Harry, Ron and Hermione screamed in unison. Anger ran through Harry. How dare this nothing-for-good idiot insulted Sirius like that, Malfoy, who always used his father as his ticket to get everything he wanted. Malfoy, on the other hand, looked scared. Potter, what did you do? What did you do to me? The blonde screamed. Apparently Harry's accidental magic had restrained him on the spot. Let me go, Potter, or I will. Harry cut him. Are you what, Malfoy? The shattered glass from the broken window floated around him, causing Hermione and Ron to stay in their place. They didn't dare to move closer. Are you will call you father, wasn't that what you're going to say? Harry stated coldly, walking closer to Malfoy. Always your father. You bought your place in Slytherin Quidditch team with the broom your father bought for you. You asked your father to fire Hagrid. Even Crabbe and Goyle befriended you because of your father. Not to mention that pug-face Parkinson. From the expression on Malfoy's face, Harry knew he had guessed right. Then again, why would those two follow Malfoy's every order if not because of Lucius? Harry could vaguely heard Ron and Hermione calling for him. But he ignored them. Stay away from me, Potter. Malfoy screamed. You're always bragging about Voldemort. Or should I call him Tom? Don't you know that Voldemort was half-blood? And to think that a pure blood like you was bowing down to key the robe of a half-blood. How ironic, Harry said. At the look of disbelief on Malfoy's face, Harry continued. But you didn't know about that, did you? I bet that you never attended Death Eater meeting. If you did, you would see with your own eyes, your father, the patriarch of Malfoy family, kneeling down to key Voldemort feet, Harry said sarcastically. Hard to imagine, huh? And what do you know about Death Eaters? Do you imagine it is pure blood conference? You're really naive, Malfoy. Do you know how Voldemort tortured his victims and his followers? Do you know how he killed them? Stop it, Potter. But no, all you knew you heard from Daddy Dearest and Aunt Bellatrix, right? What's the matter, Malfoy? Couldn't face the truth. You're nothing but a pathetic, weak person. Ron and Hermione were silent, so was with Malfoy, who was staring at Harry with wide gray eyes. You think that this Death Eater's business is a game, don't you? Well, let me tell you something. This is not a game. We're talking about people's life here. A life that Voldemort and those Death Eaters helped ruin. And the last, you're hoping that Voldemort would return again. If he were alive, Malfoy, you couldn't imagine what kind of punishment he would give to your family for you Daddy's failure in the ministry. Harry smirked. As for you, Malfoy, if you get in, you will never get out again. Unless if you're dead, of course. Whatever Harry wanted to say next was cut off. His cold steel voice interrupted them. That's enough. Harry turned. Standing in the corridor, looking as tall and intimidating as he always did, was Lucius Malfoy. Father. Draco Malfoy sounded beyond relief by his father's presence there. Lucius Malfoy's cold gray eyes took in his surroundings. His eyes fell to his son, who was held immobile in the middle of the corridor. Release my son right now, Mr. Potter. The obvious threat in his voice was so clear for Harry and anyone else who was listening to him. Not that Harry was scared, of course. But he released Malfoy nonetheless, and as he did so, the shattered glass that floated around him also fell to the floor. Harry waved his wand and the glass disappeared while the window fixed itself. Father, Potter attacked me, Malfoy said, almost running to hide behind his father back. Draco. Harry didn't miss the warning in Lucius' voice. Get back to your room and we will talk later. For a second, Malfoy looked like he was going to protest. In the end, he turned and left, but not before throwing one last look at Harry. What had happened here? Lucius asked, eyes glittering with cold fury. Attacking other student Mr. Potter. Don't you ever think that you could do everything you want now just because you are the chosen one? He provoked me, Harry replied flatly. I merely defended myself. Lucius clenched his knuckles. It was as if he was restraining himself not to hex Harry right here and right now. 50 points from Gryffindor in detention for 4 weeks. What? Ron exclaimed. Professor, it wasn't Harry's fault. Hermione said. Malfoy attacked us first, Ron argued. Leave us now, Ms. Granger, Mr. Weasley. Lucius ordered. What? Ron exclaimed. Again. No, I wouldn't leave him here alone with you. Lucius turned and regarded Ron coldly. 5 points from Gryffindor, Mr. Weasley. Ron opened and closed again his mouth. Apparently, he was too angry to say anything. I shall not repeat myself, Miss Granger, Mr. Weasley. Lucius sneered in disgust. Hermione looked torn, so Harry quickly interrupted. It's fine, Hermione, Ron. Ron opened his mouth again, wanting to protest, but Hermione elbowed him. We will wait for you, Harry, she said, and then dragged Ron away. Harry watched them until they disappeared from his sight before turning his attention to Lucius. What did you tell to my son, Mr. Potter? Lucius inquired. The truth, Harry answered. Lucius looked at him sharply. And what's the truth? The truth about Voldemort and who he really was, Harry said, taking out his wand. Lucius automatically took out his wand too. I'm not going to attack you, Professor, Harry said and waved his wand. Gold letters appeared on the air. Tom Marvolo Riddle, Harry read aloud. Then he waved his wand again to rearrange the letters to create anagram. I am Lord Voldemort, Harry said. Surely you know about that, Professor. Voldemort was a half-blood. It was true that he was the last descendant of Salazar Slytherin, but his father was a Muggle. It was a fact that he hated so much, that he killed his own father. After Sirius' death, Dumbledore had finally told Harry about Voldemort, past, showing him through the pensive about everything, including Voldemort's childhood and his rising to the Dark Lord many feared. This knowledge was really useful right now, Harry thought smugly. Although the knowledge that he and Tom actually was still a distant relative truly freaked him out. Harry knew that pureblood families were connected to each other because of marriage, but this was too much. Harry and Tom, through the Gaunt family, were connected because they both were descendants of Peverell family. It was the fact that he didn't plan to tell anyone yet. Professor Dumbledore had said that it might explain Harry's ability able to speak and understand Parseltongue. And to the world, Harry continued, Tom posed himself as a pureblood. I think that's how he managed to persuade most of pureblood families to serve him. Just fill them with all those pureblood supremacy stuff and they would eat it up. If looks could kill, Harry would be dead by now. Okay, looks could kill if it was Basilisk staring at him right now, but Lucius wasn't a basilisk, so Harry was safe. Isn't it ironic that those purebloods, including you, were bowing down to key the robe of a half-blood you all claim to hate? Lucius glared at him for several long moments without responding. You speak nonsense, he finally declared. Deny it all you want, but that's the truth. Weren't you the one who suggested me to learn about the difference between life and dreams, Professor? Harry asked, reminding Lucius about their encounter at the Ministry of Magic. The dream I had was a fake one. But not the others before. I was in his head. I know how he treated you all. My slippery friend. Voldemort called you that, Professor. But you and I both know that you're far from being his friend. Here Harry smiled. He could see how uncomfortable Lucius was with the topic now. He felt no desire or need for human companionship or friendship. He was nothing but a raging psychopath, devoid of the normal human responses to other people's suffering. Actually, Harry was a bit odd with himself that he managed to speak this long with Lucius and the blonde man did nothing aside of staring him. As for yourself, at the first you might truly serve him, but after his second rise you only served him out of fear for your family. Which reminds me that you should be thankful that he's dead now. Just imagine what kind of punishment he would give for your failure at the ministry. And the last, Professor, a little advice from me, you should teach your son better. It's highly time for him to get out from whatever fantasy land you have created for him. Now, excuse me, Professor. I have to go. Harry had told Lucius his point of view. He had to see the blonde reaction and then plan the next step. It's wonderful story you told me, Mr. Potter. But still, a fairy tale is a fairy tale. Lucius stared at him. 50 points from Gryffindor for talking back to a teacher. The blonde said and left. Harry went back to Gryffindor common room and found that Ron and Hermione were waiting for him. Harry, Ron and Hermione exclaimed in unison when they saw him. Are you okay? Hermione asked, concerned about the well-being of his best friend. Malfoy didn't do something to you, right? Ron asked, eyes narrowing suspiciously. No, I'm fine, Harry said. He didn't do anything to me. This is Lucius Bloody Malfoy we're talking about. Ron protested. He's capable of anything, the red-headed said hotly. No, we're merely arguing and, Harry grimaced here, he took another 50 points from Gryffindor. "Oh, Harry," Hermione said. "That's unfair," Ron shouted. "It was fair at fault. 100 points in one day," Hermione commented, already thinking about how to get those points back. "It wasn't Harry's fault," Ron said again fiercely. Malfoy insulted Sirius. Here, he suddenly stopped and looked at Harry. Hermione too, realized Ron's mistake. Harry," Ron began. "I didn't mean to, you know." "It's okay," Harry said. He could accept Sirius' death now, even though he wouldn't be able to accept it if anyone insulted his godfather. "So, have you done Transfiguration homework?" Ron, relieved by the change of topic, quickly answered. "No, actually I was hoping if I could borrow Hermione's homework." "Ronald Weasley," Hermione yelled. Gryffindors were shocked the next day when they found out that Gryffindor lost 100 points in one day. But soon, they were grumbling when Ron told them the story. Harry smiled at this. It was quite fun to watch actually. Days passed and Harry had already done his detention with Lucius. The blonde man only ordered him to help checking the first and second year homework. And Harry would be talking while doing that. At first, Lucius told him to shut up, but when Harry continued, the blonde let him. And after that, Lucius finally responded to him. Mostly they were arguing all the time. As Harry always suspected, Lucius had a vast knowledge and soon he found that they were talking about many different topics. It was weird because this was the man who had tried to kill him numerous times and yet now they're talking and arguing at each other. Harry never saw anything from Lucius aside of his sneers or his insulting words. Not to mention the death threats. But Lucius actually could be very charming if he wanted to. Harry knew how charming and how utterly persuasive Lucius could be. But to be the witness to that was something Harry never thought he would see. Maybe that's how Lucius behaved around his wife and his son. It was near Christmas and today was the last defense against the dark arts lesson Harry had before the Christmas holiday. He was going to spend it at Grimmauld Place in the Burrow. And tomorrow, Harry, Ron and Hermione would go to Hogsmeade to buy their Christmas presents. "Class is dismissed," Lucius said. Slytherins and Gryffindors gathered their things and then walked out of the class, excited of the coming holiday. Harry truly hoped that something wouldn't happen at Christmas this year. Adventures, merriment and tragedy had surrounded all the Christmas holidays during Harry's 5 years of wizarding school. He had enough of that. Harry could feel the holiday atmosphere that surrounded Hogwarts. The Great Hall was decorated with 12 large Christmas trees brought in by Hagrid and festooned by Professors McGonagall and Flitwick in various ways. Harry, Ron, and Hermione were already on their way to Great Hall when Harry realized that he had left his Dada note at the class. So Harry told Hermione and Ron to go to lunch without him. He needed to go to Dada class to get his notes first. Thinking that nobody was left in the classroom, Harry didn't bother to knock. To his surprise, he found that Lucius Malfoy was still in the classroom. "What do you want, Mr. Potter?" Lucius said coolly, inclining his head slightly. "I just want to get my notes, Professor," Harry replied. Lucius nodded and Harry, after seeing it, went to his desk. After retrieving his notes, Harry was about to leave when suddenly a thought occurred. "Professor," Harry addressed Lucius. Lucius lifted his head from his work. "What is it?" he asked coldly, annoyed by Harry's interruption. "I'm just wondering, Professor, about the loose Death Eaters outside," Harry said. "Where are they hiding now?" "You should satisfy your curiosity with the Aurors. I believe they're trained to capture dark wizards," Lucius sarcastically replied. "I'm curious about one certain rat actually," Harry said. "He is useless now, right? Nobody would question his absence. Many would simply think that he escaped again, like he did long time ago." This time, Harry couldn't keep the bitterness out of his voice. And that got Lucius' attention. "So I'm thinking, maybe, someone could give it to me." Lucius' mouth twitched in response. "If you want rat Mr. Potter you should visit Magical Menagerie." "That's too bad." Looking straight at Lucius' eyes, Harry replied. "I would really appreciate it if someone is willing to present that as my Christmas gift." Harry looked at his Christmas gift list. It was quite long. Today, he, Hermione and Ron would go to Hogsmeade to buy Christmas presents. They would go together and then split so they wouldn't find out about the others' presents. Ron, especially, was really excited about this because apparently his mother had sent him money to buy presents with. Harry suspected that the money came from Fred and George. "Harry, are you ready?" Ron asked enthusiastically. Harry put the list into his pocket. "Yes, Ron." Together they walked out from the dorm. Hermione was already waiting for them. "So, we will meet again at 3 Broomsticks at 4 p.m. Hermione said. "Okay, Hermione," Ron agreed. Harry looked at his list. So far, he had bought present for everyone on the list except for Remus and was confused as what to buy for him. He walked through the array of shops. Maybe he could find something. Harry looked around him. Hogsmeade still looked like a Christmas card. The little thatched cottages and shops were all covered in a layer of crisp snow. There were holly wreaths on the doors and strings of enchanted candles hanging in the trees. He liked this place. He kept walking around and saw a jewelry shop. He decided to enter it. Maybe he could find something for Remus there. "Welcome to Cartier Jewelry Shop, sir," the sales girl at the counter said. She wore elegant back robe with silver trimmings. "Can I help you, sir?" she asked. She didn't recognize Harry, which was a good thing. He wore a hat today, so there was no way the girl could see his scar. Also, he didn't wear his glasses anymore, so he didn't quite fit the image of the bespectacled boy who lived. It was a good thing Daily Prophet hadn't gotten a new picture of him in a while. The last thing he wanted was to attract people's attention or to get free things in all the shops he went to. Last time he went to Diagon Alley, the shop owners refused to accept his money. "I'm looking for something for my godfather," Harry explained. Well, he didn't lie. After Sirius' death, Remus had taken over the post. "This way, sir," the girl said, walking to one of the counters there. "We have watch, male jewelry and brooch," she explained. Harry walked forward to get a better look. His eyes fell to the watch. "Good taste, sir," the girl began. "It's a white gold goblin-made watch. It also functions as compass, calendar, and light. You don't need Tempus or Lumos spell anymore." "I will take this," Harry said. Since it was made of white gold, it wouldn't hurt Remus. He also bought one watch for himself. Harry already paid the watches when he saw something that caught his attention. This time he found a brooch in phoenix shape. The sales girl, pleased of getting such a royal customer, began her explanation. "It's also a white gold goblin-made brooch. The eyes, however, are made from sapphire." "I will take this too," Harry said. "Could you wrap this one for me?" "Right away, sir," she replied. "Oh," Harry said, "could you wrap it using red paper and gold ribbon?" Even though she found the request was rather odd, she didn't say anything. "Of course, sir." After jewelry shop, Harry went to the post office. He needed to send the gift so it will arrive right on Christmas Day. After that, he went to 3 Broomsticks to meet Ron and Hermione. They were already there. "Over here, Harry," Ron said, waving his hand. "Sorry guys," Harry said. "Were you waiting for me?" he asked as he took a seat at the booth. "No, it's fine," Hermione said. "We've just arrived too." "So, have both you bought everything on the lists?" Harry asked. "Yeah," Ron said, beaming. "So did I," Hermione responded with a warm smile. For Harry, this was the first Christmas he had without Voldemort interruption. Harry would go back to Grimmauld Place first before joining Ron in the Burrow. Harry had even invited Hermione's parents to join him, to which they accepted. They would join Harry later. Fleur, once again, helped decorating the place. Harry liked her in spite of everything Hermione and Ginny said about her. The entire house was full of Christmas decorations. A giant Christmas tree adorned every living room. And a poinsettia, a traditional Christmas plant, graced the stairs at the front door. The Burrow was the same way. Christmas decorations had made their appearance already, overrunning the place and proclaiming to the world that the Weasleys thoroughly enjoyed the season. Harry spent his time alternating between Grimmauld Place and the Burrow. He and Ron were playing chess when, suddenly, Mrs. Weasley entered the living room, face panicked. "What's Mum?" Ron asked. "Your father just called. Death Eaters attacked the Brockdale Bridge. The bridge broke into two, causing dozens of cars to fall into the rivers and injured hundreds of Muggles." Mrs. Weasley explained. "So, The remaining Death Eaters finally made a move. Harry briefly wondered if Lucius was involved in this. Fred and George, who just entered the room, fell silent. And Harry, Mrs. Weasley continued, Bellatrix Lestrange was spotted there. The Aurors suspect that she's the one who planned the attack. Are you okay, Harry? Ron looked at him with concern. Bellatrix was a sore topic with Harry. The same with Wormtail. Was she captured? Harry managed to ask. No, Mrs. Weasley said with a sad shake of her head. She managed to escape again. This will be a big problem. Bill and Fleur joined them. Now that they're attacking Muggle, Brockdale Bridge is vital for Muggle transportation. Don't worry, Harry, Fred said, squeezing his shoulder. Yeah, Harry, George added, smiling mischievously. After all, there were only 6 of you, against those slimy Death Eaters in the Ministry, but you won, Harry. Yeah, Fred said, you should call us next time, Harry. We're going to kick their ass. Language, young man, Mrs. Weasley scolded. Mum, it's the truth, Fred protested. Yeah, we're so going to beat them. Just like you beat you-know-who, George added. Harry burst into laughter and Ron wasn't far behind. Bill snickered and Fleur smiled. Mrs. Weasley, however, shrieked at her twin son, Fred and George Weasley. But Harry felt better after that. The next day Daily Prophet made it as its headline. Death Eaters attack Brockdale Bridge. Hundreds of Muggles injured. Harry read aloud. Harry looked up from the newspaper. Yes, Mrs. Weasley, he asked. You have a guest, Mrs. Weasley said. She looked nervous, which was weird. Confused, Harry wondering who was the person who visited him this early in the morning. It's the Minister of Magic, Cornelius Fudge, Mrs. Weasley told him. What? Ron bellowed. Mr. Weasley and Percy got up from their chairs. What does he want? Mr. Weasley asked. I don't know, Arthur, but he's looking for Harry, Mrs. Weasley replied. Harry got up from his chair. It's okay, Mrs. Weasley. I'll speak with him, Harry said. It turned out that Fudge wanted Harry to act as spokesperson for the Ministry. Harry flatly refused. He still remembered all too well about how Fudge didn't believe him at all and called him a liar, then how Daily Prophet had published story which portrayed him as crazy, attention-seeking boy. And lastly, was that Toad Umbridge. For everything that had happened last year, Umbridge was Harry's biggest disappointment. If anything, Umbridge finally showed Harry about the real Ministry of Magic. A department full of corruption. Personally, Harry thought that Fudge was an idiot to think that he would ever help him again. After he saw what Fudge was really like, he came to conclusion that many problems in the wizarding world actually came from bureaucrats at the Ministry. The fact that Fudge allowed Umbridge to rule was enough proof for Harry of that. I suppose he wants to get elected again, Mr. Weasley commented after Harry told them about Fudge's purpose. The election for Minister of Magic will be held next year, in April. And then the elected Minister of Magic will assume the position in June, Percy explained. The candidates are Cornelius Fudge and Rufus Scrimgeour, the current head of Aurors. Scrimgeour is now the strongest candidate, Mr. Weasley said. Many people are displeased with the way Fudge handles the government, especially after the Ministry fiasco. You're right, Harry, and he was wrong, yet he doesn't admit it. Meanwhile, Scrimgeour is well known as a you-know-who hater. Most of people will vote for him now. So he wants to gain people's sympathy, Harry concluded. If I agree, he hopes to influence the public's opinion so he will be elected again. Exactly, Mr. Weasley said. Never, Harry told him. Yeah, Ron agreed. Let him rot in hell, he said hotly. Ronald Weasley, Mrs. Weasley reprimanded her son. But Mum, it's the truth, Ron protested. He called Harry a liar in Daily Prophet. And now he wants Harry to help him. That's crazy. Someone at St. Mungo's should check his brain, George commented. Harry totally agreed with George. Fudge must have lost his mind. Hermione and her parents came to Grimmauld Place one day before Christmas. Mr. Weasley was really happy to meet them. Harry knew he couldn't wait to ask all kinds of questions about the Muggle life. Harry turned to Hermione. Apparently, Ron had told her about Fudge's visit. She also agreed that Fudge might have lost it. Ron nodded his head in agreement vehemently. Hey Harry, she said thoughtfully. Yeah, he looked at Hermione. He knew that she probably had planned something because of the way she talked. "I'm thinking that maybe you should give another interview on Quibbler," Hermione said. "What?" Ron asked, confused. "Why? Everything the public knows about Voldemort comes from the Daily Prophet. And you know that the newspaper will print whatever story that suits the ministry, not something that is always the truth." She began. Harry nodded. That made sense. Ron was also listening with full of attention now. "Fudge tried to portray you as a mentally unstable teenager last year, and I have to admit that he was quite successful in doing that. Even though the public know the truth, if they're bombarded with the same story every day they would start to believe it. Just look at Seamus," Hermione said. "He has known you for 4 years and shares the same dorm with you then." Suddenly, he believed those lies. What about the public? Now Harry understood Hermione's idea. "I'm sick of getting news only from Daily Prophet. They only print whatever sensational story that would sell papers or whatever Fudge wants them to print," Hermione said, making Harry and Ron to look at her. "You will tell them the truth with Quibbler, Harry," she continued. "All about Fudge's refusal to believe you and about the battle at the Department of Mysteries. Everything. And my opinion about Voldemort," Harry added. Hermione and Ron looked at him. "It's time for public to know who he really was," Harry said. "People were and still are afraid of his name, which is absurd." Harry looked at Ron as he said that, making Ron flush a bit. "It's true that he was powerful, but I don't think that if the entire wizarding world banded together that they wouldn't be able to beat him. People were afraid of him because they believed he was more powerful than they were. He walked on them because they let him. Just think, even Malfoys, Blacks and other pureblood family that always thought that they were better than others let old Tom to order them around like a house elves," Harry said. So, the plan was formed. After Christmas holiday, they would speak to Luna about publishing Harry's interview in the Quibbler. The interview, Harry, Ron, and Hermione simultaneously agreed, should be published a week before the elections. Fudge could say goodbye to his minister position now, Harry thought in satisfaction. Christmas Eve was splendid with so many guests that the house was overflowing. There were smiles and laughter everywhere. Harry was happy. He dropped himself to the bed and fell asleep almost instantly. When he woke up next morning it was because someone was jumping in his bed. Groaning, he opened his eyes. It was Ron, who was sitting on his bed with Hermione. "It's Christmas, Harry," Ron yelled. "Time to open present." "Honestly, Ron," Hermione said, rolling her eyes in exasperation. "Merry Christmas, Harry," she said. "Merry Christmas to Hermione," Harry replied. After opening his presents, Harry, Ron, and Hermione went to downstairs to have breakfast. Bill, Fleur, Remus, Tonks, Percy, Fred, George, Mr. and Mrs. Granger were already seated on the chair. Mr. Weasley was also in the room, but he was too busy with his Muggle helicopter toy to notice anything or anyone else. It was Harry's Christmas gift to him. He decided he would give him the remote control toy this year after he found out that Mr. Weasley's biggest ambition was to find out how airplanes could fly. "Harry," Remus exclaimed when he saw him. "Thank you for the gift. But you don't need to buy something that's so expensive." Harry smiled. Typical of Remus, always worrying about him. Remus was so different from Sirius in many aspects, and he loved him like he had loved Sirius. "It's okay, Remus," he said. "I hope that you like it." "I do. Thank you, Harry," Remus said once again. After Sirius' death, Remus was the only one left from the Marauders, his parents' friends. He never considered Wormtail, that traitor, in that group. Somehow, he always felt connection with them. Harry had put the picture of his parents in their wedding day in display so he could always see them. Now, he could see them in his mind. His father, his mother, Sirius, and Remus, all were waving happily to the camera, never knowing that soon the happiness will be torn apart. Harry shook his head. It was Christmas and he really didn't need this gloomy thought now. So he went to sit in front of Hermione. Ron sat beside him. Later on, Harry had just filled his plate with food when Mrs. Weasley came from the kitchen. She brought a present with her, a box wrapped with green paper and silver ribbon. "This was sent to the Burrow for you, Harry," she explained. Harry peeked up at her. "Who sent it?" he asked, frowning. "We don't know. Apparently because Grimmauld Place is still under the Fidelius charm, it couldn't be sent here, so the sender messaged it to the Burrow. Harry instantly became suspicious. Don't worry, Harry. Remus had checked it earlier and there's no dark magic. Oh, okay. Thank you, Mrs. Weasley, Harry said. He took the present then opened it. When he unwrapped it, Harry couldn't believe his eyes. He blinked once, then he blinked again, then he pinched his right arm, just to be sure. Ouch. That was hurt. That proved wasn't dreaming. Then Harry began to laugh. Hermione and Ron looked at him oddly. Harry, Hermione asked, confused. Are you okay, mate? Ron asked. Harry only laughed louder. Hermione and Ron were really worried by now. Why was their best friend laughing like that? Ron's gaze fell to the half-opened present on his friend's lap. He couldn't see what was inside, so he craned his neck to take a better look. And then he screamed. Ron, Hermione said, appalled. What was wrong with these two? Dad, Mum, Remus, Tonks, Ron screamed. Get here now. Now, Harry and Ron got the whole attention. Remus walked closer, his face worried. That, Ron pointed to the present. Remus was confused. He didn't detect any dark magic earlier. Although, maybe he should have checked for any magic, not just dark magic. Hoping that Harry was okay, he cautiously asked, Harry, can you tell me what the present is? Instead of answering, Harry merely took his present out. It was a small cage, and inside it there was an unmistakable creature. Shocked gasps filled the dining room. Meanwhile Remus went pale. Trapped inside the cage was a thin gray rat. Wormtail. Meanwhile, at the same time but in the different place, Lucius Malfoy opened the present that was sent to him. An unknown owl, that Lucius recognized came from Hogsmeade Post Office, came to deliver it in the morning. He then ordered his house elf to put the present on his desk on his study room since he didn't want his wife or his son seeing it. After breakfast, he went into his study. Even without the sender name, he knew the person who sent it. There was a small black box inside with Cartier carved on the surface. Inside it, he found a white gold brooch in the shape of a phoenix. Lucius turned his attention to the red paper and gold ribbon that had been wrapped around the small box. Trust a Gryffindor to use their color, he thought distastefully. But maybe he couldn't complain. After all, his present to the boy was also wrapped in green paper and silver ribbon. Chaos erupted in the Burrows. Aurors were called and Wormtail was given Veritaserum so that he confessed every crime he had committed in the past. Unfortunately, for Harry and the Aurors, Wormtail didn't know about Death Eater's whereabouts, which wasn't surprising, considering his low rank in Voldemort's circle. But that was fine with Harry. As long as the slimy rat was shipped to Azkaban, he wouldn't complain. The person who betrayed his parents was finally given the proper punishment. This was enough for him. At least for now anyway. Harry allowed a small smile of satisfaction to curve up the corners of his mouth. He had to thank Lucius Malfoy for that. He had been only half joking when he had that conversation with Lucius. He didn't think that Lucius would take his words seriously. But, who was he to complain? Of course, Ron, Hermione, Remus and the others had speculated about the mysterious person who sent Wormtail, but Harry merely said that he didn't have any idea about it. Harry, Ron said suddenly, I knew it. The present come from Professor Dumbledore. His statement was met with twin incredulous look. What made you think so? Harry asked. Yes, Ron, Hermione added. Why don't you explain your brilliant idea to us? Well, it's Christmas and Professor Dumbledore knew that you'll be happy if we manage to catch Wormtail. Ron explained his theory. Hermione snorted. That's impossible. If Professor Dumbledore were the one who caught Wormtail, that would mean he would have to know the whereabouts of Death Eaters. Oh, Ron was visibly deflated by the logic. And not to mention the fact, Hermione continued, Wormtail was clearly meant to be Harry's Christmas present. She said, staring at Harry. Harry suspected that Hermione already had a hunch about the sender's identity. He wasn't mistaken. As soon as Ron left the room, Hermione turned to him. Well, Harry, she said at last. What? He asked, feigning innocence. You obviously know the sender, Hermione stated. And who is the sender? He asked. It's obvious. It's Lucius Malfoy, she declared. The people who sent this obviously know about Death Eater's hiding. So either he is a spy, which is impossible since Snape hates you. At that, Harry almost burst out laughing. Snape send him Christmas present. Maybe there would be a snow in August. Or he is a Death Eater. And the only one you've interacted in the past few months is Lucius Malfoy, Hermione concluded. Not to mention that he keep looking at you whenever nobody's paying attention. He does? Harry asked, delighted by the news. He knew that Lucius was looking at him of course, but not to this degree. Yes, it's more like he's accessing you. Trying to figure you out. And Harry, she regarded him steadily, you also do the same thing. You keep looking at him too. Well, Harry couldn't deny that. And now he gives you this. What is going on, Harry? She asked, clearly worried. I knew you must be planning something when you suggested hiring him as our Dada professor. Are you planning to recruit him? Hermione demanded. Her look showed what she thought of such an idea. Harry smiled. He indeed planned to recruit Lucius, but not in the way Hermione thought. Something like that, he said finally. I hope you know what you're doing, Harry, she said quietly. Don't worry, Hermione, Harry assured her. Everything will be fine. She shot a suspicious look at him but didn't say anything. The news about Wormtail's arrest was published in Daily Prophet, and the next day the Death Eaters attacked again. Most of people thought that the Death Eaters wanted to avenge their master death, but Harry knew better. They wanted to show that they weren't afraid of the Ministry and the Aurors. More attacks happened over the next several days. Death Eaters attacked West Country using giants, then they attacked Madame Bones and Emmeline Vance. Luckily, they both managed to escape with their lives. A few days after New Year, Harry, Ron, Hermione, and Ginny went back to Hogwarts. They used Night Bus to take them to King Cross Station. Take care of yourself, Harry, Mrs. Weasley said. Don't worry, Mrs. Weasley. You know me, I like to live in peace, he replied, earning laugh from Ron. After tearful farewell from Mrs. Weasley, they all boarded the train where they Lucius and Draco Malfoy. Apparently, Lucius had joined them on the ride with Hogwarts Express. Harry's eyes fell to the brooch Lucius wore. He smirked inwardly seeing it. Well, at least, his Christmas present wasn't a waste then. I'm glad to be here, Ron said, looking around him. They were in the Great Hall now. Harry felt the same too. Hogwarts was always a home for him. The new semester began peacefully with wonderful surprise for 6th-year students. Announcement for apparition course. Harry, Hermione, and Ron joined the bunch of students who wanted to register their names. So, apparition, Ron said, must be cool, Well, I don't know, Harry said doubtfully. From his experience using wizarding transportation such as portkeys and the flow, Harry doubted he would enjoy apparition. I hope I can pass the test at the first time, Ron said, looking worried now. You will if you study, Ron, Hermione said. Hermione, Ron protested in a scandalized tone. Apparition is different from school homework. Yeah, right, she replied sarcastically. Fred and George passed the test at the first time, Ron said. But Charlie failed, right? Harry asked. Yeah, but Charlie has bigger body than I am, Ron replied, frowning. So, Fred and George didn't tease him. Well, at least they didn't tease Charlie to his face. When we're going to have the test? Harry asked. When we're 17, Hermione answered. Okay, Harry said, but we still can't apparate here. Who cares? Ron commented. Everyone will know that I can apparate if I want to. Honestly, Ron, scolded Hermione. You're a prefect, she reminded him. They were arguing while their way to the Great Hall. Much to Harry's annoyance, he had to sit beside Lavender Brown during breakfast because it was the only empty seat left. Hermione gave him a sympathetic look. Ooh, look at him, Lavender said suddenly, surprising Harry. He is so handsome today, Parvati Patil commented, looking at the staff table as she said so. Yeah, Lavender agreed enthusiastically, always looking good, Professor Malfoy. Ron choked on his drink. What? He demanded. Are you two insane? He asked them. He is a Death Eater. He almost killed us in the Ministry. Ron snapped. Lavender rolled her eyes. We do know that, and we hate him because of that. But that doesn't change the fact that he's handsome. Right, Parvati. Parvati nodded. Ron looked at them in disbelief, then turned to Harry, as if he was asking Harry about their mental health. Harry merely shrugged. Ron asked the wrong person here. Harry truly didn't understand most of the girls. Just look at his experience with Cho. And Cho was okay in his eyes. Unlike Lavender and Parvati, who spent their time gossiping about boys, cosmetics, and whatever topic interested them. It was easier for him to understand Hermione or Ginny, for example. But even Harry had to admit that Lucius Malfoy was indeed a handsome man. Tall, perfectly proportioned and leanly muscled, with his silver hair. Even though Wormtail had been a pleasant surprise, that wasn't enough to redeem the man in his eyes. Harry hadn't forgotten the things Lucius did in his past or the way Lucius spoke about killing Neville in the Department of Mysteries. Months ago, the man would have killed him without any hesitation if he were given the chance. But for now Harry had to thank him for giving him Wormtail as his Christmas present. He had to show Lucius his appreciation, right? Wormtail was just a beginning. Harry planned to take everything he could from the man. After breakfast, they went to their Dada class. Lucius was already in the class, waiting for them. Today, we are going to learn about Dementor, Lucius stated. Is there anyone who could explain Dementors to us? The blonde man drawled. Harry raised his hand. He could see Hermione did the same. Mr. Potter, a Dementor is a dark creature. They feed off human happiness, and thus cause depression and despair to any who are in close proximity to them. They are also capable of consuming a person's soul, leaving their victims in a permanent vegetative state, and thus are often referred to as soul-beeping fiends. Harry explained. Very well said, Mr. Potter. Lucius said. One of the ways to shield oneself from Dementor is to use Patronus charm to drive them away. The conjured Patronus protects the witch or wizard that summoned it, obeys his or her commands, and fades away shortly after it is no longer required. When conjured, a Patronus appears silvery, ethereal, and semi-transparent. Improperly formed Patronuses range from momentary formless bursts of silvery mist to poorly defined forms that are easily defeated or quickly dissipate on their own. A full-fledged Patronus takes on a fixed animal form that is often significant to the witch or wizard casting the charm. He explained. Harry was impressed by Lucius' explanation. The blonde really knew about what he was talking. The spell requires the use of a wand, concentration on a powerfully happy memory, and the incantation is E Expecto Patronum. Lucius continued. I might have to warn you. The Patronus charm is advanced magic and difficult to master, especially in emotionally difficult circumstances. Some of you, he sneered here, won't be able to conjure it at all. Harry suppressed his smile at that statement. Lucius didn't know that he had taught the member of DA about how to conjure a Patronus. A demonstration perhaps, Mr. Potter. Harry recognized the challenge there. Of course, Professor, he replied. He could see that Ron was grinning from the corner of his eyes. Expecto Patronum, Harry intoned, and everyone watched as Silver Stag appeared from his wand. The stag ran across the class before returning to Harry. 5 points to Gryffindor, Lucius drawled. Now, I want all of you to try the charm. By the end of the class, only Gryffindors managed to produce the charm. It was understandable since they all attended DA the year before. The Slytherins were glaring daggers at Harry as they left the class, Draco Malfoy especially. Malfoy actually didn't do anything to Harry, Ron or Hermione since their last confrontation. He merely glared at them but refrained from saying anything. Harry suspected that Lucius had a talk with his son. He stayed behind because he wanted to talk with the man. What is it, Mr. Potter? Lucius asked. Busy holiday, Professor, Harry inquired. It's none of your concern, Lucius retorted, glaring at him. Probably not, Harry said. Anyway, I only want to say thank for your Christmas present. I give nothing to you, Lucius replied coldly. If you say so, Harry said, shrugging. Anyway, I'm wondering here, Professor. You ordered us to conjure Patronus, but yet you didn't give us any demonstration. So, I'm thinking that, he paused, giving Lucius speculative look. Is it possible that you couldn't conjure it? And what make you come to this conclusion? Lucius asked, eyes glittering with cold fury. The fact that you're a Death Eater, Harry answered bluntly. I'm not a Death Eater. Voldemort cast Imperius Curse at me so I would do his bidding. I have been cleared of all charges. No doubt because of your generous donation to our dear Minister of Magic, Harry said mockingly. But before Lucius had opportunity to say something, Harry cut him off. Please spare me whatever spontaneous lie that is about to come gushing forth from your forked tongue, Professor. Lucius' eyes widened in shock before his expression went back to neutral. Harry would bet his entire wealth that nobody dared to speak with Lucius Malfoy with such disrespect, except probably Voldemort, but Harry didn't count him. The fact that you use Imperius Curse as your defense is the biggest joke I've ever heard. Harry said. The followers of Tom consisted of various kind of person. Weak people who look for protection. Psychopaths who is attracted to cruelness such as your dear sister-in-law. And ambitious people who seek for power. You obviously fit into the last category. Not to mention that you hate Muggles and consider yourself superior to them. Like you would ever need Imperius Curse to join Tom. Harry would have continued, but a bell sound alerted him that he had to go to his next class. Well, I have to go now, Professor. See you later. He was about to open the door when Lucius called him. He turned in time to see the man raised his wand. Expecto Patronum, Lucius drawled. Silver Falcon appeared from the tip of his wand and flew across the room before landing on Lucius' outstretched left hand. Very nice, Professor, Harry commented. Never make any assumption about me. You would be surprised. Lucius then smirked knowingly. I know what you want from me, Mr. Potter. Really? Harry asked. Then that would make everything more interesting. Lucius smiled suddenly. And it was a genuine smile, the first time Harry ever seen him to such a thing. Harry knew for sure that Lucius seemed to have a permanent sneering expression on his face ever since they met a few years ago. He hated to admit that the smile made Lucius look younger than his true age, but it did. Much younger, and much more attractive than before. We will see who will come out as the winner in the end, Lucius said. Indeed, Lucius, Harry said and turned to leave. Lucius sat back on his chair, thinking about the conversation he just had with Potter. But he was also thinking about everything that had happened since their encounter at the Department of Mysteries to their Christmas present exchange. Things happened too fast and went out of control. Months ago, he would have killed the brat without any hesitation at all. But now he wasn't that sure anymore. If someone told him year ago that he would be teaching at Hogwarts and give Potter a Christmas present, he would Crucio-ed the person to death. All of this was happened because of one brat who refused to die. Lucius smirked. Precocious child, he said in fond amusement, such a precocious child. Harry, Ron, and Hermione had their first apparition lesson at the beginning of February. Because of the heavy rain, the lesson was held in the Great Hall. Good morning, a wizard from the ministry said. I'm Wilkie Twycross and I'm your apparition instructor for the next 12 weeks, he said. Apparition is a magical method of transportation, and is basically magical teleportation, having the user focus on a desired location in their mind, then disappear from their current location and instantly reappear at their desired location. It is, by far, the fastest way to get to one's desired destination, he told the students. And now, I want you to arrange your standing position, Twycross said again. The Great Hall was buzzing as students arranged their standing positions. Professor McGonagall, Snape, Flitwick, and Sprout were watching them. Thank you, Twycross said, and now, he waved his hand and small red carpet appeared on the floor in front of each student. Remember the 3 Ds, students. Destination, determination and deliberation. Step 1. Fix your mind firmly upon the desired destination. Step 2. Focus your determination to occupy the visualized space. Let your yearning to enter it flood from your mind to every particle of your body. Step 3. And only when I give the command, turn on the spot, feeling your way into nothingness, moving with deliberation. On my command, now. Harry looked at the carpet in front of him. Okay, so he only needed to step at it. Harry closed his eyes and turned around. He felt nothing actually, but when he opened his eyes he was already standing on the red carpet. Wonderful. Twycross had seen him apparently. Mr. Potter here has succeeded in his first try. Now, why don't you try again, Mr. Potter? Harry took a deep breath and then vanished from his spot. He appeared a second later in front of the Great Hall. He still didn't feel anything at all. Harry was glad about it since he disliked flowing and portkeys greatly. So maybe he could choose apparition as his way of transportation. Wonderful, Twycross said again. Why don't you follow Mr. Potter lead here? The lesson continued and, aside of Susan Bones's splinching, nothing special happened. Harry was the only one who managed to apparate at the first lesson. Are you ready, Harry? Hermione asked. I'm coming, Hermione, he replied. Today, he, Ron, Hermione, and Luna were going to Hogsmeade to do an interview with Rita Skeeter. The woman accepted their proposal grudgingly, seeing as she had no other choice or Hermione would expose her secret to the Ministry. Hermione had insisted that he wear the clothes she picked for him. They consisted of white shirt and gray trouser, added by black belt and black shoes. He looked very formal in his opinion. But Harry liked it. After his shopping trip with Remus in London, Harry found out that he liked the simple and casual classic look, so he bought his clothes accordingly. He ran his hand through his hair. His hair had been cut short, so it was easier for him to manage and not quite as messy as it was before. Just imagine Daniel Radcliffe's hair in Order of the Phoenix the movie. Merlin's beard. Ron muttered when he saw Harry. You look like Malfoy, he exclaimed. What? Harry asked, puzzled. Which part of him that looked like Malfoy anyway? I mean that you dress like Malfoy, Ron corrected. They always look so formal. The redhead explained. Hermione, however, had different opinion. You look perfect, Harry, a confident young man who knows what he is doing. What? Ron asked in confusion. Honestly, Ron, Hermione rolled her eyes. Rita is going to take Harry's picture, so he has to appear his best, she explained. Have you ever seen Fudge dressed in rags whenever he shows up in the public? Politicians have a reason to look good in the public eyes. Appearance does help deliver the message and sway their opinion. Oh, Ron muttered in understanding. Hermione eyed him critically. Roll your sleeves, Harry, she ordered. I want you to look formal but not too formal. Harry did as she told him. Good, Hermione nodded in satisfaction. Shall we go? Luna will join us in the Three Broomstick later. As they walked to Hogsmeade, many pairs of eyes turned their direction to stare at Harry. Some of them even pointed at him, much to his annoyance. Along the way, they also met Lavender Brown and Parvati Patil. Oh my, Lavender squealed in delight when she saw him. Parvati looked like she couldn't believe her eyes. Hey Harry, Lavender called him. Do you want to join us at Hogsmeade? She asked. No, Lavender, Harry replied. Maybe next time, but thanks to the offer. He tried to decline her invitation as polite as he could. Oh, okay then. Call us whenever you have time, Harry. She then leaned closer to Parvati, whispering something to the girl. No doubt about him. He got away from them as fast as he could, trying not to hear two teenage girls snickering significantly. Then they met Lucius Malfoy and his son. Malfoy's eyes widened when he saw Harry. Lucius, Harry noticed, looked at him up and down, from his head to his toe. Ugh, Ron complained. The Malfoys again. The redhead quickly steered them away. But Harry still felt Lucius stare against his back until they entered Three Broomsticks, which was only a few meters away. Over there, Hermione said. Rita and Luna were already seated on the corner. Luna, as usual, was staring dreamily off into nowhere. Rita sat as far as she could away from the blonde girl. Well, Rita said when she spotted Harry. It seems that the chosen one has grown up very nicely. That is none of your business, Hermione said coldly. Rita looked like she was ready to burst blood vessel at hearing Hermione's words. Harry was not surprised at this. Hermione disliked Rita a great deal ever since their 4th year. Rita threw a hateful look at Hermione but refrained from saying anything. We are here so you could write about Fudge's treatment of Harry last year and about how he refused to believe in Harry or what he had to say, Hermione explained. Rita looked at them disbelievingly. The ministerial election will be held in 2 weeks and you want me to write story about Fudge now? She asked. Well, apparently Rita wasn't as stupid as they thought. She realized their purpose instantly. Yes, Harry said, and while we're at it, I also want you to write about my concerns when it comes to the Daily Prophet. Its journalistic integrity is somewhat lacking. It's been known to be more worried about sales than about factual accuracy and is often nothing more than a mouthpiece for the Ministry of Magic. I want to request that Daily Prophet change its stance. Rita opened her mouth but no sound came out. She was too shocked, it seemed, by Harry's request to utter anything. That is, she found her voice back quickly. That's an attack on the ministry. Do you know what you're doing? She asked helplessly. Yes, we do. Hermione nodded. We are perfectly aware of what impact of this interview could be. I want you to write about this too. Harry lifted his hand and showed the scar there caused by Umbridge. What kind of minister is Fudge if he employed someone who used blood quills as punishment for students? So, Rita, Hermione said, taking over the control once more. Start writing now, she ordered calmly. After 2 hours, the interview was done. Rita was about to leave when Harry called to her. What do you want now, Potter? She asked nastily. I want you to stop writing lies. As simple as that, Harry answered. Rita sneered at him. And what are going to do? Run to the ministry to report me? No, Harry replied calmly. But I found interesting spell last summer. The spell guarantees that a witch or a wizard stays in her or his animagus form forever. You lie, Rita protested. Her eyes widened in horror. That's impossible. Harry was bluffing, of course. He didn't even know if a spell like that existed, but, well, as long as Rita believed it, he didn't care. After all, this was Rita, the person who made him suffer in his 4th and 5th year. You know Wormtail, right? He betrayed my parents and like you, he's also an unregistered animagus. The rat now stays in Azkaban. Harry narrowed his eyes. Try me, Rita, he said, and I will make it sure that you spend your entire life as a beetle. Serves her right, Ron said later when they were seated on the couch in Gryffindor common room. That was brilliant, Harry, Ron grinned. You shouldn't do that, Harry, Hermione said, torn between amusement and the need to reprimand Harry for blackmailing people. Well, she spread lies about us last year, Harry retorted. Yeah, Hermione, Ron agreed. It's payback time. Boys, Hermione scolded them. Harry was having breakfast in the Great Hall when 5 owls landed on the table in front of him, all carrying letters addressed to him. This was common occurrence these days, since his interview on Quibbler was published. And Hermione was glad to point out that they all seemed to agree with him. Hermione suddenly shrieked, "Look at this, Harry." Harry and Ron looked at her strangely. Hermione almost never lost her cool. Almost was the key word here. Harry still remembered the time when she punched Malfoy. Malfoy didn't see it coming. Umbridge is being investigated about her actions during her stay here at Hogwarts. If she is proven guilty, she could spend at least 20 years in Azkaban. She told them happily, showing them her Daily Prophet. There was no response from the newspaper after his interview came out, but Harry noticed that Prophet published the news more carefully now. Good, Ron cheered. I hope she spends the rest of her life there. Many Hogwarts students had read the article too, and they expressed their happiness with the situation. After all, they all suffered during Umbridge's reign last year. Except for Slytherins, of course. And the next day they read on newspaper that Umbridge had been sentenced 20 years in Azkaban. Harry was positive that if Fred and George were still at Hogwarts, the twins would have held a party. In fact, the twins sent him a letter, congratulating him on his success. He told them at the breakfast. They did, Hermione asked. Yeah, do you still remember last year? Harry asked her, with the fireworks and all. No doubt they're pleased hearing the news. Then he turned to Ron, who hadn't said anything yet. He's nervous about apparition test, Hermione explained, noticing his look. Ron, Hermione, and the other students who were already 17 would have their apparition test at Hogsmeade. So Harry stayed in the castle, doing his homework while waiting for them. It was already late when they came back. So, how was it? He asked eagerly. I failed, Ron said, shrugging. I left my left eyebrow. And how about you, Hermione? Oh, she was perfect, obviously. Ron said before Hermione had any chance to reply. Perfect deliberation, divination, and desperation, or whatever the hell it is. We all went for a quick drink in the Three Broomsticks after, and you should have heard Twycross going on about her. I'll be surprised if he doesn't pop the question soon. Ronald Weasley, Lucius Malfoy looked at the magazine in front of him. The Quibbler. A piece of trash in his opinion. But, for the second time in his life, he was forced to read it because of a certain brat. Potter. He remembered that a year ago, Potter had also given interview to the Quibbler, accusing him and many other wizards of being Death Eaters. And now, Potter appeared again on the cover of the Quibbler. This time the teen chose to attack Cornelius Fudge, which wasn't surprising considering the way he and his people treated Potter last year. So, the teen now wanted to take revenge. And what a perfect opportunity it was, what with the coming ministerial election and all. Lucius remembered the first time he met with Potter. He was a small thin child dressed in rags, nothing special at all. And this boy was supposed to be the boy who lived, the one who defeated the Dark Lord. He wanted to laugh at that. It was a mere accident that the Dark Lord was killed. Potter didn't have any power to defeat Voldemort. He had firmly believed that. And then, he was forced to rethink his opinion about Potter after he tricked him into freeing his house elf. Certainly, he still had many house elves at the manor, but to let himself to be deceived by a 12-year-old boy was unthinkable. If his house elf hadn't interfered, he would have cursed the boy to death. And that angered him even more. How could his house elf defend Harry Potter of all the people? He met again with Potter when the teen was at his 4th year. He even had a bet with his son that Potter wouldn't survive 5 minutes in the Triwizard Tournament. Draco had been very bitter about Potter. Ever since Draco's first year, his son couldn't stop complaining about him every 5 hours. In the middle of the summer holiday, he had heard enough about Potter from Draco that he probably could repeat every single word that his son had told him. When the Dark Lord challenged Potter into a duel at the graveyard, Lucius was positive that it was the end for the teen finally. But no, Potter managed to escape because of the Priori Incantatem effect. Lucius wasn't stupid. As a Malfoy, he had been educated in magic since the time he was born. He knew what it was the second he saw it. Potter's wand was connected to Voldemort's. It was bizarre and insane. Of course, he kept the knowledge to himself. He would use it later when the situation demanded it. And then, Potter's 5th year came. It was he who actually gave a hint to Fudge to discriminate against Potter using Daily Prophet to help, a task which was given to him by Voldemort. He almost couldn't believe the stupidity of Wizarding World. One day Potter was their savior and the next he was a lunatic craving for attention. It was too easy for Lucius. He had to thank that fool Fudge for that. Well, that and the donation he gave to certain people in the Ministry of Magic. As long as their pockets were full, they would pretend to see and hear nothing. It was a sort of miracle that the Wizarding World hadn't crumbled yet with such corrupted bureaucrats in charge. Of course not all of them were a corrupter. Many were loyal to Dumbledore, his Order of Phoenix and Harry Potter. But they didn't dare to show their loyalty openly. The look on Potter's face when he saw him with Fudge was priceless. He came to the ministry the same day with Potter's trial, so he thought that he was going to take a look. Did the teen think that Fudge would arrest him only because of mere words? Reality was hard, wasn't it? And then there was the battle at the Department of Mysteries. He was caught, but money, once again, solved that problem. Lucius thought he was safe and decided to keep low profile while accessing the situation. Bellatrix Lestrange, his sister-in-law who he never liked, also managed to escape. He already told her to stay away from him and his family. It wouldn't do to have interaction with her now. She went into hiding while planning to kill Potter. Absolutely insane, that woman. Then, out of nowhere, Dumbledore contacted him, offering him a position as defense against the dark arts professor. His first thought was that the old man must have lost it. Severus later told him that it was Potter's idea to hire him. Intrigued, he agreed to take the offer and come to Hogwarts, to where he found a very different Harry Potter from the one he thought he knew. Well, he actually never interacted with Potter properly before, like doing such things like talking, since they were too busy giving death threats to each other. And now, he found the teen very intriguing and challenging. Potter was unlike Draco, his sheltered son. He knew that he protected his son from real world, feeding the boy with his beliefs. That's because he loved his son. Even though now he started to regret spoiling him so much. No matter what common opinion was, he loved his family dearly, including Narcissa, who was his best friend. That's the reason he agreed to buy broomsticks for the entire Slytherin team. Draco complained non-stop about how unfair it was for Potter to be chosen as Seeker in their first year. But the broom didn't help. He knew that he had to lessen his influence towards Draco now. Although he detested many of Potter's traits, actually it would be good for Draco to possess some of the qualities the other boy exhibited. Potter had grown up from small boy into attractive teen. Not a child anymore but not yet a man, even though Lucius doubted that Potter was ever really a child with everything he had gone through. Not that he was attracted to Potter because of the teen appearance. He was not that shallow. If he wanted someone because of their good looks, there were plenty of witches and wizards outside there who were more than willing to go that direction with him. He was attracted to Potter because the teen was an enigma for him. The way he talked back to him. There was no one ever dared to argue with him before. And the way the teen attacked his beliefs. As if he didn't know that Voldemort was a half-blood. He was a Malfoy. He knew every pure blood family that existed out there and the Riddle name didn't ring any bells. But the man was a descendant of Slytherin, he was very powerful and they shared the same beliefs, so he overlooked the fact. So, he was willing to join the game because he was curious. He was curious about Potter, and curious of the power the teen possessed. As much as Lucius hated Dumbledore, even he had to admit that the old man was a very powerful wizard. Why else Voldemort would never attack Dumbledore? But Dumbledore was old, he was already 150. And he was never interested in politics. A fact that Lucius was glad about it. Potter, however, was different. He was a young, brilliant child and had a lot coming his way in the future. That's if Potter managed to stay alive, of course. While Dumbledore's power was diminishing, Potter's was rising. It would be useful to have Potter as an ally. As he said earlier, he knew what Potter really wanted from him. Bellatrix Lestrange's location. At first, he couldn't believe it that Potter was flirting with him only to get that information. But, two could play the game. The challenge was palpable, crackling the air between them. And if Wormtail was the ticket for the game, it didn't matter for him. That rat meant nothing. Yes, he would see who would come out as the winner in the end. But now, there's a matter to discuss. With that article in the Quibbler, Lucius knew that Fudge would be kicked out of his position now. Was that Potter's purpose for giving that interview? It seemed that he needed to talk with the teen. Harry was walking on the corridor when cold drawling voice greeted him. Well, look who's here. Hogwarts resident celebrity, the voice mocked him. Harry turned. I'm not a celebrity, Professor, he retorted coldly, eyeing the man in front of him. Lucius took long strides through the corridor, his cane clacking alongside him. Really? One might find it ridiculous after your interview and the many fans' letters it generated, the blonde said. I only speak my opinion, Harry said, and with such a perfect timing, Lucius said silkily. Your interview is published just a week before ministerial elections. Open attack on the ministry, Mr. Potter. Or an attempt to discredit Fudge. You were such a brave child. The last sentence was delivered with sarcastic tone clearly evident. I didn't try to discredit Fudge. I merely spoke the truth about him. Harry replied. Nonetheless, he could say goodbye to minister position now. Was that your purpose? Lucius asked. Well, Harry answered, you could say that it's my short-term purpose. Your short-term purpose, Lucius commented, his gray eyes searching. And what is your long-term purpose then? Harry smiled lazily. Why don't you find it out by yourself, Professor? I will, Mr. Potter. I will. A week after that, Harry was sleeping peacefully when someone called him. Harry. He opened his eyes and for his surprise, he found Hermione there. Hermione, he asked weakly. Why was it the girls were allowed to enter boys' dormitory anyway? He looked at her. Hermione seemed far too cheerful for this early in the morning, unlike her usual self. What is it? As her answer, she gave him Daily Prophet. Harry took it. Read the headline, she ordered. Confused, he did as he was told and then he grinned. He already forgot what today was. Hermione, Ron yelled, surprising both Hermione and Harry. What are you doing here? Ron got the shock of his life when he woke up from his sleep and found Hermione on Harry's bed. The redhead glanced at him and then looked at Hermione and then back at him again with suspicious look. Well, I wanted to deliver good news, she replied haughtily. And what is it? Ron asked suspiciously. Harry inwardly sighed. He hoped they both would admit their feelings to each other and spared him the drama. The event with Victor Krum in the Yule Ball was more than enough for him. Unfortunately, his hope seemed was still far away from reality. See it by yourself. He tossed the newspaper to Ron. Ron took it. His eyes scanned the paper before he grinned. It's about time that Fudge is fired, he said happily. And look, it's also said here that after Scrimgeour becomes the Minister of Magic, Kingsley will be appointed as the new head of Aurors. Today Hogwarts would have the last Quidditch match of the year. Well, that was if Gryffindor won against Hufflepuff. If Gryffindor lose, they would face Slytherin in the next game to determine the winner. The Gryffindor team marched on the pitch, brooms in hand to the cheering of spectators. Well, half of the spectators anyway. The other half supported Slytherin. Madame Hooch yelled, "Mount your brooms. Kick off." Then she let the Bludgers and the Snitch loose. Harry quickly rose above the field. Hufflepuff Seeker, Zacharias Smith, who Harry greatly disliked, circled a few feet below him. Smith also made it a point to follow him wherever he went. Harry was very annoyed at him. Ever since the incident in which Ginny crashed into him, Smith's attitude towards him was worse than ever. But the feeling was mutual anyway. Deciding to teach Smith a lesson, Harry suddenly flew towards the ground at an amazing speed. He managed to stop in the right time, but Smith didn't. The Hufflepuff Seeker crashed into ground, breaking his nose as the result. Spectacular Wronski feint from Potter. The commentator, Dean Thomas, said from the podium. Harry quickly rose above the field and was circling the field when he spotted the Snitch. It hovered over the teacher's stand, directly above of Lucius Malfoy's head. The blond man and his companion, Snape, didn't realize it since they were both sitting on the highest row. Harry immediately took after it. He flew at top speed towards the Snitch, and with an amazing move, grabbed it. His action shocked the teachers there, of course, including Snape and Lucius. Harry smirked at the blonde before he flew back to the pitch. He could see Hermione, Neville, and Seamus, who were smiling and applauding. Also, he could hear Luna's famous lion hat roaring. Not to mention the grinning faces of his teammates. The Gryffindors had a party that night in their common room. Harry sat with Hermione and Ron in the corner, talking about the match. "That was great," Ron said enthusiastically. "We won Quidditch Cup again." The redhead said, probably for the 10th time that day. "Yeah," Harry agreed. "The last Quidditch match of the year. Next year we're going to win again, Harry. We have to, since it's our last year in Hogwarts." "It feel like it was just yesterday I got my Hogwarts letter," Hermione said suddenly. "I thought it a joke before finding out that magic's real. And now," she looked around her, "is our 6th year." "I know," Harry commented. He was excited that they would graduate from Hogwarts next year, but he was also sad at the thought of leaving the school. Hogwarts held a special place in his heart. The school was his home. Hogwarts would be always a home for him, no matter how many years would pass. Harry was certain of that. This was the place where he had his first friends, the place where he faced Voldemort, the place where he spent 6 years living in it, the place where he learned about magic, and the place where he had his adventure together with his friends. It was, really, the first place he could call as his home. Harry would never forget Hogwarts. In his heart he would always cherish every moment he had here. Well, maybe not every moment, as he obviously didn't cherish his memory of fighting with Voldemort. He also loved time he spent together with his friends, sometimes in sorrow and sometimes in joy. "Harry," Hermione interrupted his musings. "Are you all right?" she asked. "Yeah," Harry replied. "I'm just thinking about our 7th year," he said, looking around him wistfully. "The last time we'll be here." Hermione didn't say anything to that, but he knew that she understood. Harry had told her and Ron about the Dursleys. They both knew that he always thought of Hogwarts as his home. "Hey," Ron interrupted them. "What's wrong with you two? What's with that gloomy look and all?" Ron questioned. "We should be happy. We won Quidditch Cup, remember?" Harry and Hermione exchanged looks, then laughed in unison. He could worry about it next time, Harry mused inwardly. After all, he still got 1 year left at Hogwarts. Hermione, on the other hand, went back to her lecturing mode. Honestly, Ron, she said in annoyance. Is Quidditch all you ever think about? We are going to have the Newts test next year. It determines our future. You must start studying for it now. After OWL at their 5th year, they would sit their Newts test at their 7th year, giving them 2 years preparing for it. Ginny will have her OWLs next month, Ron suddenly said, in his attempt to escape Hermione's lecture. The examiners from the ministry are going to test them, right? Harry asked. Yeah, why? Ron asked. Well, I have this idea. And he went to explain it to Ron and Hermione. Good idea, mate, Ron said after his explanation. I'm going to talk with her once they come to Hogwarts, Harry said. Ever since Sirius' death, Harry had vowed to think things through thoroughly before he did something. I think we should write to Kingsley too, Hermione suggested. 3 of them exchanged looks, then simultaneously agreed to the idea. June came fast for Harry. During that time, he also struck up a correspondence with Kingsley. The man was a reliable source of information and gave him much useful information about the Ministry of Magic. Harry was having breakfast with Hermione and Ron when a bunch of wizards and witches from the ministry came in. They were led by Madame Marchbanks, who was accompanied by Professor McGonagall this year. A few days after that, Harry managed to meet with Madame Marchbanks alone. Professor, he greeted her politely. Mr. Potter, apparently, she still recognized him. You got outstanding for defense against the dark art, correct? Yes, Harry replied. Impressive Patronus anyway, she said, nodding her head. You need to have a lot of positive feelings to conjure that one. I imagined Umbridge being fired actually, Harry said, causing the ancient woman to laugh. Fortunately, she is in Azkaban now, she shook her head. Using blood quills on students, that's unforgivable, she said angrily. Harry nodded, agreeing with her. And to think that she was sent by Fudge, he trailed off. A politician will be always a politician, she commented dryly. Professor, Harry decided that he should bring the matter now. I am aware that you resigned from Wizengamot because of Fudge's treatment to Professor Dumbledore. But he is reinstated as Chief Warlock of the Wizengamot now, so I am wondering as to why you haven't rejoined Wizengamot yet. She sighed heavily. I'm an old woman, Mr. Potter. Politics doesn't always agree on me. It's shame, Professor, Harry commented. With Scrimgeour as the new Minister of Magic and considering the situation we're in now, I think it's better if we combine all the help we have here. She stared at him for a long time before laughing out loud. Such a brilliant child, she said, winking at him. For someone who was older than Dumbledore, and that was saying something, she was certainly energetic. Professor, Harry questioned her. Do not think that I don't know what you're trying to do, Mr. Potter, she said. I always say that when Dumbledore had his owls he did things with his wand. Things that I've never seen before. Unfortunately, he isn't interested in politics. But you, Mr. Potter, she stared at him as she spoke, are different. You have so much potential. I'll see what I can do to help you, Mr. Potter. It seems that Wizarding World hasn't lost its hope yet. Today we're going to brew anti-poison potion, Snape told them at the potion class. Read the instruction on your book, page 35. And I will test it later. He waved his wand and a small pot of flower plant appeared on every desk. I will pour the poison on this plant, and if your potion works, the plant will recover. Now start working, the man ordered them. Harry, who sat with Hermione and Ernie, was glad that he read about this a day before. He never went to class unprepared anymore. Ever since Snape found out that he could answer questions that he asked, the man had ceased to bother him in the class, which was a great development. Potions class actually wasn't that bad when he didn't have Snape breathing down his neck, waiting for any mistakes he might make. With Hermione as his partner, it was no surprise at all when their group finished the first. Snape, of course, tested their potion. It worked well, yet Snape still deducted points from Gryffindor because, apparently, Potter didn't do any work. Harry groaned inwardly. Honestly, that greasy git would never change. Having finished with their work, Harry decided to kill the time by toying with the plant. He poked the bud repeatedly while thinking about lunch. He skipped breakfast that morning because he woke up late and had to hurry to potions class. Snape would have skinned him alive if he was late, and Harry refused to give the man the satisfaction. Harry. Hermione's voice brought him back from his daydreams about treacle tart. Maybe he needed to spend less time with Ron. Thinking about food all the time was something only Ron would do. What? He asked her. Hermione pointed the plant on their desk. Instead of a bud, the flower had fully bloomed. Wow, how did you do that, Harry? Ernie asked in amazement. I don't know, Harry said, shrugging. He even didn't realize what he was doing earlier. 5 points from Gryffindor for talking in the class, Potter, Snape's voice snapped. Harry could see out of the corner of his eyes that Malfoy was snickering at his expense yet again, with another Slytherin student named Theodore Nott. What is it? Snape asked, sneering at him. No matter what happened, the man seemed to believe that Harry was the source of all evil in the world. 3 of them exchanged look. Hermione finally answered him. Harry made the flower bloom, Professor. As if to prove Hermione's words, Harry reached over the plant. He put his hand on the other bud and watched as the bud bloomed into flower. Professor? Ernie asked. Snape was looking at him with unreadable expression on his face, Harry noticed. Then, without saying anything, the man turned and left. Harry, Hermione, and Ernie could only look at each other in bewilderment. Snape had never wasted an opportunity to berate him before. What was wrong with him? They were still talking about it after their potions class. But how did you do it, Harry? Ernie asked again. I think that was accidental magic, Hermione said. Magical children could do it. That may be true. After all, Harry once used accidental magic on his Aunt Marge. But that was when he got really angry. Back at the class, Harry only felt bored. But that usually stops when we get older, Ernie argued. Yeah, but in some case it could still happen. Especially if the child is a powerful witch or wizard. They didn't continue their conversation any longer because they had arrived at the Great Hall. Ernie bid them farewell, then went to join Hufflepuff table. Harry and Hermione went to join Gryffindor table. Ron was already there. He waved his hand, motioning them to join him. After they were seated, Hermione turned to him. Oh, I almost forgot, Harry. She rummaged in her bag and then took out that day's edition of the Daily Prophet. I kept it for you since you didn't show up at breakfast. She explained. Thanks, Hermione, Harry said, taking the newspaper from her. Look at the first page, she ordered. The news he read there was what he had been waiting for a week. Madame Marchbanks and Tiberius Ogden were reinstated in the Wizengamot. There was also one new member to replace Umbridge, a woman named Marcella Meadows. Harry didn't recognize the name, but Hermione promised to look around about her. Time passed and soon it was the end of the 6th year. When they came back to Hogwarts again, they would be starting their last year. Mr. Weasley, Mrs. Weasley, Remus and Tonks were already waiting for them at the platform when they arrived. Harry wasn't surprised to see Remus with Tonks. He already had a hunch about them and he was happy for Remus. After everything the man had gone through, Harry thought that he deserved it. Ready to go home, Harry? Remus asked warmly. Harry would go to Grimmauld Place while Ron and Ginny would go back to the Burrow. Hermione and her parents were going to spend their holiday in Bali. She was really excited at the prospect of visiting the largest magical community in the world. Typical of the girl, Harry thought fondly. Yeah, Harry answered. Even though Hogwarts was his home, now he had Grimmauld Place number 12 too. A month later, Lucius Malfoy sat in his study, reading his Daily Prophet. Many changes had taken place since Scrimgeour took the Minister of Magic position. The first thing the man did was to ban the use of Dementors as the Guard of Azkaban. And today, the news informed him that the anti-werewolf regulation that had been proposed by Umbridge was cancelled. Lucius personally thought that it was happening because of certain chosen one who had a werewolf as his second godfather. After all, Scrimgeour had Potter to thank for his position now. He thought of the red cashmere scarf he got from Potter on his birthday. Honestly, the boy had no tact whatsoever. He put the scarf in his drawer, the same place where he put the letters he kept getting from Potter. He couldn't believe the nerve of the teen, writing letters to him during the summer holidays. At first, he ignored it, but then he started writing back. And now, he found himself waiting for those letters. It was truly annoying actually. The first letter from Potter came at breakfast time, causing his wife and his son to give him a questioning look. He explained that it came from his business partner. Narcissa didn't quite believe him but chose to drop the matter. He later told Potter to send his letter at a certain hour so he could accept them privately so as not to raise suspicion from Narcissa and Draco. She would think that he was involved with someone if he kept getting such things, not something he wanted. Narcissa actually thought it was about time as she herself had a lover, a pureblood wizard who owned the biggest vineyard in France. Meanwhile he usually sought pleasure from other witch or wizard. He gave them jewelry or something equal in value and in return they gave him pleasure. It was nothing new for pureblood witch or wizard. He and Narcissa had been friends since their Hogwarts days, so when the time came for him to get married, who was the best choice other than her? Narcissa too, who understood their situation, accepted his proposal. There was no love between them. It was union for Malfoy and Black, another pureblood family who shared the same beliefs as him, except for one Sirius Black. Sirius Black, who was sorted into Gryffindor and ran from house when he was 16. Sirius Black, who was Potter's godfather. Sirius Black, who gave Potter the entire Black family fortune. Lucius still remembered the day when Bellatrix found out that Black's fortune went to Potter instead of her. That bastard blood traitor! Bellatrix screamed in fury. Meanwhile Narcissa tried in vain to calm her. How dare he give everything that should be mine to that filthy half-blood? She spent a good few hours cursing both her cousin and Potter. I swear next time I meet that filthy half-blood I'm going to torture him so bad that a Crucio would feel like nothing. And then she turned to him and ranted about how he defied the Dark Lord again. She never liked him. She also hated Severus, someone whom she believed to be traitor for working with Dumbledore. When the news of Wormtail's arrest appeared in the media, she immediately suspected Severus as the one who sent Wormtail to the Auror to save his position. But since she hated Wormtail, she didn't inquire further into the matter. Right now, Bellatrix hid in one of his house that was located in Mediterranean. He told her not to show up until the situation improved. Her behavior started to irritate him greatly. Sometimes, he even thought about giving away her location to Potter only to get rid himself of her. Speaking of Potter anyway, Lucius couldn't believe it that he didn't realize the teen's intention sooner. It was so obvious now, when he thought about it. Umbridge was sent to Azkaban. Scrimgeour was elected as the new Minister of Magic. Percy Weasley was appointed as high-ranking ministry official. And Shacklebolt was also appointed as the new head of Aurors. Marchbanks, Ogden and Meadows entered Wizengamot. Lucius knew Meadows quite well. Her older sister, Dorcas Meadows, was killed by Voldemort himself during the First War. Marcella at that time had been too young to join the Order of the Phoenix. So, it was no surprise she ended up as one of the biggest Voldemort haters. These people had the same characteristics. They all hated Voldemort and his belief. They were also Dumbledore and Potter's supporters. And Lucius knew that none of them would associate themselves with him willingly. Not to mention, receiving a bribe from him. Unlike Fudge, he had to analyze the whole situation carefully now. One mistake could put him in Azkaban now since he no longer had Fudge backing him. The other ministry officials he had bribed in the past too wouldn't dare to show their support so openly now in fear of getting sacked. All because of Potter. The teen had managed to surround himself with important figures in the ministry, with some of them owing their position to the boy. He suspected that it was only the beginning. Apparently he had underestimated Potter. Who would have thought that Potter's actual goal was to reform the Ministry of Magic? Such an ambitious plan for a 17-year-old boy. It was the first time in Harry's life that he could spend it freely. He didn't need to come back to the Dursleys anymore. So, he spent his time alternatively between the Burrow and Grimmauld Place. He often went to the Muggle area in London too, enjoying the places he never visited as a child. Fortunately for Harry, Death Eater attacks had diminished to zero, so he didn't worry too much. He knew they must be planning something though. There was no way in hell Bellatrix would stay silent about her master's death. But, for now, he chose to enjoy his holiday and left that gloomy thought somewhere else during the holiday. Harry had done all of his homework and now lay down in his bed. Tomorrow was his 17th birthday. He would be an adult now in the wizarding world. Mrs. Weasley had arranged a birthday party for him at the Burrow. He was really excited because it was the first time in his life he had ever had a birthday party. Already Harry had gotten birthday presents from his friends. From Ron and Ginny he got Quidditch-related presents aside of chocolate frogs. Fred and George sent him a collection of their product from Weasley's, Wizarding Wheezes. From Hagrid he got the usual present, the cake that was as hard as stone. Luna also sent her present, a year subscription of Quibbler, which was a good thing. He really needed a good laugh or two right now. And from Neville he received a useful book about plants that could be used for healing. Remus gave him a book about animagi, and from Hermione he got a silver bracelet with a Sanskrit engraving on it. She had explained in her letter that the bracelet had a protection charm so he didn't need to worry if someone tried to stupefy him from behind. She also bought the bracelet like it for Ron and herself. That was quite a good idea, he thought. It would come useful if they engaged in a battle with Death Eater. However, Harry got surprised when his Hogwarts letter came. He was appointed as a head boy. He had a feeling that he knew exactly who was chosen as the head girl. Ron also shared the same opinion. It must be Hermione, the redhead told him. Harry heartily agreed with him. Then he said, "But I'm not a prefect." James wasn't a prefect either, Remus explained. But he was appointed as head boy and Lily was appointed as head girl. Really? Harry asked. Remus then entertained him with story about his school days at Hogwarts with Sirius and Harry's parents. He went to bed with warm feeling in his chest. The next day Remus, knocking on his door, woke him up. "I'm up, Remus," he yelled. "I'll be waiting downstairs, Harry," Remus replied. Together, they flowed to the Burrow. The place was already full of people when they got there. Mrs. Weasley, Harry noticed, had spent the morning cooking to the fullest of her ability if the amount of the food that was out was any indication. The tantalizing aroma of it made his stomach growl. Harry was chatting with Fred and George about their joke shop when Mrs. Weasley called him. He turned and saw that there was a delivery wizard from Magical Menagerie carrying a box with him. "It's for you, Mr. Potter," the man said. He walked over to Harry, then handed him a box that had holes poked in the top. Harry slowly opened it and peered inside. He gasped and picked up the small bundle of fur. The little black puppy opened its gray eyes and looked at him. Harry, Remus and Ron had come to see him. He still looked at the puppy and the uncanny resemblance it had with Sirius Animagus form. "Snuffles," Harry whispered, turning to face them. Remus, who had seen the similarity between the puppy and his best friend's Animagus form, kept quiet. He could understand Harry's reason naming the pup what he did. Harry thanked the delivery wizard. The man stuttered back, apparently from the effect of having the chosen one so close with him, and asked for Harry's autograph before leaving the Burrow. "Who give this to you, Harry?" Ron asked curiously. "My acquaintance," Harry replied, smiling as he held Snuffles in his arms. Snuffles apparently liked him since he kept licking his cheek. That made Harry laugh. Lucius really had outdone himself this time. At dinner, two owls flew into the Burrow and dropped letters to Harry's lap. Confused, Harry took it. The first letter came from Gringotts, stating that since he was 17-year-old now he could have full access to his Potter Vault. He could also access Black Vault now as well. The letter also requested his presence at Gringotts to legalize the documents. The second letter had blue insignia with SCA written in silver. SCA turned out to be the Switzerland Wizarding Bank. They also had requested his presence there to consult about the Black family, fortune kept there. Bill, who noticed his apparent confusion, asked, "What's wrong, Harry?" "Gringotts and SCA, they request my presence there," he answered, still in daze. "What is SCA anyway?" Ron asked, frowning. "It's a short from Schweizerisch Kreditanstalt. Swiss Credit Institution in English," Bill explained. Since he worked for Gringotts he knew a lot about the banking industry. It's the second largest wizarding bank in the world by way of its assets. And number one in wealth management. Wealthy wizarding families from all over the world put their money there because it's known for its secrecy and safety. I heard that its operations and services don't differ much from Muggle banks. But why did they request Harry's presence there? Ron's asked, brows jerked together. Because Harry is 17-year-old and considered adult now. Therefore, They expect Harry to finish all the legal documents. But I don't know anything about this, Harry said. Well, if you want I can help you, Bill offered. You'll understand this once you deal with them a couple times, then you'll be able to do it by yourself. Thanks Bill, Harry said. He was quite relieved by the offer since he didn't know anything about finances at all. After discussing the problem with Mr. Weasley and Remus, they agreed that the matter at Gringotts would be taken care first. The next day, Harry went to Gringotts accompanied by Remus. They met with Griphook, who Harry still remembered from his first visit there. After this document is signed, Mr. Potter, Griphook said, you'll become the head of Black family and all of the wealth that goes with it will belong to you. Harry took the quill and signed it. Then he gave the document to Griphook, who checked for its legality. Very well, Mr. Potter. Griphook nodded his head. Congratulations. You're now the head of Black family as well as Potter family. Suddenly, Harry remembered something. If Sirius didn't have a will, then where would the wealth go? He asked. By right of primogeniture. Then his heir would have been either Madame Bellatrix Lestrange, his eldest cousin, Madame Andromeda Tonks, his second eldest cousin, or Mr. Draco Malfoy, the next senior male of the Black family through his mother, Narcissa Malfoy née Black. Griphook answered. However, Mrs. Lestrange is legally invalidated by her murder of Mr. Black. The murder committed against the head of family by family's member is a grave sin. Madame Tonks was disowned, so she doesn't qualify anymore for the inheritance. Malfoy Jr. There was no way in hell Harry would have ever let that ferret touched anything that belonged to Sirius. However, their rights were superseded by Sirius's will, which designated you, Mr. Potter, as heir to all his worldly possessions. Thus, by the will, all of Black fortune belongs to you. So, this means that I can disown Bellatrix Lestrange and put Andromeda Tonks back to the family if I wish so, right? Harry asked. Yes, Mr. Potter, if you want. Griphook confirmed. At the same time, Narcissa Malfoy née Black was having a tea at the sunroom of Malfoy Manor while thinking about everything that had happened. Despite the calm, cold demeanor she showed outside, she was actually torn between her sister and her husband. Bellatrix was her sister and their family. On the other side, Lucius was her husband. They had a son together. Ever since the Dark Lord demises, Bella was prone to blaming Lucius for everything. She even went so far as to say that if Lucius succeeded in retrieving the prophecy, then Potter wouldn't have been able to defeat the Dark Lord. Then, after she found out that her husband had accepted teaching position at Hogwarts, her insult had increased tenfold. Of course, Bella didn't say that in front of her husband. Bella ranted about him to her. It really tested her patience to hear her husband insulted by her own sister. Lucius, so far, was very lenient about Bella's presence in his house, but Narcissa could tell that was starting to run thin. It was only a matter of time before her husband reached his limit. And she was loath to think what would happen then. If the worst came to pass, Lucius could end up killing her sister. Narcissa knew very well that he wasn't above doing such a thing. Her husband, as she well knew, could kill without feeling any remorse. After all, what would you expect from a follower of the Dark Lord? Narcissa, like her entire family minus Sirius and Andromeda, were firm believers in pureblood supremacy, even though she and her parents never became Death Eaters. Voldemort appealed to their sense of pure blood pride, but she couldn't deny that they saw Voldemort as a platform to further their power and wealth. It was fine at first. He was such a charming man who was able to convince anyone with mere words. But slowly, he showed his true skin, and, by that time, it was too late for anyone to pull back, since he didn't treat betrayal lightly. Voldemort would do anything to reach his goal, and many were afraid after they witnessed his cruelty, and some tried to back off. But they were murdered like her cousin, Regulus, and after that no one dared to oppose the Dark Lord. Then Voldemort was killed by Potter. Narcissa remembered well the chaos that happened at that time. Many were caught and put into Azkaban. Luckily, Lucius managed to escape that fate by bribing. But Bellatrix, who refused to lie to the entire Wizengamot, was sentenced to a lifetime stay in the wizarding prison. Years passed then. When Potter entered Hogwarts, the rumor of the Dark Lord's return intensified, especially since it was Potter himself who stated that it was Voldemort who possessed Quirrell in an attempt to steal the Philosopher's Stone. 3 years after that, Voldemort returned, ready to continue his conquest of Wizarding World. But Potter, once again, managed to kill him. Was the Dark Lord really powerful if a 1-year-old who then grew up to be 15-year-old boy was able to beat him not once but twice? But Narcissa never voiced her thoughts on that matter. She knew that even one word of her doubts regarding the Dark Lord could endanger her whole family. She still agreed with the pureblood supremacy, but not to the extent she had before. Since his resurrection, Voldemort had worried her greatly. He had inquired about the important artifact he gave to Lucius for safekeeping. Then, when Lucius was forced to admit that it had been broken, his wrath was magnificent. It was the first time during Lucius' service that she was worried about his life. It was a very different thing when it's one husband who was threatened. At that moment, Narcissa realized that one mistake could turn Lucius from Voldemort's right-hand man into nothing. Another factor was her son. Draco didn't understand about being a Death Eater. She had to blame Lucius for that. Her husband, since the beginning, had given misinformation to her son. Draco was very different from Lucius. She remembered well that Abraxas Malfoy was a very strict parent and demanded the best from his only son. At Draco's age, Lucius already knew what was expected from him. Lucius was never really a child under Abraxas parenting, unlike Draco, who until now, still received sweets and cake from her every week. She feared for Draco's safety. Voldemort had come to the manor a few times. Each time he showed up, it had always made her uneasy. It was as if she was prisoner in her own home and Voldemort was the master. And, sometimes, he would question her about her son. It was like a threat hanging over her head. One error and he would make Draco pay for his parents' mistake. Then Voldemort assigned her husband to retrieve the prophecy from the Department of Mysteries. If Lucius failed, the punishment would be severe. She had been warned. Her husband did fail in acquiring the prophecy, but Voldemort was killed that night, so she was secretly relieved. A few weeks after that, Dumbledore suddenly contacted Lucius, offering him the defense against the dark arts teaching position, and Lucius accepted. 1 year had passed with nothing truly important happened except for Scrimgeour's election as Minister of Magic. Because of that, Lucius had told her that they needed to be very careful from now on since they no longer had fudge in their pocket. Therefore, Lucius had ordered Bella to hide in one of his summer house that was located in Mediterranean, to which Bella agreed, after she had persuaded her. Aside of that, that 1 year passed quite peacefully for one Narcissa Malfoy. And now they were going to French Riviera the following day for summer holiday. She and Draco would go first. Meanwhile, Lucius would follow them after he finished what business he needed to attend to. Speaking of Lucius anyway, she had noticed the tremendous amount of letters her husband got. On the first day of summer holiday, an unknown owl had flown to Lucius, giving him a letter. Her husband opened it, read it briefly and then put it into his pocket. He said that it came from his business partner, but after years of living together, she knew when he lied. The letters never came at breakfast again. Instead, it went to Lucius' study. She was in the garden when the owl flew right in. The same owl left a few minutes later carrying a new parchment. It became a common occurrence. She suspected that Lucius was having an affair, which she felt was about time. After years of sleeping around, she hoped that he would find someone to settle with. It might be weird for some, that concept. What kind of wife wished for her husband to find another woman or man? But it was usual for old pureblood families. And she already found her own lover. A French wizard she had known years ago from charity balls she often frequented. Since divorce rarely happened in pureblood marriage, she supposed they would stay in marriage forever unless Lucius asked for divorce. It would be funny if that happened. Also, it would be a huge scandal in the upper wizarding society. The last pureblood who divorced was Eleuthère Eaglefield. After that, both he and his wife each went to marry again only in 1 month after the divorce. It caused a great uproar in the wizarding society and the media had a field day with it. If Lucius did divorce her, she couldn't wait to meet the person who managed to conquer the cold-hearted and ruthless Lucius Malfoy. And, of course, the uproar it would cause would shadow Eaglefield's scandal. Lady Malfoy. Lady Malfoy, Tobby, her house elf, appeared suddenly. "What is it, Tobby?" she asked calmly. "I is sorry. I is disturbing Lady, but Lady has to see this. Is important. Lady's tapestry." Alarmed, she rose from her seat then went to check it. The tapestry she had in her study was a replica from the original one at Grimmauld Place. Although Potter may have thrown it away when he inherited the house. Tobby usually cleaned the room at this time, so the elf probably noticed something. Since the tapestry was connected to any change that happened to the original one, it would also happen here. Narcissa halted in front of the tapestry and gasped in shock. From what she could see, Bellatrix's name on the tapestry was embroidered in black thread and was surrounded by dark cloud. Had Aunt Walburga not burned Andromeda name from the tapestry, her sister name would pretty much stayed in the same condition. Next to Bella name however, Andromeda name had reappeared. A gold thread connected her name to Ted Tonks and single line from them had Nymphadora Tonks on it. The meaning of this was unmistakable. Potter didn't waste time, did he? As soon as he was acclaimed as the head of Black family, he had disowned Bella. Meanwhile Andromeda and her half-blood daughter had been reinstated into the family. Her name was still intact. However, who could guarantee that Potter would keep it? She couldn't imagine Bella's reaction when she found out about this. She and Bella both didn't need fortune from Black lines since Lestrange was very wealthy and Malfoy was the richest wizarding family. But it was a blow to their pride. How come someone who didn't have any black blood in his vein disowned them? They who were born a black, especially Bella, who saw blood status as everything. Sirius Black definitely knew how to exact revenge on his family, she thought bitterly as she stared at the new single vertical line of gold embroidery from Sirius Black name that led to the name Harry James Potter. My, she turned around in surprise. Lucius, she breathed out. She didn't notice her husband's arrival because she was so intent in her musings. Lucius was still staring at the tapestry as he commented. Potter definitely has courage. After the matter in Gringotts was taken care, Harry would be going to Zurich next. He was really excited because it was his first time to go abroad. Ron wanted to go too but Mrs. Weasley forbade it, saying that they were going there for business. Mr. Weasley helped him to get permission for international flow. He, Remus and Bill would depart from Ministry of Magic and returned a few days later. Wow, Harry exclaimed in wonder when they arrived at Zurich. They arrived in the building of Switzerland Parliament of Magic. Bill, using his contact at SCA, had already booked a hotel room for them. From his room, Harry could see the River Limmat. Hidden Altstadt, the wizarding area in Zurich was much bigger than Diagon Alley in London. In fact, Hidden Altstadt looked like a small district. Swiss Credit Institution headquarters was located in the tallest building there. Harry looked around him as they entered the building. The hall was really huge, maybe 5 times bigger than Gringotts Hall. Another difference was that he didn't see any goblins around. Noticing his look, Bill explained that the goblins here were much like technical staff. Any other business was handled by wizard and witches. They went to the receptionist, and after explaining their purpose for coming, she led them through the corridor. Remus had explained that most of people there could speak English, so Harry didn't need to worry about language problem there. They stopped in front of massive door. When the door opened and she led them in, a wizard rose from his seat to welcome them. Mr. Potter, Mr. Lupin, and Mr. Weasley, he greeted them politely. I'm Hans Waldman, head of legal division of Swiss Credit Institution. He turned to Harry. It's an honor you meet you, Mr. Potter. We've heard so much about you. At first, Harry was afraid that the man would fawn over him like so many did, but Waldman turned out to be a professional in banking. He explained to them about Black's vault there and all the documents that needed to be signed before Harry could be declared as the official head of Black family. By noon, Harry, Remus and Bill emerged out from the bank with Harry now being the legal owner of Black's vault. Harry then decided that he was going to explore Zurich for a few days before heading back to London. Remus would accompany him since Bill had to return to London because of his job. Harry visited both Muggle and Wizarding Zurich. In Muggle part, he visited Grossmünster, Landesmuseum, Lake Promenade, and Lindenhof. He and Remus also took a tour exploring the city by boat on River Limmat. The full moon was already happened before they left for Zurich, so Remus could accompany him. It was a great fun for Harry, who never got out as a child since the Dursleys never brought him along if they went to somewhere. The only place he had ever gone to was the zoo. He also didn't forget to buy souvenirs for Ron, Hermione and the others at Bahnhofstrasse, one of the busiest and best-known shopping streets in the world. He also bought Swiss chocolate from Confiserie Sprungli, which offered many different varieties. It was Harry's last day at Zurich when Mr. Waldman contacted him, saying that there was a certain matter that needed to be taken care of. I believe that I have already told you that House If Black invested their money in a few companies aside from property, real estate and land. Mr. Waldman said, among the companies the Black have investments in Pradipura Resources, which owns the biggest gold mining in the world, located in Papua, Indonesia. The ownership is divided among 3 parties. Indonesia Presidency of Magic owns 80% of shares and the rest of it, each 10% is owned by House of Black and Malfoy family. Harry coughed upon hearing this. Remus still looked as calm as always beside him. So, Mr. Malfoy has request to meet you to discuss this matter. As if that was the cue, the said blonde man chose the moment to enter the room. Harry knew it that Lucius had arranged this. It was already dark when they finished the legal documents. What are you doing here? Harry confronted the man after they finished their business. Lucius merely raised his perfect eyebrow. Have you no manners at all, Mr. Potter? The man sarcastically asked. I do, Harry scathingly replied. But I don't appreciate being dragged here because of someone's whim. I assure you that we only meet here purely for professional matter. Lucius said smoothly. Would you have dinner with me, Mr. Potter? The blonde suddenly asked, out of blue. Dinner? Harry asked in astonishment. The meal you consume at the end of the day, Lucius replied sarcastically. Sometimes 2 people do share the meal. Are you familiar with the custom, Mr. Potter? Lucius asked with the arrogant drawl that was his trademark. Harry scowled at him, but he accepted the invitation nonetheless. He wanted to know what Lucius had planned. After assuring Remus that he was going to be fine, he left the bank with Lucius to go to one of the best Swiss restaurants in Zurich. They were shown the private rooms, so Harry suspected that Lucius often frequented the place. The food was good and they talked during the dinner. After spending a 1-month detention with Lucius, Harry realized that he was used having conversation with him now. You're either brave or a fool, Mr. Potter, Lucius said suddenly. She will be out for your blood. Harry knew what Lucius meant by that. She killed my godfather, he retorted, glaring at Lucius. And all will be waiting for her. A fool then, Lucius sneered in disgust. You should know better than to let your emotions rule your actions. I don't let my emotion rule me, Harry retorted. Not anymore, he silently added. They didn't talk anymore after that. After dinner, Lucius walked him back to the hotel. Well, this it is, Harry said. He wasn't going to invite Lucius in, of course. Good night, Lucius. Aren't you forgetting something, Mr. Potter? Forgetting what? Harry asked, confused. He pulled back slightly to look up at the man. He had grown taller, but Lucius was still much taller than him. Lucius suddenly cupped the back of his head, then captured his mouth in a brief, intense key. After breaking that one off, Lucius then keyed him again. This one was slower and deeper, much more passionate than the first. Harry remembered his keying experience with Cho, and that was nothing compared to this. Of course, Lucius was an experienced man and not a schoolgirl. Harry had his arms around Lucius' neck now, was keying back enthusiastically. The blonde then buried his face in the curves of Harry's shoulder, his breath hot against his throat. This was dangerous, Harry thought. If he let this continue, he knew with utmost certainty that he could end up in bed with Lucius. And that was bad because that meant that he lost in their game. Harry wasn't going to let Lucius to do anything to him before the man proved that he would put Harry above anything else. And that if he was attracted to Lucius, was he now attracted to the man? Harry wasn't sure now. At first, he only meant to use Lucius to get Bellatrix. He supposed the time they spent at Hogwarts was now getting under his skin. Harry shook his head, trying to clear it, and pushed away the man. I will let this pass this time, he said. Inwardly he was grateful that he could find his voice, but next time without my permission, you will keep your hand to yourself or I will cut them off. Do we understand each other? He said. not releasing the man's stunned gaze as he stepped back. Lucius looked beyond stunned actually. Lucius Malfoy looked like someone had just told him that Voldemort had given up in conquering the wizarding world and would spend his twilight years in Bali, playing PlayStation game with Dumbledore. Harry continued speaking. I do not know if prolonged crucio or whatever torture from Tom has damaged your brain, but you're insane if you think that I want to get involved with a married man. Harry turned over in his bed. He couldn't get asleep. His mind kept wandering back to the previous event. After his rather harsh words towards Lucius, he once again bid the man good night and closed the door in Lucius' face, who hadn't recovered yet from his shock at Harry's blatant refusal. Harry was positive that no one ever refused Lucius' approach before, so that must have come as a blow to his pride. But, then again, Lucius seemed to forget that he was not one of his toys or his mistresses. And, with that, came another problem. He had never meant to become attracted to Lucius. His plan was simple: seduce Lucius, get Bellatrix's location, then catch and toss her to Azkaban, along with the man himself. He didn't count on the fact that Lucius actually turned out to be a very charming man with a vast knowledge. He also didn't think that he would enjoy their banter. Lucius knew of his plan, of course. And Harry was aware that the blonde man knew that he knew about it. Now, he was trying to seduce Lucius and the blonde was doing the same to him. Who would give up first? But when it came to this, he was only a 17-year-old boy and only dated Cho briefly. Mind you, the first and only key he had was with Cho, and that wasn't a pleasant experience for him because at that time she was crying. The second key he had was with Lucius last night, and he had to admit that it was great for him. What could he say? Lucius was a very experienced man. Harry sighed. Well, he would see how this turned out later. Right now, he had to sleep because he was going to be returning to London tomorrow. 1 week before they went back to Hogwarts, Hermione came to join them at the Burrow. She looked very tan, the result of sunbathing at Kuta Beach during her holiday. She also had a lot of interesting stories to tell. After she finished telling hers, it was Harry's turn to relay his story about his trip to Switzerland to her. Holiday was great, Harry concluded, patting Snuffles' head as they were talking. Luckily, Crookshanks and Snuffles got along well. Harry thought maybe because Snuffles reminded the cat about Padfoot. Are you going to bring him to Hogwarts? Ron asked. Yeah, Harry answered. Did you buy it, Harry? Hermione asked curiously. He got it for his birthday present, Ron was the one who answered. Maybe from his mysterious admirer, the redhead said, snickering at the thought. Hermione, however, narrowed her eyes. As soon as Ron left the room, he went to get the muffin his mother was baking. She cornered him. Well, Harry, she regarded him with her head on one side. Well, what? He asked innocently. First he gave you Wormtail and now he gave you this, she demanded. So, he replied with careful nonchalance. Don't insult my intelligence, Harry, Hermione said. If I didn't know better and, if these things come from someone else, I would say that they're trying to woo you. I assure you, Hermione, that he definitely isn't trying to woo me, Harry replied, although a small part of him questioned that statement. Because, he felt, what Hermione said was true. If these came from someone else, not Lucius Malfoy, Harry might think the same way. But this was Lucius they're talking about. The man always had hidden agenda. And this time, Harry knew that they were only the part of their game. But, is it so bad if it's true? He dared to ask her opinion. What? Harry laughed at the horrified expression on her face. Are you serious? She asked. He isn't so bad actually, he said with a shrug, when he isn't being Voldemort's follower. We're talking about the same person here, right, Harry? She said sarcastically. Very much so, he sighed. He knew that he could discuss this with Hermione, who was always calm and thought rationally. Listen, this isn't the right place to tell you this, but I will tell you all about this later, okay? Fine. But Harry, do be careful, okay? I don't want you to get hurt. I will try my best, he replied. Harry, she huffed. Oh come on, Hermione, he said, joking with her. You know that trouble always come to find me. Hey, Ron had just come back from the kitchen, carrying muffins with him. He tossed one to Harry and one to Hermione. Honestly, Ron, Hermione said, ready to lecture him about his treatment to the food. "Hey, I just remembered now," Harry said suddenly. "Now that you're both here, I could give you the souvenirs I bought in Zurich." He had told Ron that he was going to give them the souvenirs once Hermione arrived and was very adamant about his decision no matter how much Ron begged to get his first. So it could be understood that Ron was very excited hearing his. "Wait a second, okay." He got up from his bed and pulled the paper bags from under his bed. "Here, this is for you," he said. He had bought 3 bottomless bags for himself, Ron, and Hermione. The bag also had been charmed to stay light no matter how much things they put inside it. It was really expensive, but Harry thought that it was worth it. "Wow, thank you, Harry," Hermione said happily. "Now I can put my books in here, as many as I want." Ron looked disgusted by her statement, however. "Is there nothing else in your mind aside from books, Hermione?" "There is nothing wrong with books," Ronald Weasley. Deciding to intervene before they could start one of their famous arguments again, he hurriedly said, "And I also bought some famous Swiss chocolate for you guys." Harry swore that Ron was looking at his box of praline chocolate with starry eyes. "Hermione," he turned to the girl. "You're a head girl this year, right?" "Yes," she replied. "Well, our Harry here is a head boy," Ron said. "Really? I knew it," she exclaimed enthusiastically. "Oh Harry, now you have 2 responsibilities, being Gryffindor Quidditch captain and head boy, not to mention that we're going to have Newt this year." He and Ron groaned simultaneously at Hermione's favorite subject. "But don't worry, I have made timetable for us so we can start studying from now." "What?" Ron said incredulously. "School hasn't even begun yet and you already made timetable for us? That's insane." She scowled at him. "Our Newt scores determines our future, Ron. And you too, Harry, you have to study hard since you want to become Auror," she said, like someone articulating an article of faith. "Yes, Hermione," he said obediently. He knew better than to argue with her when she was in the middle of one of her lectures. 2 days before the new school year started, he, Ron and Hermione plus Ginny planned to Diagon Alley to buy school supplies. They would be accompanied by Mr. and Mrs. Weasley. Mrs. Weasley especially was very adamant about their safety. She believed that the Death Eaters only stopped their attacks to lure them in a false sense of security and would attack them once they had opportunity. Ron snickered at this. "Mum," he said, "do you really believe that Bellatrix Lestrange will hide behind the bookshelf at Flourish and Blotts, waiting to attack Harry?" Mrs. Weasley narrowed her eyes dangerously. "If you think that this is a joke, young man, you can stay at home while I buy your school supplies," she snapped angrily. "What? No," Ron protested vehemently. "I want to visit Fred and George's shop." "Then keep your idea for yourself before I decide that you're not mature enough to join us," Mrs. Weasley said. Ron, Harry noticed, was very careful not to say anything during the breakfast, afraid that he may invoke his mother's wrath. Speaking of Fred and George anyway, Harry actually never went to their shop before. Last year, because of Death Eaters' attacks, he and his friends weren't allowed to go anywhere. He did know that the shop was a great success if the amount of money deposited to his Gringotts account monthly and the new diamond necklace Mrs. Weasley got from the twins at Christmas were any indication. Fred and George had insisted that since they used Harry's money to start their business, then it meant he was one of the shareholders, therefore had a right for the shop's profit. After breakfast, they were ready to go to Diagon Alley. Ministry's car already waiting for them in front of the Burrow when left the house. The journey to Leaky Cauldron was peaceful. When they arrived there, they found out that Hagrid was already waiting in front of the inn. "Harry," Hagrid exclaimed happily when he saw him and engulfed him in his bone-crushing hug. "How are you?" I'm fine, Hagrid," he said, finally free from the hug. "Happy to see you again," the half-giant said. "Buckbeak, I mean Weatherwings is fine too. He's happy that he can fly in the open air now." "Glad to hear that," he replied, grinning. After he became the legal heir to Sirius, he decided that Buckbeak should stay with Hagrid. After a few words exchanges, Hagrid led them to Diagon Alley. The alley was crowded with people and children from Hogwarts accompanied by their parents. Some of them began to stare and point at Harry. A few even began approaching him. He had begun to feel very uncomfortable. Harry hated being the center of attention like this. Thankfully, Hagrid managed to shoo them away. Their first stop was Gringotts. Since they all couldn't fit into one cart, Harry and Hermione would use one cart while the Weasleys were in another. For Hermione, this was actually her first time to visit the vault in Gringotts using a cart. As a Muggle-born, her family didn't have a count at Gringotts and they came there only to change their Muggle money into Wizarding one. "Whoa," Harry exclaimed. He almost didn't believe what he saw in his vault. The mountain of gold in the entire room as big as Quidditch field. Did he enter the right vault? "The last time I went here it isn't as much as this," he said in wonder. "Harry," Hermione began her lecture. "Wizard and witch underage cannot access all of their fortune. They could only access a small amount of money to support their daily needs, even though some of the daily needs the upper class of wizarding family can actually cost a fortune. The rules are made after some heir and heiress of wealthy family squandered their family fortune and went bankrupt even before they reached their 17th birthday." He nodded his head. That made sense. He could imagine Malfoy Jr. throwing money around. After Gringotts, they went to Apothecary to buy supplies for their potion class, except Ron, who didn't have potions anymore, much to the redhead's relief. Then they went to Elop's Owl Emporium to buy owl peanuts for Hedwig and Pigwidgeon. Their next stop was Weasley Wizard Wheezes, Fred and George's joke shop. "Whoa," Ron said, stopped dead on his track. Harry turned to the source of Ron's fascination and almost didn't believe what he saw. On the shop's window there was a giant poster. It was the words written on it that caught their attention. "Why are you worrying about WHO? You should be worrying about poo. The constipation sensation that's gripping the nation. They're going to be killed in their sleep." Mrs. Weasley beeped in distress. Harry began laughing. Fred and George were geniuses to have come with such a slogan. Ron and Ginny also laughed out loud, and even Hermione's mouth twitched a bit in a smile. Mr. Weasley tried to look indifferent in fear of his wife but failed quite spectacularly. The shop was full of customers, so Harry, Ron, and Hermione inspected the products sold there by themselves. Ginny and Mrs. Weasley were looking at pygmy puffs. Meanwhile Mr. Weasley was busy with Muggle magic trick. "Oh no," Ron suddenly said, "I forgot to buy my robe." "Well, we could go now," Hermione suggested. "We still have time." "Better tell Mrs. Weasley first," Harry said. Ron told his mother that they're going to Madame Malkin to buy formal robes since his robe was too short. Over the summer, his friend had another growth spurt that actually made Harry quite jealous. He wasn't short anyway, but still it would be nice if he got a bit taller. Mrs. Weasley then forced them to go with Hagrid and making them promise not to wander around. Ron, wisely, kept his mouth shut this time. "Well, I'm going to wait outside, okay," Hagrid said after they arrived in front of Madame Malkin. Wise decision since Harry wasn't sure how Hagrid was going to fit into the store. Harry, Ron, and Hermione entered the shop and stopped in their track, for they were seeing none other than Draco Malfoy there. Malfoy, who noticed other presences in the shop, turned around and when he saw them, and sneered. "Saint Potter and his ever-faithful sidekicks," the blonde said, looking at them condescendingly. "Shut up, you ferret," Ron snapped. Harry, however, was calm. "Really, Malfoy," he said. "Is that a way to greet me?" he asked. "What, do you expect me to bow to the chosen one?" Malfoy drawled. "Not really," Harry replied. "But as I recall, your mother was a black before she married your father, therefore making you half a black. And as everyone knows, I am the head of Black family now, so show some respects to you elder, will you? Or, has Daddy Dearest never taught you a manner?" Ron laughed at this. "Way to go, Harry, you." Malfoy had gone red in anger. He took out his wand and held it in threatening manner towards Harry. In response, Harry and Ron took out their wand too. "Harry, Ron, no," Hermione protested. "Yes, listen to the Mudblood Potter, Weasel." Apparently Malfoy had forgotten all about his father's order to not to disturb him. "Please cease this." Madame Malkin showed up from behind the shelf, clearly worried about their argument in her shop. "Lady Malfoy, please." And from behind her, Narcissa Malfoy appeared. Even though she was pale and blonde, Harry could see the similarity between her and her sisters, Bellatrix and Andromeda. She was dressed in blue with matching necklace and earrings adorned by sapphire that cost a fortune. Definitely a woman who came from high-class background and with a husband who apparently allowed her to spend as much as she want in her shopping sphere. What is it, Draco? She looked around her and stopped at Harry and Ron. Lower your wand, she ordered them coldly. If you attack my son, I will make it sure that you both will pay for it. Oh really? Harry said, challenging her. The knowledge that she was the one who hid Bellatrix made Harry quite upset. He knew that if it weren't for his wife, Lucius Malfoy wouldn't give a damn about what was going to happen to Bellatrix. And what are you going to do? Asking your dear sister Bellatrix to attack us? Meeting her secretly, don't you? He said mockingly. Mr. Potter. Madame Malkin half screamed at him. Please don't say that, she said, worried about the war that was happening. Harry, Hermione tugged his hand, trying to calm him. Just stop, we could get into trouble, you know. Narcissa smiled coldly. Be careful, Potter. Dumbledore isn't always there to protect you. Harry looked around him. Well, he isn't here now. Why don't you try it? So you can join your sister as a wanted criminal. Don't you dare insult my mother, Potter. Malfoy spat angrily. We all know that she's hiding in your house, Harry continued, ignoring Malfoy. It is fine, Draco. She stared at Harry. You might disown Bella, but we're a black by blood, unlike you. She turned at her son. Come, Draco. After I know what kind of trash who shops here. Her eyes looked at Hermione briefly. We better shop at Twilfit and Tattings. Yes, mother. At the door, Narcissa paused and said, I don't need black fortune, so don't waste your breath threatening me. And Potter, you will join Sirius sooner than I join my sister. Then she left the shop together with her son. Harry, who was angry because she insulted Sirius, couldn't help himself. Mrs. Malfoy, he called after her. Narcissa and Malfoy both stopped and turned back to look at him. Squandering your husband's money for shopping, aren't you? He said, smirking. Well, do enjoy being Lady Malfoy while you can. Ron was still chuckling the whole way as they walked back to Weasley Wizarding Wheezes. I can't believe you told Malfoy to show you some respect, Harry, he said, snickering at the memory. Actually, Harry can do that since he's a head of Black family legally, and Malfoy is the only male of Black family through his mother, Hermione, ever the rational one, explained. But still, it's great, Ron replied. He merely shrugged. When they arrived at the shop, Mr. and Mrs. Weasley and Ginny were already waiting for them. In Ginny's hand, there was Pygmy Puff she got from the twins. I named him Arnold, the girl said. First Pigwidgeon and now Arnold, Ron muttered in disgust. Apparently, he hadn't forgotten the fact that it was Ginny who named his owl with such a cute and girlish name, in his opinion of course. Fred and George gave Harry a big paper bag full of their products for free. He tried to protest but had no success. They however demanded payment from Ron when the redhead wanted to take some of their stuff. All of these cost 6 galleon, Fred told him. But I am your brother. Ron protested. Sorry little brother, Fred said. But business is business, George continued. But you gave Pygmy Puff for Ginny for free. Ron tried to argue. Well, she is our dear little sister. They replied in unison. So a bit dispensation there. Uck, Ron said, muttering about the injustice in the world under his breath, and Harry only managed to calm him down after promising that he would share what they gave him. After that, they went to Florine Fortescue's for lunch. Florine himself, after recognizing Harry, treated him with a giant portion of chocolate and pistachio ice cream. His size of bowl was only matched by Hagrid's. The man also gave him a mountain of chicken sandwiches on a plate. Their last destination in Diagon Alley was Flourish and Blott's to get their school books. Each of them went separate way and returned later with an arm of books to join Mr. and Mrs. Weasley on the cashier. There were many students and parents there, so the place was quite crowded. Mrs. Weasley then ordered them to wait near the exit. Harry, Ron, Hermione, and Ginny just were halfway to the exit when 2 people descended from the stairs. We will send the books to Malfoy Manor, Lady Malfoy, the shop manager said behind them, clearly trying to please his customers. Harry couldn't believe his eyes. Why on earth he had to meet Narcissa Malfoy and her son again in here? He was still contemplating his luck when the door opened and Lucius Malfoy stepped in. Father. Malfoy was the first to approach Lucius with Narcissa right behind him. Lucius too had noticed their presence there. He approached Harry with sure, arrogant steps and stopped in front of him. Father. Whatever Malfoy wanted to say was cut off as his father turned to look at him. Be nice, Draco, Lucius said coldly. His son promptly shut his mouth and didn't dare to utter even a single word. Harry still remembered when he was trapped in Borgin and Berks years ago. Lucius, at that time, also didn't hesitate at all to scold his son in front of public. The man in question turned to look at him sharply. There was no change whatsoever in his facial features. It was hard to believe this was the same man who keyed him passionately few weeks ago. Lucius, Mr. Weasley interrupted them. He and Mrs. Weasley had finished paying for their books and had come to see what this commotion all about was. Arthur, Lucius sneered in disgust. Harry glared at Lucius, daring him to say anything degrading about the Weasleys. He was reminded about his second year when Mr. Weasley punched Lucius in the face after the blonde insulted him and the two of them started fighting in the middle of the shop. Definitely not the very image of the cold, arrogant and heartless man Lucius portrayed to the public. Mr. Weasley had moved to stand in front of Ginny, shielding her from Lucius' eyes. His action was quite understandable since it was Lucius who gave Ginny the Deathly Diary. Do calm down, Arthur, Lucius drawled. I wouldn't try to do anything to your precious daughter. Mr. Weasley growled at hearing those words. Mrs. Weasley meanwhile tightened her grip on her husband's arm. As much as she hated Lucius, she knew that it wasn't wise to provoke the man. Even though Fudge had been fired, Lucius still had a lot of important figures still in the Ministry firmly in his palm. Lucius could create disaster for Arthur in the Ministry if he wished so. Mr. Potter and Miss Granger, Lucius said the next. The new head boy and head girl, both from Gryffindor, he drawled in distaste. Such favoritism from Dumbledore. Then he straightened back and said frostily, Come Narcissa, Draco. There's no need to bear with their presence any longer. After giving Harry a hateful look, Lucius left the bookstore together with his wife and his son. Harry had to admit that three of them looked very alike. They were pale, blonde, and tall. His musings was cut off by Ron's grumbling. Arrogant family, the redhead said. Hermione nodded her head in agreement but kept stealing glances at him. Harry knew she was itching to scold him for his words towards Narcissa Malfoy. What were you thinking? Hermione demanded when they're alone. She started it. He argued back. Do enjoy being Lady Malfoy while you can, she repeated exasperatedly. She could run back to her husband, and you could get into trouble for it. At Harry's glare, she relented. I admit that she shouldn't insult Sirius and it was Malfoy who started it, but Harry, you shouldn't let them go to you. Remember Umbridge and our 5th year? He sighed. I know Hermione, but that's different. What could Narcissa do to me anyway? She narrowed her eyes. She could do many things, I assume. Her sister and her husband could, remember. Bellatrix is on the run and I actually am waiting for her to show up so the Auror could catch him. As for Lucius, he shrugged. I don't think Lucius would do something that could possibly endanger his position now. Hermione was about to argue with him, but after seeing his stubborn look, she only sighed and let the topic go. Harry, where's your head boy badge? Hermione asked when they're about to patrol the train for their head boy and head girl's task. He quickly searched for the badge inside his bag and found it, much to Hermione's relief. If he lost it, he knew she wouldn't let him live it down. He put it on then. Together, they left their compartment. Ron bid them goodbye, as he wasn't a prefect anymore this year, and went back talking to Neville with Luna reading. Quibbler sat beside him. Much to Mrs. Weasley's delight, this year it was Ginny who got the prefect position. Hermione had told him that once a prefect reached their last year they're required to return their badge to give them time to study for Newts and to give the younger student opportunity to become a prefect. Having finished with their duty, he told Hermione to get back first as he had something to do and would catch up with her later. That explained why he was standing in front of Lucius' compartment now. He knocked the door and opened it. Professor, he greeted the man after closing the door with the strongest locking charm he knew. He wouldn't have Malfoy Jr. or anyone else walked on them. Lucius looked up from the book he had been reading. I don't give you permission to enter my compartment. Harry smiled slightly. He had anticipated this. After their meeting at Flourish and Bots, he knew Lucius had a grudge on him for refusing his approach. So remove yourself from my presence, Lucius ordered, eyes glittering with cold fury. Someone had a bad mood, he commented lightly. Don't tell me that you're still mad at me now. I don't know what you're babbling about, but I don't appreciate your presence here. So get out now. Lucius' voice was a low icy hiss, vicious with suppressed anger. Instead of listening to the man, Harry walked closer and pulled the book Lucius had been reading from his grasp. Art of Dueling. He read the title. Is this book really more interesting than me? Having said so, he straddled the man in one quick move and began to key him. Lucius didn't respond first, but then the man started keying back. The older man had his arms around his waist, meanwhile he had his arms wrapped around Lucius' neck. Harry then pulled back, ran out of breath. Lucius, seeing this, chose to press hot wet keys on his neck, rather hungrily if Harry might say. Then the blonde pulled back. Harry could see that Lucius' pale face was flushed in pleasure. I recall that someone threatened me not to do anything, Lucius sarcastically said, much to Harry's amazement that he could still talk coherently now. Or was it only a mere empty words? I said that you couldn't do anything without my permission. However, you never said anything about yourself, he countered. That was quite clever in his opinion. The loophole he made there enabled him to do anything he wanted with Lucius only watching, unable to do anything. I think that's quite fair. And which part of it that is fair? Well, I'm a 17-year-old boy, he answered. You, on the other hand, are a grown man. A very charming and experienced man, if I might say so. Lucius raised one perfect eyebrow. Well, who would have thought that you think so highly of me? I don't think so. I know so, he replied serenely. Lucius glared at him for several long moments without responding. You are such a tease, he finally declared. Pure masculine frustration punctuated his words. I am not, he retorted before he captured Lucius' mouth for a fierce key. And that was how he spent his entire ride to Hogwarts, making out with Lucius Malfoy. Which was truly frightening actually. It was ironic that he didn't know how to act around girls, which resulted in him breaking up with Cho because of misunderstanding about Hermione. Meanwhile he knew perfectly what to say and what to do in front Lucius. Maybe he really had lost it. Ugh, Ron complained. We have so many classes this year. They were in Great Hall for breakfast right now, ready for the first class. Ron began complaining as soon as he took one look on his schedule. Hermione gave him a withering look as she pulled out her schedule. Honestly, Ron, when are you going to learn that this is our last year? She emphasized last two words. We're going to have newts. Harry ignored them. He was used to their infamous argument anyway. So he read his schedule and did a double take. Hermione, he said slowly. In here we have defense against the dark arts at Monday, Wednesday and Friday. Why in Friday we're going to have class together with Slytherin, Hufflepuff, and Ravenclaw. That got Ron's attention. What did you say? He checked his own schedule. Blimey, how could this happen? He asked in wonder. Hermione rolled her eyes. We're going to have dueling class at Friday. Seeing their look of amazement, she said, What? Dueling class like in our second year? He asked. His mind kept replaying the scene with Lockhart. He shuddered at that. No, she sighed. 50% of our Dada newts comes from dueling task we're going to perform. The examiner will judge us based on our reaction to the spell, our strategy and our choices of spells, jinxes or hexes we use in the duel. Don't any of you going to read Hogwarts, a history? What for? That come from Ron. We have you. You're like a walking Hogwarts, a history book anyway. That obviously was the wrong thing to say. His response set them into argument once more. Harry's mind, however, was already on the dueling class. He was really excited at this. That explained why Lucius read the book about dueling. He couldn't wait for Friday to come. Harry, Ron, and Hermione had just got out of their charms class when a fifth-year student approached him with a letter from Professor Dumbledore. He wants to meet later, after dinner, he said with perplexed look after reading the letter. Whatever for? Ron asked. I mean, you know who is dead, right? But his followers are still at large, Ron, Hermione said. Maybe he wants to talk to you about that. Maybe, he said. Well, I will find it out later, right? Harry continued as his two best friends shared concerned looks. At 8:00 p.m. Harry stood outside the gargoyle that guarded the headmaster's office. He muttered the password and the door to the stairs opened. He walked past the statue and on the winding staircase. Outside the office he paused once again before knocking on the door. Professor Dumbledore was already seated behind his desk with a friendly smile on his face and his blue eyes holding their usual sparkle. "Good evening, Harry," the headmaster said warmly. "Sir." Harry nodded at him. It turned out that Professor Dumbledore asked him to view a memories using Pensieve. After that, he began a long explanation about Horcruxes. "Do you know what Horcrux is, Harry?" He shook his head. With a sinking feeling he knew that this wasn't good. Whatever Dumbledore was going to tell him, it didn't bode him well. A Horcrux is a dark magic device created to attain immortality. It's a receptacle in which a dark wizard has hidden a part of his soul for the purposes of attaining immortality. With part of a wizard's soul thus stored, the wizard becomes immortal so long as the Horcrux remains intact. For this reason, Horcruxes are typically hidden in a safe location. Even if the wizard's body is destroyed, a portion of his soul will remain preserved within the Horcrux. However, the destruction of the creator's body leaves the wizard or witch in a state of half-life, without corporeal form. "And Voldemort has these?" he asked, horrified at the thought. "I have my suspicions, but I can only affirm this after I got the memories as you have seen in the Pensieve. As far as I know, Tom had managed to create 6 Horcruxes. The diary you destroyed in your second year, this ring." Dumbledore paused, pulling his drawer and took out a ring. Harry recognized the ring instantly. He had seen it in the Pensieve before. The ring belonged to Marvolo Gaunt. He blurted out. "You're correct," Dumbledore said. "I found it at Gaunt's shack. It seemed that Tom decided to hide it there, thinking that nobody is going to go there. Of course, he put a deathly curse there that if someone tried to wear it they would be cursed to death." "And how you destroyed it, sir?" Dumbledore gestured behind him. "By using Gryffindor's sword." He nodded, half understanding the things. He was still too shocked about this revelation. "The third Horcrux is Hufflepuff Cup, the fourth is Slytherin Locket, the fifth is Ravenclaw's diadem and the last is his snake, Nagini. I believe he tried to make the seventh one but was killed before he succeeded to do so. As you can see, all of Tom's deliberately created Horcruxes were made using objects that had been important or held some sentimental value. 2 have been destroyed, that means there are 4 remain." Harry felt sick. He knew the implication of this. So, as long as Voldemort's Horcruxes remains, that mean he is alive somewhere out there, he concluded. And if someone, whether it's Bellatrix Lestrange or the other Death Eaters, find out about this, they could resurrect him again, right? Dumbledore looked at him and this time there was no twinkle in his blue eyes. "I'm afraid so, my boy." Harry couldn't remember how he managed to get back to his headboy room, but he did, waking up in his bed the next day. Seeing as it was already late, he rushed to the Great Hall. Ron and Hermione were already seated on Gryffindor table, motioning for him to sit at the spot they had saved for him. "You're late," Ron said between mouthfuls of his omelet. Only years of experience made Harry able to translate the words spoken by his best friend. "So how was the meeting?" Hermione asked eagerly. "I will tell you later," he told her as he grabbed his pumpkin juice cup. Horcruxes definitely weren't the thing to talk about during meals. Harry doubted he would be able to stomach his breakfast. "So, this means Voldemort is still alive and out there somewhere," Hermione whispered. They were in his room. Being head boy and head girl, he and Hermione had their own private room. Each house had the head boy and head girl room near their dorm, which would be used if someone from the house were appointed. Harry had brought them to his room so he could tell them about Dumbledore's revelation from last night. Or, the biggest shock in his life would be suited better. "Yeah, pretty much so," he admitted, petting Snuffles' head. The dog barked happily. Most of the people at Hogwarts liked Snuffles from the moment they saw him. "But that's crazy," Ron bellowed. "If he has this damned Horcrux thing, someone could resurrect him anytime." As long as we didn't destroy the Horcruxes, it's useless no matter how many times he's killed. Harry said bitterly. He was reminded about the things that happened in the graveyard and the fight in the Department of Mysteries. Just the prospect of how many innocent lives that Voldemort would take if he were released in the wizarding world again made Harry shudder. Cedric and Sirius were more than enough. He would do anything he could to destroy those Horcruxes. What are those Horcruxes again? Hermione asked. Her mind was already processing the research she could do to help her friend. There was Hogwarts Library, she was sure she could find something there. There was Black Library at Grimmauld Place too. Well, I destroyed Tom's diary back at our second year and Professor Dumbledore destroyed the Gaunt Ring. That left Slytherin locket, Hufflepuff cup, Ravenclaw's diadem and the last is his snake, Nagini. He tried to make the seventh one but was killed before he succeeded to do so. Those Horcruxes could be anywhere, Ron beeped in distress. Hermione frowned however, but the Ravenclaw diadem has been missing since the Founder's era, how could Voldemort find the diadem? Ron gaped at her. And how could you know about this? He asked in disbelief. I read Ron, she replied, irritated. What in the world do I have to do to make both Ron and Harry to read Hogwarts? A history, she thought, annoyed. Rowena Ravenclaw's diadem, which is also known as the Lost Diadem, is the only known relic which once belonged to Rowena Ravenclaw, the founder of Ravenclaw House in Hogwarts. Etched upon its surface was Ravenclaw's famous quotation, "Wit beyond measure is man's greatest treasure." It was said to enhance the wisdom of its wearer, which is Ravenclaw House's most treasured attribute. She explained. Harry shrugged. I wouldn't put it past Voldemort if he somehow managed to find it. He was really a sly man. You should see how he charmed Hepzibah Smith into showing him the Hufflepuff cup and Slytherin locket. He had told them about the things he had seen in the Pensieve anyway. What does the Slytherin locket looks like? Ron asked, curious. It was a locket of heavy gold with a serpentine S in an emerald inlay on the front. He explained. Wait a minute, a locket of heavy gold with a serpentine S in an emerald inlay on the front. He remembered seeing this thing before. Where was it? Grimmauld Place, he exclaimed. What? Ron and Hermione looked at him, puzzled by his odd behavior. There's something like that at Grimmauld Place. We found it when it was renovated. He explained. Are you really sure, Harry? Hermione asked, a bit hesitated. Well, I'm going to check it with Dumbledore, he said. We'll come together with you, Hermione stated firmly. What? He asked, startled. Yeah mate, Ron said. We will come together with you. He tried to argue to them but they both were too stubborn so he finally relented and together they went to Headmaster office. After he heard Harry's story, the four of them went to Grimmauld Place. Remus was surprised when he saw them. After the house was renovated, Harry insisted that the man stay with him since the house was too big only for one person and two house elves. Plus, since Harry was in school, the house was going to be uninhabited. Remus refused at first of course, but he relented finally after insisting that he would pay half of the groceries. Harry quickly took the opportunity before Remus changed his mind. After all, the man was the only one left as parental figure, aside of Mr. Weasley of course. But Mr. Weasley had his own family. Dumbledore, Harry, Ron, and Hermione told Remus the entire story then they went to search for the locket. They found it after searching for half an hour. The locket was in simple black box with glass lid so they could see what inside it. Dumbledore was the one who opened the box. Soon, they could feel the dark magic emanating from the locket. The box apparently functioned as barrier. The Horcruxes inside the locket, Dumbledore said. He turned to Harry. Try to open it using Parseltongue, Harry, he said. Open, Harry said in Parseltongue. True to Dumbledore's words, the locket opened. Dumbledore lifted his wand above the locket and began Latin incantation that sounded like a song to Harry. The tip of Dumbledore's wand glowed a bright golden light, illuminating the room. The light from it felt warm and soothing. After a few minutes, a dark shadow appeared from the locket, screaming as if in pain then disappeared completely. Dumbledore ended his spell soon after. What is that? Hermione was the first to open her mouth. It's a spell called Votum Pro Solaris. A very ancient spell to purify a dark magic. Dumbledore said. The level of the power is based on the caster power, so the more powerful the wizard or witch is, the more efficient the spell is. However, the most important thing is the spell only vanishes the dark magic, leaving the artifact intact. I found this during my research about Horcruxes. It's almost forgotten now since it needs a really powerful wizard to cast it. So, the locket is now safe? Ron inquired. Yes, Dumbledore affirmed, although I would suggest you to be careful about it, Mr. Weasley. Ron immediately stepped back from the locket. Why? He asked once he deemed that he was in safe range from the locket if something dangerous happened. This locket belonged to Salazar Slytherin. As we witnessed before, the locket only responded to Harry because he speaks Parseltongue. It contains the power we do not know yet. Dumbledore said, each of the Founder had their own magical artifacts, each possessing a different power. Ravenclaw's diadem is said to be able to imbue its wearer with great wisdom. Gryffindor's sword is said of capable of acquiring powers from those it had slain. And Hufflepuff cup is rumored to be related with food, Hermione explained. It's only Slytherin that is unknown. Merlin Beard. Ron muttered in amazement. How did you find out all about these? Hogwarts. A history, she said icily. Honestly, after this, she might bind Ron and Harry both in the library. What Hermione said is true, Remus added. We don't know what power Slytherin locket has. I suppose we can return the locket now, Harry said. Suddenly, the necklace flew into the air, surprising them all, and, without any warning, attached itself around Harry's neck. What is going on? He asked, bewildered. It seems that the locket has chosen you as its master, my boy. Dumbledore said, eyes twinkling. But, how? He questioned. Seeing as you're the only Parselmouth left, it probably has attachment to you. Dumbledore explained. Harry tried to pull the necklace off his neck but to no avail. Finally he gave up. Sighing, he said, well, I guess I got stuck with Slytherin locket, Only you mate, Ron said, shaking his head. Seeing that it was already midnight and that the three of them had a class the following day, Dumbledore ordered them back to school. Harry took the locket original container when something caught his eyes. It was like a paper stuffed behind the black satin. Harry, Remus questioned. He pulled the paper out. It turned out to be a letter. To the Dark Lord, I know I will be dead long before you read this, but I want you to know that it was I who discovered your secret. I have stolen the real Horcrux and intend to destroy it as soon as I can. I face death in the hope that when you meet your match you will be mortal once more. R.A.B. Who is R.A.B. anyway? Harry asked after he finished reading the letter. Regulus Arcturus Black, Remus whispered softly. Sirius' younger brother. But wasn't he a Death Eater? He asked. He remembered Sirius telling him about that. It seems that he joined Voldemort then had a change of heart. Hermione commented. Sirius described Regulus as his parents' favorite son because he accepted their ideals about blood purity. Regulus was sorted into the Slytherin house and played Seeker on its Quidditch team. As far as I know, he joined the Death Eaters at the age of 16. Remus said. Did he somehow find out about the Horcrux Voldemort created then tried to destroy it? Harry inquired. Unfortunately we don't know what exactly happened. Professor Dumbledore said. My hunch however is he joined by his free will but was met with the reality of what it meant then it became way too much to handle. Many pureblood who joined as Death Eater thought that this was only some kind of organization of Muggle hating. What they didn't expect that they were ordered to kill innocent people and to bow to Key the robe of Madman. Many of them tried to escape but were murdered since Tom didn't take betrayal lightly. Voldemort is nothing but a psychopath, Hermione said firmly. And we must stop him. Very well said Ms. Granger, Dumbledore said. Hermione blushed a bit. Remus cleared his throat. I believe it's past midnight and the three of you have a class in the morning so you all should get back to Hogwarts now. They said goodbye and left Grimmauld Place. When we're about to leave the headmaster's office, Harry remembered that he wanted to ask Fawkes something so he told Ron and Hermione to go ahead. What he wanted from Fawkes was his tear. Phoenix was a really rare magical creature, even more so than a dragon because if dragons could fly to evade their potential captors. It was different with a phoenix, which had the ability to teleport him and others in a burst of flame. That made it almost impossible to catch them unless the phoenix was willing, like Fawkes. The three of them woke up late the next day. Already, the Great Hall was full of students when they arrived there, causing everyone to look at them. Harry ignored the stares he received while Hermione pulled at Ron, who went pink under the scrutiny he got as they made their way to the Gryffindor table. Harry's first and second class was potions, which he shared with Hermione. Snape was grumpy and treated him as with disdain as usual. At lunch, they met again. Snape assigned us a 2-feet essay for homework, he complained. Luckily I don't have potions anymore, Ron said cheerfully, filling his plate with roasted chicken and mashed potato. Since he didn't take potions, he chose to take Muggle studies instead, for the easy grade he hoped could get there. Hermione, of course, was angry at the reasoning. When Harry asked why he didn't take divination, Ron had stated that he wouldn't ever set his foot in Trelawney's class without Harry's presence there. Hermione glared at him. We're going to have a lot of homework right now, Ron. In fact, starting this year, Hogwarts is going to have a Newt preparation test at the beginning of February to see how much we've mastered of our studies. She watched in satisfaction as Ron choked on his food. What? Ron bellowed after he swallowed his food. But, he sputtered. The Newt preparation test doesn't have any effect to our real Newt tests. It only serves as a tool to find out which lessons we're good or poor at. For example, if we get outstanding for defense against the dark arts but for charms we get poor, then it means we have to study harder for charms. But we have to study double, Ron protested. And we've just come back to Hogwarts from Christmas holiday, he whined. I doubt I have the spirit to study anything. But it's a good thing, right? Neville chimed in. I mean, as we would be prepared for the Newts. I would hate it if I don't have any clue at all about what I'm going to face. Neville is right, Harry said. Yeah, I guess, Ron sighed. The last lesson for that day was Dada. Harry and Lucius didn't do anything after they arrived at Hogwarts. In fact, they hadn't talked except in the class, which didn't classify anyway. So Harry planned to remedy the situation tonight. After all, he needed a favor from Lucius now. Write 2-feet essay about the dueling protocols. The task will be collected at Friday. Lucius Malfoy told his entire class. At least now, they would read the book and wouldn't come to his dueling class unprepared. Of course, he knew that Lockhart had a dueling club, but then again, who believed that incompetent fool knew what he was talking about? The fact that Dumbledore allowed Lockhart to be a teacher proved that the old man should have retired from his post long time ago. You're dismissed, he ordered. One by one, the student left the class. Potter was the last, and before the boy left, he mouthed something that sounded like, after dinner, to him. What was the boy plan now? He had correspondence with Potter during summer holiday, and they met again in Switzerland, to which they had a pleasant dinner. Problems only arise after he escorted Potter back to hotel. How dare the brat refused him? In his entire life, no one ever refused him. In fact, people were always doing their best to please him, in and out of bed. But no, only Potter refused him. The brat even suggested that he divorced his wife first. It was absurd. It took every patience he had not to kill the boy right then and there. No one could humiliate him and survived his wrath. But since the boy was Harry Bloody Potter, the savior of the wizarding world, or the chosen one, or whatever title the prophet came up, he couldn't do anything. For now at least. He went to French Riviera, fuming. His wife and his son, sensing his dark mood, didn't say anything. Then he met again with Potter at Diagon Alley. After that, his son then proceeded to tell him about the encounter they had with the boy. He couldn't believe Potter threatened Narcissa like that. Well, Lucius actually didn't lose anything if he divorced Narcissa now, since they had one son together. The media, he supposed, would have a field day. Not that they would paint him black. They knew better than to invoke his wrath. Their next meeting was in the train, where they spent the entire ride making out. Lucius had to admit that it was the first time in his life he ever did like that, making out, that was. His marriage with Narcissa was expected for both of them, so they both knew their duty. And his dalliances with his mistresses was always a one-night stand where he took what he wanted and gave what he wanted to give. If Potter's aggressiveness in the train was any indicator, he supposed that ridiculous rule would mean nothing for him. Right at 8 p. He heard the knocking on his door and went to open it. Nobody was in front of the door, but right after the door closed, Potter appeared from beneath his invincibility cloak. It seemed that the cloak had assisted Potter into breaking every rule in Hogwarts. "Hello, Lucius." Potter smiled at him and proceeded to key him. "Potter," he said after they broke apart. He had decided to drop Mr. from the boy name whenever they were alone. He walked to his study room, the boy following him. "Have a seat," he motioned as a proper host, although Potter was quite familiar with his quarters since the boy spent 1 month detention here. Potter sat in the chair in front of him. Meanwhile he sat behind his massive mahogany desk. "What an honor to have you here," he drawled out. "Now, perhaps you could tell me the reason of your presence here." "I haven't said a proper thanks for giving me Snuffles," the boy began. "And I have 2 things for you actually." "Snuffles, the puppy," Potter explained. "I named him Snuffles. I bring him to Hogwarts with me. And this is for you. I bought this at Switzerland." Potter took out a box of praline chocolate and put it in the desk. "You chose to buy chocolate for me, Potter. It's filled with the best alcoholic drinks. I can't believe it cost a few hundred galleons just for a box of praline." "You're talking about vintage wine, Potter." He actually knew this brand of chocolate, having eaten those in his youth. "And this," Potter gave him a vial of crystal clear water. "It's Phoenix Tear." He raised his eyebrow. "And how did you convince Dumbledore to let you take the tear from his precious Phoenix pet?" He was aware that Phoenix was extremely rare, and the only wizard alive to have Phoenix pet was Dumbledore. The tear could only be given willingly, so he was quite curious as to how Potter obtained it. "Well, Fox let me actually," Potter answered. "And I don't tell Professor Dumbledore that I'm going to give it to you." Unbelievable. Lucius would have found this hard to believe if the boy standing in front him wasn't Harry Potter. After all, this was the boy who made the impossible possible. Who ever heard people survived a killing curse before? But Potter did, and not only once but twice. Potter was a powerful wizard, but to be this lucky, he began to wonder if Potter consumed Felix Felicis daily for him to possess such an all-encompassing amount of sheer luck. "Aren't you going to say thanks?" Potter said in low voice, before rising from his seat and walked over to him. Then the boy dropped himself into his lap and began keying him. In response, he hugged Potter closer to him, then brought one hand behind his neck and one hand behind his waist, pulling him closer and deepening the key. He wouldn't have even realized that he had spent the next hour making out with Potter, again, if the grandfather clock didn't chime in. Potter pulled back, but his flushed cheeks gave away what he had just done a moment ago. The teen still had his arms wrapped around his neck, and he now had both arms around Potter's slim waist. He looked at the vial of Phoenix tears on his desk and then turned to look at Potter. "I hardly believe if you give me this freely. So, what do you want from me?" "Well, I have a favor to ask from you. The Chosen One asks for my help." "What in the world has come to?" he sarcastically said. Potter narrowed his eyes. "You're the only one close enough with Bellatrix to do it. I don't have any connection with her. How many times do I need to tell you that before your brain could absorb the fact, Potter?" "What do you think I am? 5 years old boy?" Potter retorted, giving him a penetrating look. "You certainly sometimes act like one," he replied smoothly. "Listen, I don't care about where she is for now, okay?" Potter snapped. "What I want is for you to go to her vault at Gringotts and retrieve something for me." He stared at the boy for a long time. Potter wasn't joking, right? Him, breaking into Gringotts. The Dark Lord had done that, and if he wanted to, he supposed he could do it too. As long as the owner of the vault didn't die, nobody could access it. The goblins there didn't care if the owner was Azkaban prisoner, or Death Eater, or even the Dark Lord himself. All they cared was the gold inside. If Bellatrix could afford to come to Gringotts, the goblins would serve her without any care, because whatever happened in the wizarding world wasn't their business. "Why don't you do it by yourself? I told you, you're the one close enough to do it." Potter then took out another vial from his pocket. "It's a polyjuice potion," the teenager told him. "Using that plus a few Imperius curse and you will be able to enter her vault as Bellatrix herself." Lucius couldn't believe what he had just heard. Did Potter just suggest him to use Imperius, one of the unforgivable curse? Apparently, the boy did. Well, Potter truly was an enigma for him. But for Potter to want something that belonged to Bellatrix, the thing he wanted was either dangerous or very precious that couldn't be left to her possession. And what is the thing you want to retrieve, Potter? He questioned. I will tell you later if you succeed doing it, Potter replied. What's in for me then? What? Potter looked at him as if he had grown a second head. Seriously, Potter didn't think that he would risk his neck for nothing, did he? Potter, he began slowly. I think you're aware that if someone gets caught breaking into Gringotts, the consequence will be severe. You must want that thing so much. So I have to ask you, what is it in for me, Potter? Harry should have known it would happen. He expected nothing less from Lucius Malfoy actually. Why would the man risk his life without something equal in return? Lucius, for his part, looked at Harry with amusement in his gray eyes. Well, what say you, Potter? You can have it when I'm done with it, he blurted out. He knew Lucius. The man didn't want something lesser than that. But how could he promise to give something that precious to Lucius, who was the epitome of evil himself, aside of Voldemort? Well, he was confident that he could win it back from Lucius. Let Lucius have the fun for a while, it wouldn't hurt after all. And why would I want something that I don't even know what it is? Lucius asked in a cool voice. I'm pretty sure that you would love to have it. There, he had caught Lucius' interest. Something much more valuable than those dark art items you hide in your drawing room. After all, none of those hold a candle, a relic of Hogwarts' founder. The change in Lucius' expression was so fast, from disinterested to openly curious before he masked his expression once again in his cold indifference mask. A relic that belonged to Hogwarts' founder? The man asked. Yes, Harry nodded. It's either Hufflepuff's cup or Ravenclaw's diadem. Ravenclaw's diadem, Lucius muttered in low voice, but Harry still could hear it. Harry was positive that Lucius' mind was already working on the possibility of what he could achieve by having the diadem. It was said to enhance the wisdom of the wearer, right? Maybe Lucius would start planning on how to conquer the wizarding world. A man like him wouldn't want to stay as a follower forever. No, if Lucius could, he would have thwarted Voldemort a long time ago. He smirked. Careful, Lucius, he warned. You're showing too much emotion right now. Lucius was always in control. He never allowed anything to show so blatantly on his face. To do so was very uncharacteristically of him. Lucius gave him a murderous glare, but Harry had become immune of those said glares, unfortunately. Aren't you a bit too trustworthy, Potter? What make you think that I will give it to you instead of keeping it for myself? The relic is useless to you as long as the curse isn't lifted yet. Harry replied. And if you keep it that way, then Voldemort will know about your betrayal. My betrayal, Lucius said frostily. Remember the diary, Lucius. I will destroy the curse, and after that you could have the relic all to yourself. Harry reminded him. You're what? He interrupted. You will not betray Voldemort. Is that what you're going to say? If you were such a loyal servant, Lucius, shouldn't you be rotting away in Azkaban to defend your belief of pureblood superiority rather than pleading Imperius and abandoning your said Dark Lord? Harry said in bored voice before leaning forward to whisper into Lucius' ear. Surely you don't want to spend your entire life keying his robe. Someone with your pride, Lucius, isn't made to be a servant. He is made to be the king. He pulled back to see that Lucius was staring at him with hard, calculating eyes. And what if you break your promise? Harry raised his eyebrow. Are you kidding me? Look at who we're talking to. Dumbledore's golden boy, Lucius drawled. But then again, the same boy had just told me a few minutes ago to cast Imperius Curse. The sarcasm in his tone was obvious. Now that you're saying it like that, you're right actually, he said, shrugging. However, the possibility that you will running away with the relic is greater, so we will take our chance here. Lucius was still staring at him, as if complimenting the whole situation. So, is it a deal then? He dared to ask. Fine, Lucius said finally. Thank you, he said. Do inform me about the situation later. He keyed Lucius once more, got up from the man's lap and bid him good night. Lucius didn't seem to care about his departure, maybe because the man was already too engrossed in his plotting. But that was fine. Lucius might entertain himself with the idea of having Ravenclaw's diadem, but Harry thought the chance of Bellatrix having Hufflepuff cup was bigger since the diadem had been missing since the Founders era and he had actually witnessed how Tom stole the cup from Hepzibah Smith. The idea actually came after his Dada class. Harry was in the library, thinking about the possible places where Voldemort could hide his remaining Horcruxes, when Ginny came there. She was looking for a textbook for Dada homework. Then she remarked that Lucius was actually a decent teacher even though she hadn't forgotten about the fact that it was him who gave her the cursed diary. Tom's diary. Of course, Harry cursed himself for didn't think about this before. If Voldemort entrusted the diary to Lucius and Regulus had Slytherin's locket with him, then Voldemort might entrust the next Horcrux into one of his Death Eater's hands, and there was no one who was more devoted than Bellatrix Lestrange. Now, where did she hide it? Her residence was out of the question since Harry knew that Aurors raid Death Eaters' places constantly. She would hide it somewhere else. Somewhere safe. Gringotts. That's the reason he asked for Lucius' help. Harry knew that the goblins didn't care about the status of their customers. He used to be confused as to why Sirius could draw money from Gringotts but had to use mail order to buy Firebolt for him. So, his plan was for Lucius to disguise himself as Bellatrix, then go into her vault to retrieve the cup. He came about it because he knew that he had Polyjuice Potion, and since Bellatrix had been in Lucius' house often enough, he could easily obtain some of her hair. He was a bit confused as to why Lucius was so adamant that it was Ravenclaw's diadem in her vault, but he supposed that the promise of wisdom certainly was in higher leverage than food, some kind of food-related artifact. Well, he had done his part. Now, he only needed to wait for Lucius' action. He could only hope that the man wouldn't take a long time. Friday, Harry, Ron and Hermione went to their first dueling class excitedly. He truly wanted to know what Lucius would teach. The class was located at the part of Hogwarts he never went to. They entered the class and froze in the spot, for it was not the classroom they were used but more like a stadium. The ground was surrounded by spectator seat, much like a coliseum, Harry thought. And the ceiling was charmed to show a blue sky. Lucius was already in there. The man waved his wand, then a chair plus desk appeared on the ground. "Have a seat," he ordered. The students did so. "I believe all of you have done your homework about the protocols of dueling, so I wouldn't waste my time to repeat it again." Although most of the students, especially those in Slytherin, thought that Lucius was going to favor the House of Snake, they were proven wrong. His words were harsher to the other houses, yes, but not his punishments. He didn't tolerate anyone who disturbed his teaching. Snape would turn blind eye if Malfoy or Parkinson taunted Gryffindor in his potions class. Snape also wouldn't care if Slytherin sabotaged Gryffindor potion. But not for Lucius. After Parkinson and Zabini found themselves scrubbing the floor of Ullery for 1 week straight, no Slytherin dared to tempt their luck. Hogwarts will hold Newt preparation test at the beginning of February. That mean we're going to have dueling class until Christmas holiday. After that, we're going to focus on Newt test material. Lucius said, "For next week and the rest of our lesson we're going to have dueling tournament." The class went riot hearing this, and only Lucius Blair managed to silence them all. "We will draw names randomly for the duel. And Professor Flitwick will assist us. As for homework, I want you to give a list of 20 spells, charm, hexes or jinx that can be used in dueling. Now you're dismissed." As he did at Wednesday, precisely at 8 p.m., he was already in the front of Lucius' quarters, and the man seemed already predicted his arrival. "Hello Lucius," he said, then keyed him. "So, how is the project?" "I don't have any idea of what you're talking about, Potter," Lucius said. It was his way of telling that he hadn't made any progress yet, which Harry understood. After all, with his time tied up teaching, Lucius didn't have time to go to Gringotts. So he spent about 1 hour talking, arguing, and making out with Lucius. Lucius even called his personal house elf to serve them beverage and drink. "If you try to free my house elf again, Potter, I will make you pay," Lucius threatened. Harry dismissed him. "You were cruel to Dobby, so it's your fault," he retorted. "But why don't you use Hogwarts house elf?" "Hogwarts house elves are bound to whoever the current headmaster is," Lucius replied icily. "I wouldn't want them running back to Dumbledore, reporting that I tried to kill you here." "If you say so, Lucius," he said, eyeing the treacle tart and the warm chocolate drink the elf had brought. Meanwhile Lucius had his wine. Seducing a wealthy man definitely had its own perks, Harry mused as he bit into his treacle tart. Quidditch tryout came the next week. Katie Bell had graduated from Hogwarts, so that meant Gryffindor team lacked one chaser. Harry looked at the application form in his hand. The list was quite long even though he only needed one person. Professor McGonagall had given him the list, stressing that she would love to have the Quidditch Cup once again in the office rather than Severus. And that since this was Harry's last year at Hogwarts, he should build a strong foundation for the Gryffindor Quidditch team next year. Honestly, her obsession about Quidditch was sometimes even worse than Oliver Wood's, and that was saying something. Much like the last time, the field was full of people, both of Gryffindor students and unwanted people, like Romilda Vane. Harry turned to look at his team. Ron, Ginny, Demelza, Coot and Peeks all had come to watch. In the end he chose Maria Montgomery, one of the Montgomery sisters, as the new chaser. Today we're going to learn how to transfigure one animal being into another animal, Professor McGonagall said in front of the classroom. At their desk, each of the students had a cage with a white mouse inside. Watch and learn, the witch ordered. Anima Verto. And the white mouse inside the cage transformed into Yellow Canary. Hermione as usual listened with full attention, but Ron, Harry was surprised to see, lifted his hand. Mr. Weasley, McGonagall called him. I'm just wondering, Professor, Ron said, if the spell can used on human. For example, if we transfigure someone into ferret. The entire class minus Hermione burst into laughing. Ernie, who sat near Harry, was clutching his stomach. They all still remembered very well about the incident from their fourth year when the fake Moody turned Malfoy into ferret. McGonagall, as Harry knew she would, didn't find the whole situation funny. That's enough or I will deduct points from both houses. That effectively silenced them all. Another version of this spell could be used to transfigure human into animal. She explained after a few moments of silence. A whisper of excitement broke from the students, but they were silenced once again. It's take time, concentration and a lot of magical power to do it. And I would not appreciate it at all if one of my students here, McGonagall's eyes flashed dangerously here, promising punishment for anyone who dared to toy with the spell, were to practice this spell for fun. The spell is dangerous and any mistake can render the person trapped forever in both human and animal form. The students gulped hearing this. So I hope we're clear in this matter. She stared at them all to see if they had understood her warning before continued the lesson. Now, I want all of you to practice the spell. Soon, the class was full of students muttering Anima Verto. Hermione is the first who succeeded. Her canary flying happily inside the cage. A further survey told Harry that Ron had turned his white mouse into yellow mouse with canary wings. 5 points to Gryffindor for Miss Granger, McGonagall said. Canary was okay, but it would be fun if they could transfigure the animal into something else, Harry thought. Well, maybe a lion. Snickering, he waved his wand. Anima Verto. What happened next shocked Harry so much because a second later a male lion had stood tall on his desk. The cage crushed beneath his paws when the transformation took place. The lion roared, causing a few students nearby to shriek in fear. Finite incantatem, Harry cried out. The lion changed back into White Mouse that soon escaped. Not that Harry cared about that, he was more concerned about the livid McGonagall who was making her way towards him. Mr. Potter, she said angrily. What is the meaning of this? I don't know, Professor, Harry replied. I only said the spell like you told us to do. It's true, Professor, I saw him. Hermione defended him. Beside her, Ron nodded his head. Are you sure you didn't do something, Mr. Potter? McGonagall asked. Well, I just thought that it would be fun if we could transfigure the mouse into lion. Then it just sort of happened, Harry said nervously. McGonagall pursed her lips. Please stay behind after class, Mr. Potter. Hermione and Ron threw him a worried look when they left the class along with other students. I want you to explain what had just happened there. So Harry told her. McGonagall looked lost in thought when he finished his story. Mr. Potter, she began. You have to be very careful from now on. Earlier when you only thought of transfiguring lion for fun, your magic saw it seriously and made it happen. This usually occurs when the wizard is particularly powerful. So, start practicing spell to control your power better. Yes, Professor, Harry replied. You may go now. That's the reason why he spent the next few days with Hermione and Ron in the room of requirement. After hearing McGonagall command, Hermione insisted that he should start practicing now before something more dangerous than lion occurred. At first, Hermione told him to transfigure apple into tree. The tree sprout out with ripe apple fruit on it. She then had him to practice again and again until he could control the growth of the tree simply based on his thought. Then she decided to do Aquamentee's spell for Charms class. She was only satisfied after he could manage the volume of water that flowed out from his wand. After that, she ordered him to practice spell from Dada class. You have to control it, Harry. You wouldn't want your spells being too strong when you're dueling someone. What? Ron declared. It's dueling, Hermione. We're supposed to beat our enemies. Not our enemy, Ron, Hermione admonished him. But our opponent, who is also our classmate. She stressed out the last word. I wouldn't mind at all to knock Malfoy and his idiot twins off, Ron grumbled. Harry sighed. I know about that. I don't want my spell to hurt someone. Hermione's features softened. I know, Harry, but why this happened suddenly? Ron asked. I know that you're getting more powerful after you beat you-know-who, but now, he trailed off before his face broke into a wide grin. Blimey, Harry, maybe you get magical power boost again. Whoa, we could destroy those stupid Horcruxes easily. There's nothing such as magical boost, Hermione retorted. That would be ridiculous. Wizard's magic develops as he grows. What happens when they have power outburst is usually accidental magic. Harry left them to their usual bantering. But deep inside he was also curious. It's true he got more powerful after he beat Voldemort, but not to this extent. Speaking of which, he was quite sure that his power boost happened after he wore that Slytherin's locket. Harry knew something was different when he entered Lucius' quarters that night. He had made it into habit to come to Lucius' place each night he had Dada lesson. So Lucius had become accustomed with him showing up 3 times a week. Lucius led him to his study and told him to wait there. The man appeared again a moment later carrying a black box. It's Hufflepuff cup, Lucius said, as if blaming him for the cup being in Bellatrix's vault instead of the diadem. His disappointment was obvious for Harry. Then again, what was with those Slytherin who always thought of Hufflepuff as the loser? Helga Hufflepuff was still one of Hogwarts' founder. Harry stated calmly. Lucius chose to ignore his statement. Harry opened the box. There was a small golden cup with 2 finely wrought handles with a badger engraved on the side. Exactly like he saw in the pensive. The cup also radiated dark magic. Harry closed the box and the presence of dark magic disappeared. I will return it you after I'm done with it, Harry said. Now tell me about your adventure at Gringotts. There's nothing to tell, Potter. The goblins didn't suspect anything. I entered her vault, deflected the trap there and replaced the cup with the fake one. Although I had to transfigure it from fake diadem I've prepared, Lucius acidly said. Harry was impressed. He even didn't think as far as to replace the cup with the fake one. He truly had to congratulate Lucius for his idea. What kind of curse the Dark Lord place on the cup, Potter? Lucius suddenly asked. The man must have racked his brain trying to find out, maybe even testing it few times. But Harry couldn't tell him yet. Maybe after he destroyed the Horcrux in the cup first. I will tell you later when I return this to you, he said, walking over to straddle the man. Now, let's use our time here for something much more productive, shall we? Lucius keyed him hard before pulling back and said, for once, you do use your brain, Potter. This was nice, Harry thought dazedly as Lucius keyed his neck. They had spent the last few minutes keying and caressing each other. Lucius now not only keyed his neck but also had moved to beeping and licking it. And the worst part, or the best part, depended on the point of the view, was that Harry could feel Lucius' growing excitement since he was seated on the man's lap. It was good because that meant Lucius wanted him, but it was also bad because Harry didn't want to go any further than keying for now. They hadn't destroyed all of the Horcruxes, so he didn't want to risk anything. If by chance, old Voldemort returned and Lucius suddenly decided that he would prove his loyalty by sacrificing Harry. After all, Lucius' #1 priority was himself. The man was Slytherin to the bone. He took care of himself and his own before anyone else. More importantly, Lucius was also the bane of his existence for all of these years. Harry wasn't ready to let go of the past yet. So he pulled himself back. I have to go now. A project to do, remember. Lucius didn't protest even though Harry could see a flicker of disappointment in his eyes that was gone as quickly as it appeared. Do you have free time this Saturday? He asked. For what, Potter? I need to return the cup to you. And you asked about the curse on it, didn't you? I will tell you, so be prepared because we're going to have a serious conversation. Fine. Come by lunch, Potter, Lucius said. Harry knew he shouldn't do it, but he couldn't stop himself from taunting Lucius. And do enjoy the cup later. You can try to change water into wine, I suppose. Lucius responded by throwing stinging hecks at him, which he easily countered. Laughing, he bid the man good night and left. Harry took the cup to Dumbledore, who destroyed it. The headmaster didn't even ask as to why Harry needed it back. He was actually afraid of that question, not sure what to say if asked. Mr. Malfoy got this from Gringotts, he reluctantly said. Is that the reason why you suggested I hire Lucius as teacher, Harry? Dumbledore asked, his eyes twinkled as usual. Yeah, he admitted, eyeing the headmaster nervously. I talked with him a few times and persuaded him to get the cup. I told him that he wouldn't like being Voldemort's servant forever. You're right, my boy, Dumbledore said. Lucius isn't particularly happy with Voldemort's return. They talked for a while, discussing things about the Horcruxes that were left now and where they should search to get them. Harry was having breakfast when Hedwig dropped a letter. He took it. It's from Remus, he told Ron and Hermione. Confused as to why Remus sent him a letter, he quickly read it. Well, what did he say? Ron asked. He wants to meet me at Hogsmeade this Saturday to tell me something very important. He replied. Well, that meant he had to delay his appointment with Lucius. As Lucius had said before, they had a mini-tournament inter-Hogwarts for students in dueling class. First, they pulled out names randomly, then they would face the said person. However, since this was the first name, they merely practiced all they had learned about dueling, such as the protocols. Lucius told them that later they would defeat each other, with the winner went to the next level until there was only 2 person left on the final duel. To Harry's delight, he saw that the students who attended DA did well in the dueling, with Neville being the one who had the best development. After class, he stayed behind to talk with Lucius. The blonde man wasn't too happy to hear it, but he relented. At the promised time, Harry arrived at the 3 broomsticks. Remus and Tonks were already there. Watch her, Harry, Tonks said. Hi Tonks, Remus, he said. It turned out that the reason Remus asked to meet him there was because they were going to get married and they wanted Harry to be the first to know about it. Harry was happy to hear the plan. When is it? He asked. This Christmas, Remus answered. When Harry returned to Hogwarts and told Ron and Hermione about the news, they were ecstatic, happy to hear it too. The next Saturday, right at lunchtime, he arrived on Lucius' quarters. Hello Lucius, he said, keying the man as greeting. It had become his habit ever since he came regularly to his place. He rummaged in his bag, looking for Hufflepuff cup. As I promised before, he said, handing the artifact to Lucius. Lucius took it, then inspected it for a moment. Maybe he was afraid that Harry would give fake artifact to him and then excused himself to put it up. A few minutes later Lucius reappeared and motioned to him to follow him to the dining room. The room was decorated in classic look with the matching furniture and all. The big window attracted Harry's attention. It's charmed to show the backyard of Malfoy Manor, Lucius explained. Seeing as the scenery showed a vast land with small lake, Harry could pretty guessed what kind of house Lucius had. Have a seat, Lucius ordered, pulling the seat for Harry. He took the seat, then looked at the dining table. The table was fit for 2 people, and for the lunch, the house elf had prepared a traditional British classic lunch menu. Slow roast shoulder of lamb with gratin potatoes and mashed Prince pumpkin. They ate in silence. After lunch, they moved to Lucius' study. Well, you said we're going to have a serious conversation, Potter, Lucius began. I did, he said. I said that I'm going to tell you about the curse. Do elaborate, Potter. The curse on the cup is similar to the curse on the diary, Harry began. He knew that Voldemort had entrusted Lucius with a Horcrux, his diary, which made possible the reopening of the Chamber of Secrets. However, Harry also knew that Voldemort didn't tell Lucius that his soul was in there, never mind the fact that it was part of a bigger realm of Horcruxes. After all, Professor Dumbledore told him that old Voldemort was enraged to hear, years later, that the diary had been carelessly handed to Ginny only because he wanted to discredit Mr. Weasley. What do you know about the diary anyway? Lucius. Blair could have killed him on the spot. It was funny that even now the man didn't want to admit his involvement in the opening of Chamber of Secret. I'm waiting, Lucius, he muttered, watching the man intently. The diary was enchanted to open the Chamber of Secrets and set Slytherin's monster loose, Lucius admitted at last. That proved his suspicion. Tell me, what do you know about Legilimency? He asked. I beg your pardon. The sudden topic change must confuse Lucius. Humor me, Lucius, Harry replied. Legilimency is the magical skill of extracting feelings and memories from another person's mind. It also allows one to convey visions or memories to another person, whether real or imaginary. A witch or wizard possessing this skill is called a Legilimens, and can, for example, detect lies and deceit in another person, witness memories in another person's past, or plant false visions in another's mind. Lucius finally answered him. Indeed, Harry said. And what about occlumency? Lucius narrowed his eyes suspiciously, but he still answered. Occlumency is the act of magically closing one's mind against Legilimency. It can prevent a Legilimens from accessing one's thoughts and feelings, or influencing them. You do really know about this stuff, Harry commented. I am a Malfoy, Lucius replied arrogantly. With the way your family is, Harry said, I wouldn't be surprised at all if you're taught magic as soon as you're born and if you taught your son since he was a child. Lucius didn't say anything to that, so Harry thought that it might be true. Malfoy actually didn't show any sign that he knew more than his classmates at Hogwarts. That honor went to Hermione, of course, but Harry thought that different parenting might cause it. Lucius obviously was a stern father, but he showered Malfoy with gifts to show his affection. Harry also thought that Lucius cared for Malfoy, but he didn't think that the man was a particularly good father. Malfoy himself certainly looked up to his father, very highly in fact. Malfoy also respected the amount of power, wealth, and position his father held, if his words were any indication. Harry remembered Malfoy bragging about his father more than one occasion. Malfoy seemed to want to be just like his father. I'm asking you these questions because I want to show you something. Well, 3 things actually, Harry said. Since I don't have pensive, I guess I have to show these to you using Legilimency. And how do you know about Legilimency, Potter? Let alone being a Legilimens? Lucius asked, sneering. I studied occlumency 2 years ago, although it was a total failure. Harry said carefully, as he didn't want to tell Lucius who was his teacher at that time. He suspected that the personal enmity between him and Snape, as well as the stressful events in his life that year, hindered his ability. Then I learned it again from the book at Black Library, along with Legilimency. He explained. After Voldemort sent him the false image, Harry had devoted his time to master occlumency and Legilimency. Those books at the Grimmauld place helped a lot too. That didn't mean he was as proficient as Snape at it. He could do it if he wanted to, but with preparation and concentration. You learn occlumency, do you? He asked Lucius. Yes, Lucius reluctantly answered. Harry already guessed it. After all, Lucius needed to protect his thought from many people, including Voldemort. I'm not going to pry into your memories, he said. I only want to show these memories to you. Have you tried this before, Potter? Lucius inquired. Well, no actually, Harry admitted. Unbelievable, Lucius muttered disdainfully. The mighty Harry Potter has so much confidence about his own power, doesn't he? Harry shot him a glare. Well, you want to know about what curse Voldemort placed on the cups? I think showing this to you is the best way. Lucius finally relented, but not before muttering many curses under his breath. For someone as aristocrat as Lucius, it was a wonder actually how he could curse like a sailor. But for his credit, Lucius still sounded dignified at the same time. Harry suspected that he's never showed this part of his personality to anyone else. Don't try to resist me, Harry said, moving to straddle Lucius and touched their foreheads together. Legilimens, he said softly. Even though Lucius was used to the feeling when Voldemort invaded his mind, he wasn't prepared for this. He could feel the magic from Potter as the teen entered his mind, and it was amazing. If he ever had a doubt before, now he didn't doubt at all that Potter would be a powerful wizard in the future. Then he could see it, Potter and Dumbledore, standing inside of small, ugly shack. What in the world Potter was trying to show him? There were 3 other figures aside of Potter and Dumbledore. A girl with lank, dull hair and a pale, heavy face with eyes that looked in opposite directions, as well as 2 men who looked like her father and brother. 3 of them were hissing, but apparently Potter and Dumbledore understood what they're talking about. The scene moved on and finished with the ministry officer running away. That was more tiring than I thought, Potter said, sagged against him. That was the Dark Lord's family, I suppose? He asked. Yes, Potter answered him. They were the last remaining descendants of Salazar Slytherin, and that girl, Merope, is Voldemort's mother. Quote. Potter was looking at him intently as the teen told him about how Voldemort ended in the orphanage after his Muggle father abandoned his mother. Maybe the teen thought he would go ballistic or something. He was a Malfoy, he could control his emotion no matter how shocking the information was. And that was clearly beyond his wildest imagination when it came to Voldemort's childhood. If the Dark Lord were still alive, Lucius didn't doubt it at all that Voldemort would kill him for having this information. Few people, except perhaps for Dumbledore and his early followers, remembered the Dark Lord's origins. As interesting as it was, Potter, I fail to see what is the connection of this with the curse on the cup, he drawled. He lied actually. Knowing the Dark Lord childhood would be useful, and he would store the information for now, then used it when the opportunity came. Potter shrugged. What that was, Lucius, is what made Voldemort into what he was. Now, for the next, we should see scary 11-year-old Tom. The next memory showed Dumbledore, who went to orphanage to search for young Voldemort. It was equally disturbing for him. And he was a Malfoy. He came from pureblood family. But, he never witnessed that much power from anyone. I can make things move without touching them. I can make animals do what I want them to do without training them. I can make bad things happen to people who are mean to me. I can make them hurt if I want to. 11-year-old Voldemort told Dumbledore in Potter memory. That was unbelievable. That amount of power was unheard before. And that was Voldemort before he entered Hogwarts. And now, the last memory, Potter said, interrupting him from his thought. But, before I show you that, I want to ask you something. Potter paused a while before continued. I'm wondering about your long-term plans actually. What I mean is, when you joined Voldemort, did you assume that one day you would inherit the throne from old Tom? That you would be the old Tom's successor or be able to groom your son for that position? The answer was yes, obviously. He wasn't the type to bow forever to Voldemort, even though he would never ever admit it. It was ironic that Potter knew him that well. He wasn't made to be a servant. Did people really think that he liked to key the Dark Lord's robe? After all, he was the patriarch of the wealthiest and one of the most influential pureblood families. It was only the knowledge that the Dark Lord was much more powerful than him that caused him to obey Voldemort all these years, gaining advantage one could from being Death Eater, and at the same time hoping that one day it would be him who was going to be the leader. Lucius wasn't a stupid person. He saw what the other Death Eaters didn't see. He knew Voldemort was using them, and he was using Voldemort too, in a certain way. He was loyal to the Dark Lord's cause, of course, not to the person. Besides that, to be honest, he was more of politician. He bribed, blackmailed and threatened ministry officials and the school governors to get what he wanted, not to do dirty jobs like Bellatrix liked to do. Do you really have to ask that question, Potter? He asked coldly. The answer is yes then. Potter concluded. Unfortunately, I have to inform you that it will never happen. What do you mean by that? He asked, his voice quiet but full of deadly malice. Why don't you see it by yourself? Potter replied, touching their forehead together again so they stared at each other's eyes. Legilimens. With surprise, Lucius recognized the person there. It was Professor Slughorn, his potions teacher and head of Slytherin during his school days, and the young man he was with was none other than Voldemort himself. The conversation that happened between Slughorn and Voldemort shocked him to his core. Horcrux. He knew about it. He read about it from Secrets of the Darkest Art. Lucius couldn't believe the Dark Lord would go through it. Even for him, who was used to torture and killing, the act of creating Horcrux was too horrible to go through. And not only one but 7 Horcruxes. As long as those Horcruxes weren't destroyed, the Dark Lord would still exist out there and could return anytime. And that meant that he, the Patriarch of House of Malfoy, would be forever a servant of a crazy half-blood. The future didn't look as promising as it was before. Harry on the other hand was worried. He was worried because Lucius didn't say anything after the last memory he showed him. He hoped the man didn't go to shock or something. Much to his relief, Lucius finally spoke. "And the diary is a Horcrux?" Lucius asked. "As well as Hufflepuff Cup, I assume?" "Well, yeah," he answered. "He only succeeded made 6 Horcruxes. So far, we have destroyed the Horcrux contained in the diary, Gaunt Ring, Hufflepuff Cup and Slytherin Locket. That left Ravenclaw Diadem and Nagini." Harry stopped talking when he saw the change in Lucius' expression. "The Slytherin Locket?" Lucius inquired. Harry could almost see the wheels in Lucius' brain working. Of course, what was more precious to Lucius Malfoy than the artifact that belonged to Slytherin? "Yeah," he said. "So I assume that the locket now belonged to Dumbledore?" Lucius asked. Almost couldn't hide his disappointment at the thought and the anger of the possibility that such a valuable thing fell to the headmaster's hand. "Professor Dumbledore doesn't own the locket," Harry answered. "Where is it now, Potter?" Lucius asked. Too eager, in Harry's opinion. "Regulus Black had it," Harry answered. "Regulus Black," Lucius repeated. "As far as I know, he was killed by the Dark Lord himself for treachery." "Indeed. But he found out about the Horcrux and tried to destroy it before he was killed," he replied. "Anyway, Professor Dumbledore managed to destroy it at last." "You have it," Lucius concluded. It wasn't hard to guess that since he owned all the black treasure now, and because Professor Dumbledore didn't have it, that meant he was the one who have it. "Your necklace," the man whispered, narrowing his eyes. "I found it weird that you suddenly wear a necklace." Harry took out the locket from beneath his shirt. The S letter made of emerald glittered in the light. "Pretty, isn't it?" he said, only it came out in Parseltongue. He looked up to see Lucius' reaction and froze. The best way to describe Lucius now was the man looked like a starving predator when they faced fresh raw meat. Whoa. All of this time, Harry was never even once saw that kind of expression on Lucius' face, mostly because the man was such a cold character whom never showed his emotion. "It belongs to me now because I'm the only Parselmouth left," Harry explained, eyes narrowed. "So you can stop plotting to take it from me." Lucius Malfoy was seething furiously, although nobody, except maybe those closest to him, would notice it. He couldn't believe that the teen had outsmarted him, again. Slytherin Locket. Potter had it, and it was hanging there, on Potter's neck. He was very tempted to wring that said neck right now to vent his anger. Potter had tricked him into getting the cup while not mentioning anything at all about the locket. Why? Because everyone with a brain knew that he probably would stop at nothing to possess the artifact. For pureblood like him, an artifact that once belonged to Slytherin meant almost anything. Not to mention the power he could have if everyone in the wizarding world knew that he had the locket. Then Potter started talking in Parseltongue. Lucius had heard the Dark Lord use the snake language countless times, but this was the first time he heard the teen using it. And it was different from Voldemort. It was as if Potter were weaving spell around him. A spell that gave him an urge to do things to the teen. He quickly regained his control because the teen now seemed to be suspicious. Potter said that he was the master of the locket because he was the only Parselmouth remaining. Lucius would find a way to possess it. The locket would be the crowning jewel of all magical items the Malfoys possessed. None of the dark artifacts he had in his drawing room could compete with it. "Potter," he began, "what did you say about my drawing room?" The teen, who was still seated on his lap due to the makeout session they had earlier, looked confused for a moment before his face cleared in understanding. "I said that you have dark artifacts hidden in your drawing room." Then he grinned. "Ever wondered who gave the suggestion to raid your house?" "It was you," he said. "Do you have any list of whatever mischief you have gotten into past these years?" Potter laughed at that. The list would be too long, the teen had the audacity to say. And how did you find out about the room? Potter looked at him and sighed. From your son. Technically, he thought he was telling Crabbe and Goyle. Although from the way he spoke, I wouldn't be surprised at all if he already told the entire Slytherin house. He had a bragging habit, you know. Lucius definitely had to talk with his son. Didn't the boy know about secrecy at all? Spouting family secret to Crabbe and Goyle of all people, had Draco lost his mind? Crabbe and Goyle were not Draco's friend. They're more like his goons and followed him because of his order, much like their fathers who also followed Lucius. And Lucius knew better than to trust them with anything important. He knew that they followed him only because he was rich and powerful, also because he was Voldemort's right hand. The second they had chance they would stab him in the back. Draco seemed have to forget in this. It would do well to remind his son of the fact. About how Malfoy this, Malfoy that, Potter continued. And Lucius would cure his son of that habit. He looked once again at the locket that hung around Potter's neck and raised his hand to touch it. The metal was cold against his skin, but he could feel the ancient magic pulsing from it. Lucius inwardly smirked. Parselmouth or no, he would have the locket. He was certain of that. Harry decided to tell Ron and Hermione about the cup. Of course, he had to edit his story here and there. So, Lucius Malfoy took the cup from Bellatrix's vault for you? Ron asked disbelievingly. Are we talking about the same person here? He thought it was Ravenclaw's diadem that was kept there, Harry corrected. What? Well, he began nervously. I usually talk to him after class, and there was that 1-month detention I had with him too. So, I slowly began talking to him about what a big liar Voldemort is. It started from there. Blimey, Harry, Ron exclaimed. He could have killed you secretly, you know. Hermione snorted. I doubt that very much, Ron. Tell that to Quirrell, Crouch Jr. and, Ron brightened at this, Lockhart. Hermione shot him a nasty glare before turning her attention back to Harry. Continue your story, Harry, she urged him. You know how Malfoys are, Harry continued. They all act as if they're a king or something. Ron nodded vehemently, agreeing with Harry's opinion. No matter what Lucius Malfoy thinks about pureblood supremacy and all, he isn't too happy to bow to a crazy man. So it isn't that hard to convince him. And what is the reward, Harry? Hermione asked. The reward, Ron echoed. Hermione rolled her eyes. Honestly, Ron, haven't you heard that there is no free lunch? You don't seriously think that Malfoy would go willingly to Gringotts, risking his life if he was caught, only to help Harry out of his kindness to you? I sort of give the cup to him, he mumbled out. What? Ron shouted. Luckily, they were in Harry's head boy room, so they could talk freely without any fear if someone were to eavesdrop on them. I figured that out. That came from Hermione. I told him that it was either the cup or the diadem. His mind of course went to diadem directly. Harry said, and I need his help. Well, I suppose he couldn't do much with the cup anyway, Hermione said, looking calmer than before. Ron laughed at that. Maybe Malfoy could try to change water into rum. Seamus has been trying to do that for ages. Harry snickered at this. The image was too funny for him. Hermione on the other hand was busy thinking. So that means there are only 2 Horcruxes remaining, the diadem and Nagini. Do you know what the diadem looked like? Harry asked curiously. No, but we can find out in the library, she replied determinedly. Ron groaned. Now, but I'm tired, he whined. Please, Hermione. Hermione's eyes softened a bit. Fine, she relented. We will go to library after class tomorrow. And there will be no complaints. Do you hear me? Yes, ma'am. Ron saluted. Harry smiled while he watched them. He secretly hoped that Ron and Hermione would admit their feeling to each other and ended this drama. Good, Hermione said in satisfaction. Now, have you both done your charms homework? It's due for tomorrow class, she reminded them. Hermione. No, Ron wailed. Harry laughed at the redhead misfortune and soon 3 of them were laughing at the whole situation. The next day Harry found himself in the library with Ron and overly enthusiastic Hermione, who apparently thought of this task as a challenge for her in Hogwarts library. Well, go on, she urged them. Harry reached over the table to grab one of the books she had put there. Ron mirrored his action with great difficulty. Ron grumbled. There is no picture of Ravenclaw's diadem in this book. How could we find out what the diadem looks like? You could always see it in our common room, came a dreamy voice. Luna. Ron turned around. You surprised me. What do you mean by that? Hermione asked. We have a statue of Rowena Ravenclaw in our common room. She's wearing her diadem, Luna replied. Could you show us that? Harry asked eagerly. Sure, Luna answered. So she led them to Ravenclaw dorm, which was located on the west side of the school. Unlike the other common rooms in the school, a logical riddle given by a bronze eagle-shaped knocker must be answered to enter. Harry thought that this could prove troublesome, as anyone with enough intellect could intrude into the dormitory. 4 of them entered the common room. Many students looked at them curiously, wondering what 3 Gryffindors were doing in their place even though nobody questioned them. Harry looked around him. The Ravenclaw common room was in one of the castle's towers and was wide and circular. It had graceful arched windows and the walls were hung with blue and bronze silks. The domed ceiling was painted with stars, which were echoed in the midnight blue carpet. Tables, chairs, and bookcases covered the expanse of the floor, and a white marble statue of Rowena Ravenclaw, wearing her diadem, sat next to the door that led to the dormitories above. So that is it, Ron said, staring at the diadem. What's next? Well, Hermione answered, now that we know what it looks like, the next step is to find out where it's hidden. 3 of them said thanks to Luna before they left the tower. You know, she's grown on me, Luna. I know she's insane, but it's in a good way, Ron commented. I like her, Harry said. And it was true. Now, we're going to see Grey Lady, Hermione announced suddenly. What? Harry asked. Why? Ron questioned. We have to know if Voldemort truly has it, and who is better to ask than the ghost of Ravenclaw, who has been here since Hogwarts was founded. She is that old? Ron asked. Hermione gave him an annoyed look. So, 3 of them went to search for Grey Lady. At first, she didn't want to help them at all, but after Harry and Hermione persuaded her, she finally told them about who she really was. It turned out that she was Helena Ravenclaw, the daughter of Rowena Ravenclaw herself. She was envious of her mother's cleverness and importance, so she stole her diadem, believing the item could help her become wise enough to accomplish her goals. Not even her mother admitted to others that the diadem was gone. Then she went into hiding in Albania. It was a dying Rowena Ravenclaw's wish to see her daughter again, and so sent the Bloody Baron to look for her, knowing that he would not rest until he brought her back. However, she refused to come with him, and in a moment of blind rage, he killed her with a single stab wound to her chest. Overcome with remorse, the Bloody Baron killed himself using the same weapon in turn. Most importantly, she told them about one charming boy who, during his day as a Hogwarts student, managed to charm the story out of her. The boy who, in future, would call himself Lord Voldemort and cause terror in the entire England wizarding world. I think I know where Voldemort hid it, Harry said suddenly, surprising both his best friends. You do? Where? Ron asked. Room of requirement. Tom came back to Hogwarts to apply for Dada teacher post. He must have hidden it there. It was true. They found the diadem there. Professor Dumbledore was surprised to see them, but he was happy nonetheless that they managed to destroy another Horcrux. This is Hermione's idea, sir, Harry explained. Well done, Miss Granger, Dumbledore said, eyes twinkling madly. Well, to your contribution. How about 10 points to Gryffindor, to each of you an extra 10 points to Miss Granger. We destroyed the Horcrux contained in Ravenclaw diadem, Harry told Lucius the next time they met. And where is it now? Lucius asked. The man had such a single mind when it came to this, Harry thought. In Headmaster's office. After all, it belongs to Hogwarts. He replied. Say, do you know where Nagini is now? Lucius stared at him for a while, as if analyzing the whole situation. I shall look into it, the man replied. His voice was just as serious as his expression, an elegant aristocratic drawl. It was the voice of a man who gave orders all day and who expected those orders to be carried out exactly as they had been given. Harry expected nothing less from Lucius actually. And, for him, this was a part of Lucius' charm. Thank you, Harry said and leaned forward to key Lucius. Harry watched in satisfaction as Neville, after an intense duel with Parvati, managed to defeat her. Among DA members, Neville was the one who had the best development. It was so different from when he first met the teen on Hogwarts Express years ago. In the other part of the stadium, he smiled when he saw Hermione manage to knock Ron off of his feet. She was good in dueling actually. It was his turn the next and, much to his chagrin, he had to duel Malfoy. He was reminded about his duel with Malfoy on his second year. It ended badly when the whole school found out he was a Parselmouth. He truly hoped that this would not end in the same way. Unfortunately, his hope was crushed. He was winning of course, and after his spell sent Malfoy to the floor he couldn't help but thinking about his fourth year when that fake Moody transfigured the blonde into ferret. Snickering at the memory, he didn't notice that Malfoy already got up from the floor and threw a nasty hex at him. Harry quickly deflected the curse and attacked back. Red light appeared from his wand to Malfoy's body. There was a white smoke and Harry could see a white ferret on the middle of it. Harry paled instantly. "Finite incantatem," he yelled. The next moment, Malfoy was already on his human form, and because the thick smoke earlier, other students didn't notice his transformation. They only thought that he defeated Malfoy. However, the furious expression on Lucius' face told Harry that he was in big trouble now. He didn't mean to do it. It just sort of happened. He knew better than to let his imagination run wild at a crucial moment like this. Someone could get hurt if he wasn't being careful, and Harry didn't want that to happen. Even to Malfoy. Just looking at what happened at Transfiguration class, and now, Harry shuddered to think what Professor McGonagall would say when she found out about this. "Do you have any idea to what you have just done, Potter?" Lucius hissed at him in the coldest tone of voice Harry ever heard Lucius to use. "Do you know the consequences of that spell if it went wrong?" "I didn't mean to do it," Harry replied miserably. "It just happened." Lucius ignored him. 100 points from Gryffindor and 1 month detention. When Harry was lectured, Draco Malfoy looked at the teen with hatred. He had never been humiliated before in his life. Sure, Crouch Jr. had transfigured him into ferret, but he was Death Eater in disguise, doing his job to finish Potter off. And he was dead anyway. But Potter, Draco didn't care that none of his classmates saw how Potter transfigured him into ferret. His father did, and that was more than enough for him. What would his father think of him? What would his father say to him if he didn't retaliate against Potter? How dare Potter do this to him? His father had even lectured him a few times because of things that had happened. Anger swept over him, replacing his embarrassment earlier. Potter would pay for this. A spell his father once told him flashed on his mind. The spell that was created especially for an enemy. Potter walked out the stadium. Apparently, the lecture was over. But Draco wasn't done with him yet. "Potter!" he yelled. Potter turned to look at him. Draco smirked at him, raised his wand and yelled, "Sectum Sempra. Protega!" Harry yelled, raising his wand to deflect the curse. At the same moment felt that the protection bracelet he got from Hermione tingling inside his pocket. He didn't wear it when he dueled since it would be considered cheating. A blue shield appeared from the tip of his wand, blocking the curse. It was only his hand that got injured. Harry thought he got off easily. It was impossible for Malfoy to use simple curse on him. No, considering the look the blonde had on his face, it must be some kind of nasty, dark magic. "Harry," Hermione asked worriedly, walking hurriedly his way. Ron, too, approached him. Now they even had the attention of the entire students there plus Flitwick. "Lucius, what is going on?" the charms professor asked, then gasped when he saw Harry's wound. "I'll take care of this," Lucius replied, eyes fixed on his son. "But, I insist," Lucius stated firmly. Seeing that Lucius wasn't about to budge, Flitwick finally relented and ordered the rest of the students to follow him to another corner of the stadium. Hermione and Ron stayed though. Ron even had his wand drawn, looking at Malfoy pointedly. Lucius looked at them. "Go join Professor Flitwick, Miss Granger and Mr. Weasley," he ordered. "What?" Ron protested. 10 points from Gryffindor, Lucius said coldly. Ron opened and closed his mouth. He was too angry to speak. "Come on, Ron," Hermione pulled him away. "Harry will be fine. This is Hogwarts after all." Shooting concerned looks towards Harry, then a nasty look at Lucius, she left. Lucius turned to both of them. Have both of you lost your mind? He hissed angrily. Father, silence, Draco. We will talk later. Yes, father, his son replied obediently. Lucius turned at him. What were you thinking, Potter? Using a spell to transfigure human into animal is extremely dangerous, and it is declared so for a reason. Or do you think that being the chosen one exclude you from that rule? I told you that I didn't mean it. It just sort of happened, Harry retorted. And what about him? He asked, pointing Malfoy. He attacked me with dark magic too. And don't think that I don't know about that. That got him Lucius' attention. Show me your hand, Potter. He grudgingly allowed Lucius to take a look at his arm. Now that the adrenaline rush had gone, he could feel the pain. That was no wonder, since he got a big gash there. Lucius raised his wand and waved it slowly above the wound, chanting slowly in Latin. The wound healed itself in just a few seconds. Thank you, he said, inspecting his arm. Then Lucius turned to his son. 100 points from Slytherin. What? Malfoy looked like he was having heart attack. Harry stilled himself not to snicker. Draco on the other couldn't believe his ears. Never in his life would he have thought that his father would take points from him. Let alone this many. But seeing the look Lucius directed towards him, he wisely kept silent. After all, they were Malfoys and they had image to uphold in public. Lucius would scold him later when they were in private. He always looked at his father as a respected figure, and he always wanted to be like Lucius. So he had done everything he could to please his father. But, lately, his father had taken to lecturing him about his rivalry with Potter. Lucius then told him to be civil to him because the teen now was the rising power in the wizarding world, and opposing Potter wouldn't do any good for them in public eyes. And now, he shuddered to think about what his father would say to him later. Potter looked satisfied now that the Slytherin also had his house points taken. That bastard. Oh no, Harry whispered. They were in Gryffindor Head's room right now. What? Ron asked. He showed him the bracelet he got from Hermione. It was broken. I'm sorry, Hermione, he told her. I don't know how this happened. It's okay. It means it had protected you, but it has reached its limit. Which make me wondering about the curse Malfoy used on you. It must be very strong if it could destroy the protection charm that bracelet had. Must be some dark magic he learned from his father, Ron grumbled. Well, at least I'm fine, he said. But what did you do to him? Hermione asked suspiciously. I sort of transfigured him into ferret, he admitted sheepishly. What? Hermione shrieked. You did, Ron exclaimed in shock before howled in laughter. He even had tears on his eyes. That's so wicked. No wonder Malfoy got mad at you, mate. Harry, you should learn to control power better, she admonished him. Hermione, Ron whined. You're ruining the fun. I know, okay, Harry said. It's just, I think it happened because of the locket. What? Ron and Hermione said simultaneously. I do realize that I'm getting more powerful since my 16th birthday. But after I wear this I feel like it's doubling over, he explained, trying his best to describe what he thought on the whole situation. Hermione had a thoughtful expression on her face. That could be the possible explanation, she said. From the 4 Hogwarts founder artifacts, only Slytherin remain unknown. Since the other artifacts reflected the traits of the founder, I think that the locket also has the same traits. And what is more precious to Salazar Slytherin aside of blood purity? Power, Harry answered. It makes sense if he would create something that could enhance the magical power of the wearer. The same way Ravenclaw's diadem enhances the wisdom of its wearer, she explained. Wow, Ron said in awe. Harry groaned. Great, just great. It seemed his life was getting more and more complicated with each passing day. That's why I told you to practice regularly. Since we've only started a few days ago, it might not have any effect yet. Meanwhile, on the other part of Hogwarts, Lucius Malfoy also had the same conversation with his son. What were you thinking? Potter started it, Draco argued back. He humiliated me in front of entire 7th year class. Does the fact that none of your classmates witnessed it escape your attention? He said coldly. You were lucky that Potter could defend himself. If it was any other person, you might find yourself in Azkaban now. Draco paled dramatically. Lucius almost sighed. It was times like these that always made him regret spoiling his son. Don't you know the meaning of subtlety? You might hate Potter, but in public you have to be civil with him. But Potter also used a legal spell. He tried to reason with his father. People couldn't care less what Potter is doing for now. Dumbledore might even pat Potter on head for succeeding human transfiguration. He sneered at the thought. But it is different with you. Sectum Sempra is a very dark spell. To know that our family practiced dark magic is one thing, but to see it by one's own eye is another thing. Lucius' voice was a low icy hiss, vicious with suppressed anger. A look of realization dawned on Draco's eyes. How could he have let himself lose control like that? He looked down, away from his father's cold, perceptive gaze. I even heard that you have been bragging about our drawing room to Crabbe and Goyle. Crabbe and Goyle of all people, Lucius said, his voice full with contempt. People have something they call brain, although I doubt very much if you used your. He added frostily, I have seen how you behaved during my stay at Hogwarts and I'm sorely disappointed by you. Father, ignoring his son, Lucius continued. You will cease that attitude from now on and start to behave like any Malfoy should. He studied Draco in steely silence for the next few seconds. If I ever hear one word again about your misdemeanor, you will be severely punished. Do you understand? Yes, father. He could hear the threat there. As much as his father loved him, Draco knew Lucius wouldn't hesitate at all to follow up on his words. You may leave then. Lucius dismissed him. He was already in front of the door when his father called him. He turned. Yes, father? He asked. Draco, said Lucius, a trace of warning in his voice, you and the other Slytherins will leave Potter alone from now on. Or else. Christmas was coming and, as head boy, it was Harry's duty to overlook the decoration process at Hogwarts. He also had to give input to the whole activity. For Harry, who was never included at the festive at the Dursley, this was a great fun. He had always loved the season. He remembered fondly the time when he celebrated Christmas at the Burrow and also the time he spent with Sirius. Harry, Hermione and Ron even helped Hagrid to select 12 pine trees to decorate the Great Hall. I think this is perfect, Hermione said, pointing at the tree even though Harry didn't see the difference between this tree and hundreds of trees they saw earlier. Hagrid chopped down the tree and collected them together. Then Harry, Ron and Hermione helped him to bring it to the castle by using levitating charm. Flitwick, McGonagall, Sprout and the other professor each had their own duty at decorating the castle. The only one Harry saw absent was Lucius. Well, it's finally done. Ron exclaimed. He wasn't a prefect anymore, but he still volunteered to help since he didn't want to be left alone by his two best friends. We still have to go to Hogsmeade tomorrow to buy Christmas presents, Hermione said. You're right, Harry said. And I have to buy a wedding gift for Remus and Tonks too. Oh, I almost forgot, Ron said. What are you going to buy for them? Well, I guess something for their new home. He replied. Since Bill and Remus helped oversee his wealth, he had insisted they received commission from him. And the amount saved for months was enough for Remus to use as the down payment for the house. He would pay the mortgage slowly month by month later, of course. Ron nodded. Yeah, that's a good idea. Since Fred and George's joke shop was a great success, the Weasleys now had enough money to support their family. Although Harry knew Ron said so because the redhead actually didn't have any idea as what to gift to the couple. Hermione rolled her eyes. Boys, she muttered fondly. Harry had decided to bring Snuffles with him when he, Hermione and Ron visited Hogsmeade. The dog barked happily while running around in the snow-covered ground. Like last year, they separated to buy their own gifts and met later at Three Broomsticks. Harry had a lot of presents to buy. He even bought Christmas ornaments for Lucius since he didn't see any of it show up at Lucius Quarter. After he finished his shopping, he walked to Three Broomsticks. After that, he had a surprise for both of his friends. He grinned at the thought. Ron waved his hands at him when he arrived there. Got what you want? He asked as soon as Harry sat. Yeah, he said, brushing his pocket, where his gifts were already wrapped neatly and shrunken to fit the size of his pocket. Have you ordered your drinks? He asked. No, Hermione answered. I've just gotten here. So Harry called Madame Rosmerta and ordered 3 butterbeers. They spent the time there talking and laughing. Well, we better go now, Hermione said suddenly, looking at her watch. Hi Ginny, Harry suddenly called when he saw Ginny enter the shop. Ginny walked towards them. Hi Harry, Ron, Hermione, she greeted them. You said you want to show me something, she said to Harry. Let's go to Zonko first, he suggested, ignoring her. I already went there, Ron said. Do you forget to buy something? Come on. He didn't answer and instead dragging them there. What is it Harry? Hermione asked. Just see, he replied and looked at his watch. At precisely 3 p.m. Fred and George apparated in front of them. Fred, George, Ron exclaimed in shock. What are you doing here? He asked in genuine confusion. Well, hello to you two little brother and little sister, Fred and George said in unison. Harry, Ron turned to him. Well, Fred began. It's about time, George continued. To tell them the truth, Fred said. We've bought Zonko. They finished simultaneously. What? Ginny said. No way. That came from Ron. Harry laughed at their bewildered look. You knew this didn't you Harry? Ron turned at him. Of course dear brother, Fred answered for him. After all Harry here is our partner, George added. This is wicked, Ron said after he had overcome his shock. Why didn't you tell me sooner? So that's why you want us to meet, Ginny concluded. Honestly, it's a surprise Ron, Hermione said, rolling her eyes. Honestly, Ron sometimes was so naive. But, then again, it's one of the things she found attractive about the redhead. Harry merely shrugged. Fred and George contacted him a week ago, telling him about their plan to expand to Hogsmeade. Since the owner of Zonko's wanted to retire to spend his time with his family, they offered to buy the shop. They actually had signed the paper and asked Harry to keep it secret, as they wanted to surprise their siblings, to which he quickly agreed. What is that? Christmas decoration, he answered. Wasn't that obvious? Lucius only wanted to make this difficult. And why you bring those things here? To decorate your quarter of course, he replied. No, Lucius immediately replied. He was eyeing the ornaments with obvious disdain when Harry showed him them. But maybe that had connection with the color theme, as all of the ornaments were either red, gold or combination of both. But that wasn't his fault. Red and gold were Christmas colors. He finally was able to persuade Lucius to let him decorate his living room through his usual way, meaning keying and licking. But only his living room. No more than that, Lucius had warned him. The entire time Lucius let him to do as he pleased as the man kept himself in his study room, doing whatever he was doing. So what do you think? He asked Lucius later, after he finished decorating the entire room. Unacceptable, the man muttered. Harry snickered. He was used to Lucius' sarcasm and cynics by now. They exchanged banter for a while and then proceeded to their usual activity. Where is your bracelet? Lucius suddenly asked. They were in the middle of a heavy making-out session now. Harry had one of his arms around Lucius' neck and one arm across Lucius' chest, so the man noticed the absence of it. You son broke it, he informed Lucius. In that duel, remember. This was the first time he talked about the incident at Dada class. They acted as if it had never happened. In fact, when Harry showed up for his supposed detention, Lucius pretended that he come there for his usual visit. He supposed that was what Lucius wanted, and Harry knew better than to question him on how he ran his family. I will give you the replacement. A much better one, Lucius stated. His tone was final. A Christmas present from the notorious Lucius Malfoy. I will look forward for it. He replied cheekily and leaned to key Lucius passionately. A reluctant smile quivered at the edge of Lucius' mouth. Notorious, Potter. Yeah, Harry replied. It isn't your Christmas present. It's merely a replacement. Your Christmas present will come later, Lucius said. Double present then, Harry said and closed the gap between their mouths. An hour later, Harry was ready to bid the man goodbye. I have to practice the spells on the defense book, he explained. As expected, Harry won the dueling tournament, and after that Lucius suddenly announced that the winner would face Flitwick, a former dueling champion, in an exhibition. The duel would be held in this Friday, since the following Friday was the last day before holiday started. And then in January, they would review intently about Newt's material. So Harry had spent his time practicing spells, jinxes, charms and curses that would be useful in the duel later. You know, he added absent-mindedly, this is actually the first serious duel I have since the Ministry. But then again at that time Voldemort was trying to kill me when his spell backfired. The famous Priori Incantatem, Lucius murmured. Yeah, Harry agreed. He wasn't going to ask from where Lucius knew about the fact. The man was smart enough to deduct it from casual observation. Our wands have the same core. Phoenix feather. In fact, the same Phoenix also gave you his healing tears. That got Lucius' attention. Both of the Dark Lord and Potter got their wand core from Dumbledore's Phoenix. That's rather ironic, he said. I know, Harry said. Ollivander didn't help either. Do you know what he said to me? That the wand chooses the wizard. And he was curious that it was me who was destined for the wand, when its brother gave me this scar. He also said that I would do great things. He paused, trying to remember what Ollivander precisely said to him. He said that he could expect great things from me. After all, he who must not be named did great things. Terrible, yes, but great. Harry shrugged so he didn't notice at all when Lucius' eyes glinted when the man heard his story. Creepy, isn't it? He's a weird guy in my opinion. Finally, the dueling class had arrived. Harry was a bit nervous but he was also excited. But he was surprised as well as another students when Dumbledore suddenly arrived unexpectedly. Professor, he questioned. Well, there was an incident on potion class earlier. The victim is a Ravenclaw student. Professor Flitwick has to explain the whole accident to her parents right now. Dumbledore explained. So, that means the duel is cancelled then? Harry asked. My dear boy, if you don't mind I could always help you there. After all we don't want to disappoint the other students, do we? Dumbledore said, eyes twinkling madly. Potter will be delighted. Dumbledore, Lucius answered for him. What? Harry swiveled his head. Why the hell Lucius agreed to Dumbledore's suggestion? He swore Lucius must have been planning something in his disturbed head. Splendid. Dumbledore clapped his hands. Shall we begin then? But, Harry tried to argue but Lucius steered him away. Why did you agree with him? He asked furiously. Why don't you show me your power, Potter? Lucius said quietly instead of answering his question. What? He looked at Lucius. The man was staring at him with expressionless face even though his voice conveyed his emotion. And Harry was reminded at that moment that the man in front of him was the man who was the patriarch of one of the most powerful wizarding families. The man who was also the right man of Voldemort. You heard me, Potter. Show me if you're worthy being the chosen one. With that, Lucius turned and left the stadium to spectators' seat. All the students were very excited of the prospects and Lucius could clearly hear their opinions. Is Potter insane? Someone exclaimed. He's going to face Dumbledore. This is not a real duel, you idiot. His friend replied. You don't seriously think that Dumbledore is going to use his real power, don't you? Another voice joined them. Please, do you seriously think that Potter is that powerful? Another voice piped in. But Potter defeated you know who. Someone argued. Well, the voice started to hesitate. Dumbledore defeated Grindelwald too, someone added. Lucius ignored their outburst and walked over to where the Slytherins gathered. Draco, who saw his arrival quickly, prepared a seat for him. Father, Draco greeted him. He inclined his head and then sat down. Draco followed, sitting down beside him with all the other Slytherin followed his example. That was how the hierarchy in Slytherin ran, the one with the most powerful sire ruled. And now Draco had that position. If the Blacks had an heir that would be another matter. Unfortunately, at this moment, there was no longer the male with black name. Well, Potter was the head of Black family legally but he didn't count. He looked at the stadium. Potter and Dumbledore bowed to each other and soon it began. Potter used high-level spells that he knew were never taught at Hogwarts. It was either he learned them from books or from those Aurors he knew had joined the Order of Phoenix. It was fascinating, as if he was watching the Dark Lord in his youth when the man was still quite sane. The power, the intensity, and the determination to win. In the final showdown, Dumbledore created a fire-shaped in Phoenix meanwhile Potter had water-shaped in Stag. The two clashed into each other, creating a thick white fog and covering their sight. Expelliarmus! Potter shouted. As the fog cleared, Lucius and the other spectators could see that Potter had Dumbledore's wand on his hand. The teen had won the duel. Weasley was the first to wake up from the stupor. "Harry, you won!" he screamed happily, which was soon followed by thunderous applause and cheers from the Gryffindor stand. They were all clapping and yelling enthusiastically. Ravenclaw students and Hufflepuff students were clapping too. It was only Slytherin students who were silent. Lucius began clapping. Draco looked at him, confused before remembering their conversation, and began clapping too. The other Slytherins, even though confusion was clearly written on their faces, began clapping too. It went for a short time before Lucius stopped, and they all stopped too. He eyed Dumbledore. The old man didn't seem upset at all that Potter overwhelmed him in a duel. In fact, he was looking at Potter with such a pride on his face. The look a grandfather had on his face when his grandson graduated from Hogwarts, knowing that the boy now was an adult and ready for the next big adventure, and at the same time know that he had contribution in it. But then again, Lucius concluded, Dumbledore had been playing the grandfather figure for Potter. Lucius didn't care at all about any sentimental reasons Dumbledore might have. Potter simply was amazing. All that power in 17-year-old boy. He remembered things Potter had told him. The locket belongs to me now because I'm the only Parselmouth left. Our wands have the same core. Ollivander said that he could expect great things from me. As all the thoughts swirled on his mind, Lucius rubbed his left arm. The dark mark there was only a faint sign. He supposed that after the Horcrux was completely destroyed it would disappear completely. And this time he couldn't care less about the Dark Lord. After all, the Dark Lord wasn't here and soon he would cease to exist. But Potter was. Potter with all the power he possessed. And Potter with all the prospects he had in the future. Lucius had never been this enamored in his life. He thought he was falling in love. To be continued. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.